All right, morning, council member. We are now live everywhere. You may begin when you're ready.
All right, good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Thursday, March 2nd, 2023. The time is now 9:36 a.m. I'm calling to order the committee's performance oversight hearing covering the DC Housing Authority. DCHA is an unusual agency in that it's organized pursuant to district statutes and governed by district residents appointed by the mayor, but it derives the majority of its funding and many of its obligations from the federal government. Federal housing choice vouchers flow through DCHA and support over 12,000 district households. Another approximately 7,000 households live in units supported by our local rent supplement program. Meanwhile, according to data sets that the committee received last week, there are over 4,000 occupied units of public housing that DCHA manages. Despite tens of millions of dollars of investments by our local government into maintaining and upgrading that public housing portfolio, the number of public housing units that are habitable and occupied have been declining for years. In the 2 months that I've chaired this committee, I've prioritized visiting properties so that I can see what residents see and speak with residents who don't come here to testify. On one hand, I've seen units being fully renovated so that families can move in, and hallways being freshly painted. On the other hand, I've seen units that have been left with the same damage and disrepair for years. I've spoken to a public housing resident who said her daughter is afraid to use the bathroom at night because there are so many mice running around, and a senior citizen who had to use an umbrella when she went to the toilet because of water pouring in from her ceiling. It is imperative that we confront what is not going well, because in all of the data and policy talk, we can't lose sight of the fact that what we're talking about are people. Today, there are people living in public housing homes that have mold, leaks, and rodent infestations. This is uncomfortable, and it does not represent all public housing. But we have to be grounded in this reality and not some idealized narrative that is out of line with what people are facing today. We must have a sense of urgency around fixing public housing units that people are living in and around bringing empty, dilapidated units back to life. That's why I've asked Mayor Bowser to fund in her budget proposal $100 million a year over the next 5 years for the repair and maintenance of public housing. I fought very hard 4 years ago to get us to $50 million a year. Now we need to double that investment. Beyond the issue of our public housing stock, a few months ago, the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development released a report with dozens of findings detailing how the agency's operations were failing to meet federal standards. The findings ratified much of what public housing residents, voucher holders, and people experiencing homelessness have been highlighting for years, that DCHA is in crisis. The HUD report was impactful, but I don't think its findings surprised many people. For any number of reasons, district residents of all ages can find themselves unable to afford market rate housing in DC. DCHA is supposed to be part of our answer to keeping communities together. The housing that we provide needs to be safe, clean, and comfortable. It needs to be dignified. And district residents, landlords, voucher holders, market rate renters, and taxpayers need to have faith that our vouchers are distributed quickly and rationally and paid for at fair rates that will not make our housing market even more expensive than it is. After we hear from public witnesses, Executive Director Brenda Donald and her team will testify before this committee for the first time since I've become chair of the Housing Committee. I'm looking forward to our conversation. Many of the problems facing DCHA existed long before Director Donald joined the agency and would be extremely difficult to solve completely before she passes the reins to the next director. Even so, I anticipate that my colleagues and I will have some tough questions for the director. The testimony that this committee has already received in preparation for this hearing indicate that there are serious and long-standing issues with agency performance, and we owe it to residents to push the agency to close as many gaps as possible. I don't want to mince words. DCHA's first mission must be to build trust in the agency. Unfortunately, recent history is filled with examples where the agency has broken the public trust. DCHA must be brought into the modern era, and it absolutely must do so on a foundation of transparency, accountability, and above all, integrity. We will also be joined by Raymond Skinner, the chairperson of the Stabilization and Reform Board. I supported the reorganization of the Board of Commissioners at the end of last year because I believe that a smaller, more nimble board can help drive DCA in performance. Together with a supermajority of my council colleagues, I pushed for substantial improvements to the mayor's original proposal. But I also agree with those council members who warned that a board reorganization would not be enough. Active council oversight and an attentive board focused on accountability and transparency are both imperative. I appreciate Chairman Skinner's partnership in these efforts and his willingness to serve. Before we start hearing testimony, I want to lay out the ground rules for witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'm going to call witnesses in the order that they appear on that list in groups of 15. We have just shy of 90 public witnesses, and I want to make sure everybody who wants to testify gets an opportunity to testify. When you are promoted to become a witness list, you will drop out of the Zoom momentarily. You will come back in as a panelist, at which point you will be able to unmute yourself and testify. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners have 5 minutes to testify. With that, I'm going to call our first panel of public witnesses. Nikama Maslansky with senior Sum Advisor with Sum Incorporated. Dean Hunter, CEO of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association. Kevin Petty, CEO of the Amazing Gospel Souls Incorporated and Philemon Mission Transitional Facility. McKenna Osborne, policy attorney with Children's Law Center. Christy Respris, Executive Director with Pathways to Housing DC. Will Doyle with Pathways to Housing DC. Adam Mayer with Pathways to Housing DC. James Howlett, Public Witness. Taylor Nouvelle, Executive Director of Who Speaks for Me. Daniel Del Pelago, Organizer with Empower DC. Janet Parker, Public Witness. Reginald Black, owner of and Housing Advocacy Director with Raliski and Serve Your City, Ward 6 Mutual Aid. Amanda Korber, Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy and Project Director at Legal Aid of the District of Columbia. Eleanor Hart, Chair of the Affordable Housing Group, DC and DC for Democracy. Heather Day, Public Witness. And give us a minute to get everybody in. All right, Ms. Maslansky, you can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Nechama Maslansky. I am Senior Sum Advisor. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Sum is a nonprofit organization that provides direct and comprehensive services, including permanent housing, to thousands of extremely low-income district residents. Our housing development initiative is at nearly 100% of our goal to develop 1,000 new units for unhoused and low-income district residents, and we have 139 units in active development. The DC Housing Authority has been and continues to be an important and valued partner in our housing development effort. We look forward to discussing with you soon FY24 funding for the local rent supplement program and for the urgent repair of dangerous public housing units. I'm pleased to report that 2 years ago, Hammer Gabreas, then director of the DCHA's Office of Strategic Planning, accepted my invitation for DCHA to meet with their contracted housing providers as partners. Our mutual goal is to find lasting solutions to ongoing problems that interfere with successful implementation of affordable and permanent housing efforts. As a result, the DCHA Providers Group, composed of more than 45 individuals from 22 organizations, has been meeting monthly since April 2021. We thank Hammer Gabreas and all her team, as well as Anna Fogel from DHS, and we thank Brenda Donald for her ongoing support of the meeting. Together, we have explored ongoing systemic challenges with the application process, inspection process, delayed payments, and communications. Mr. Chairman, my written testimony adds specifics about many of these issues. In 2022, we discussed the DCHA's rent payment standards analysis and also met with DCHA's business processes contractor. We repeatedly asked DCHA about plans for funding site-based PSH contracts established in FY08 that are expiring this fiscal year. Decisions are needed now. Providers have emphasized the need for DCHA to expand staffing capacity to keep up with the increased subsidies from FY22 and 23. With funding available to house an unprecedented 2,400 persons, any obstacles to success should be addressed immediately. The mutually respectful tone of the conversations in the group is important. We have acknowledged that all of us are partners in helping to move people into housing and that we are partners in solving systemic problems. We have built a solid foundation with which to address these problems and opportunities. But at the same time, we are accountable to each other and to our stakeholders, indeed to the entire district, to manage successfully and courageously the challenges we continue to face jointly. In the past 23 months, we have by no means solved all the problems we started with. I provide additional examples in my written testimony. The highly publicized HUD report on DCHA in September 2022 set forth many recommendations for improvement, and DCHA has responded to that report in several ways. I'm sure others will testify on those matters today. We encourage the committee and the mayor to join with nonprofit housing providers, the Housing Authority's natural local partners, as we seek to make it possible for DCHA to maximize all available opportunities to serve the district's residents robustly. It is well known that the housing authorities in the United States have been underfunded by the federal government by at least $70 billion in the past 40 years, and that DCHA has relied primarily on a shrinking amount of federal funding. I think it is fair and accurate to say that overall DCHA has been severely underfunded by the federal government for decades, and that some, although not all, of the administrative issues that have been laid at its feet can be attributed to that underfunding. We need the district government to continue to grow its share of annual funding of DCHA at the same time that it provides responsible oversight for DCHA's proper operation so as to meet the legitimate and urgent needs of the district residents, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Dean Hunter. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Dean Hunter. I'm the CEO of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association, a trade group representing small landlords, multifamily owners, as well as small rental properties in the District of Columbia, many of whom are providers in the DCHA Housing Choice Voucher Program. First, I want to congratulate you. Thank you for your efforts in leading the reform effort of the board of DCHA. We can commend the mayor and Brenda Donald in that effort also. We think that's going to go a very long way towards facilitating, addressing the problems, many problems that the agency has. In that regard, too, we'd like to say that we're pleased to be very supportive of Director Donald. I've been around the district long enough to understand what it's like to reform agencies that are failing systemically, agencies that are very dysfunctional as it relates to their personnel and their processes. And that is, we all agree, that is what DCHA is. Her agenda, of course, has been impacted greatly by the release of the HUD audit. And I think we can look at that in two ways. One, it lays out a lot of problems, but at the same time, it's a blessing because it lays out a lot of problems. So we have a very clear direction on the things that we need to address. And again, we're pleased at the manner in which she's moving forward, and we understand the challenges, but we are here to ask that she brings her attention and the council's attention to two areas that are extremely important to landlords. Before I say that, though, let me just say this, again, on the issue of systemic problems, or doing in this context. The first issue is increasing the housing choice voucher payment rates. The agency went through a process last year in which they revised the payment standards. There was a misconception or misunderstanding that there were a number of landlords who were being overpaid. After a systemic review of the system, of the process, we found the rates that was not the case. The reality of the matter is that providers in the DCHA Housing Choice program have not had a rate increase since 2019. This is very dramatic. Other jurisdictions have been able to put in place systems that are able to afford providers rent increases at the same time to engage in what is called a rate reasonableness review. And I want to address that because there's been a lot of misinformation disseminated about providers being overpaid, about the rates that the agency pays landlords somehow causes rents to be higher in other parts of the district. This is absurd. The reality of the matter is that, again, providers have not had rate increases since 2019. We've seen what inflation is. Small landlords are still recovering from the pandemic. And in fact, along those lines, we're going to be releasing to you a survey. I know AOBA has done a survey, which is very, very powerful. It's going to show the state of housing providers right now. And I think you're going to find that there are record delinquencies and people are still recovering from the pandemic. We're going to do the same for small landlords who are both market rate as well as housing DCHA participants. The reality of the matter is we need these rate increases, and there are those who are activists and others who see if a landlord gets a penny more, it's a lost gain. We don't feel that way. We support increasing funding for the agency from the federal government as well as DC to increase the number of voucher recipients, right? Because we want to see people get affordable housing. And activists should also support providers getting paid reasonable rates. We believe that the agency and the council must work aggressively to ensure that with the next fiscal year that we are able to roll out these rate increases and we're able to do whatever rate reasonableness review is necessary that does not harm providers and ensures that people are paid a fair rate. Again, no rate increases since 2019, and the clock's not up, so I don't know how much time I have. The second thing is on the issue of
you have 1 minute.
The second thing is on the issue of inspections. I've met with Brenda Donald. I've received numerous complaints from housing providers. We have a major problem in the inspection division, and we cannot wait for it to be addressed. I'm going to go so far to say that this body split up DCRA because of the inspections was so complicated. We need to look at outsourcing inspections immediately. We need to look at bringing in a third party to do inspections immediately. Right now, the inspection division is causing a disservice to providers and to tenants. Those are the two major areas: inspections and increases in housing voucher rates. I'll leave with this. There are a number of landlords who are on this witness list who are way down. If you can't stay here all day, call me, text me. I'll tell you where you are on the list. And then finally, there are some who want to see Brenda Donald fail. There are employees. There are people who live in the government who would rather see HUD take over DCHA than to see us continue to run it. And we got to be cognizant of that as we move forward. With that, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, right on time. So thank you. And for anybody, landlords or otherwise, who are here, want to testify, Dean Hunter knows how this works, but we can also receive written testimony if you're not able to hang on. We do want to hear from you. So next, Kevin Petty is not with us yet. So McKenna Osborne from the Children's Law Center. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with DC children and families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. There are many issues with the way DCHA operates, but my testimony today will focus on what our attorneys and clients have direct experience with: the horrendous conditions in public housing and the high number of unutilized local housing vouchers. My written testimony provides more detail on each of these points. Children's Law Center works with hundreds of families each year whose doctors have identified non-medical barriers to a child's health, often poor housing conditions. And many of these families reside in public housing with DCHA as their landlord. One client who lives in public housing was referred to us after her young daughter had been hospitalized multiple times, including in the ICU, for severe asthma that was being exacerbated by mold growth throughout their home. Our client repeatedly contacted DCHA seeking remediation. After inaction from the agency, she requested a transfer, stressing the urgent need to protect her daughter's health. DCHA took months to move the family. Now, after a few years of patchwork and unworkmanlike repairs, our client and her children are experiencing similar problems in their new home. Another public housing resident our attorney spoke with recently has been dealing with mouse and mold problems for years, had one of her toilets turned off for 2 years awaiting repairs, and water damage throughout the walls has caused her floors to start caving in. She put in numerous work order requests with DCHA and typically received no response. Eventually, DOB conducted an inspection and fined DCHA, but the agency still has not meaningfully addressed the problems. Our public housing conditions cases often require protracted litigation to get DCHA to meet its basic responsibilities as a landlord. And DCHA may issue an unwanted and undesirable mandatory transfer instead of making our client's current home safe and healthy. The $100 million per year over the next 5 years proposed by Chairperson White for public housing maintenance and repairs is very much needed. We'd like to thank Chairperson White for your bold vision, and we hope the committee will follow through on that proposal. We also implore the committee to engage in robust oversight of how DCHA spends any funding to ensure that all repairs are well executed and aimed at the root of problems, so tenants aren't facing the same hazards in a few months or years. Children's Law Center also wants to thank the council and Chairperson White for their historic investments in local housing vouchers in recent budgets. However, we're deeply concerned about the low utilization of these vouchers. In pre-hearing responses submitted last week, DHS claimed to have matched nearly all of the 366 new family-targeted affordable housing vouchers funded in FY21 and 22, but only 30% of them have been utilized. While DHS allocates these vouchers, the DCHA is responsible for helping a family successfully utilize their voucher. With DHS and DCHA under one committee, we hope you'll probe both agencies about where exactly the process is being held up and identify what barriers need to be removed for successful voucher utilization by the families who need them. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Christy Respers from Pathways to Housing DC. Welcome.
Hi, good morning, Councilmember White. Thank you so much for having this hearing. You know me, I'm Christy Respers, CEO of Pathways to Housing DC, where our mission is to end chronic homelessness for people with serious mental illness and other complex health challenges using the Housing First model that we brought to the district in 2004. So we now serve over 3,500 people a year across all of our services and programs, including street outreach and integrated healthcare, behavioral health and housing. And we also currently have 815 tenants in our Housing First program, funded by a combination of DCHA, DBH, Medicaid, DHS, HUD, and VA dollars for both rents and supportive services, which is that really key combination there. So I do want to begin by saying we are really grateful for the partnership of DCHA, specifically leadership of Hammer Gabreas and her team, as well as Chief of Staff Jenna Savasco. I want to make sure to give thanks to those particular staff members who have worked really hard to work with the provider community on figuring out how do we improve the voucher application process, the lease-up processes, et cetera. But my colleagues who are testifying after me are going to share testimony specifically on that, so I won't be redundant. Instead, I'll focus my testimony on the LRSP sponsor-based program. In 2008, Pathways was awarded 2 LRSP contracts with the goal of ending chronic homelessness for 180 single adults living with serious mental illness and other chronic health conditions. We used the contract creatively to expand our scattered site Housing First program. While the majority of sponsor-based LRSP contractors tied the funds to subsidize the units on specific buildings they own, which is important and key, we wanted to give people choice in where they live so that the LRSP subsidy could really follow the person if or when their needs changed over time. It's similar to any federally subsidized housing choice voucher or locally funded LRSP subsidy. So we combine the LRSP subsidy with very intensive wraparound support services billed to Medicaid through our DBH certified assertive community treatment teams and community support teams, or through a case management contract with DHS. The combination of permanent housing plus supportive services has been incredibly successful in helping people remain in housing and recover their lives. So this is a 15-year contract, which is now up for renewal, and we are in conversations with DCHA on how to update the contract to reflect the needs of the initial pilot program after 15 years of really incredible success. So we're asking for two significant changes: that the contract be renewed with a mechanism that allows for predictable increases for landlords, and that the administrative rate now required by law be immediately implemented and included in the contract. Pathways currently serves 131 people in this project on the LRSP scattered site, although the original contract was to serve 180 people over those contracts. Initially, back in 2008, we anticipated rents of $1,000 per tenant, but 15 years later, we're still operating with this same contract amount. Several years ago, the LRSP increased the fair market rents based on neighborhoods, which has allowed our clients to have more choice in where they live, which is wonderful. We now have people using LRSP to live in all 8 wards of the city. But because the contract is not increased to align with the increases in allowable rents, we've had to reduce the number of people served annually. This also forces us to limit the ability of people to move to new units that exceed their current rents. This is not aligned with federal fair housing guidelines on furthering fair housing and giving people choice, which is a core component of Housing First. We're also unable to make any increases to landlords who've been incredible partners. Landlords struggle to understand the distinction between a sponsor-based LRSP and other federally funded programs, which allow requests and increases in some years. I had planned to testify today with a second urgent request. As of October 1st, 2022, DCHA needed to be in compliance with the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020, and our LRSP contract needed to include an admin rate. I am very pleased to share that this week we received an update from DCHA leadership regarding the implementation of this legal requirement, and we now have a draft contract renewal in hand. So I would like to thank Hammer Gabreas and Jenna Savasco for opening that dialogue and meeting with Pathways regularly on this issue and pushing it forward amidst all of the priorities that the Housing Authority has. I'd also like to thank VP and CFO John Serra for his focus and attention on this important issue. I really hope to report, because this testimony was exactly the same as last year, that next year we don't have to talk about this, that we've worked out these contract issues so we can focus on the more urgent matters, such as our shared commitment to the fight to ensure that every district resident has the dignity of a home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will Doyle with Pathways to Housing DC. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair White, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, LICSW, and I am the Director of Housing Operations at Pathways to Housing DC. I appreciate the opportunity to testify at a time when you and many of your fellow council members recognize the need for an emergency plan to fully utilize all funded housing vouchers. There are two major barriers each for both the Department of Human Services and the DC Housing Authority that need to be a part of this plan. At the Oversight hearing on November 3rd, 2022, I testified about the need to fund the housing navigation phase instead of agency providers depending on DHS Permanent Supportive Housing Program billing requirements, and addressing staffing needs by eliminating the Association of Social Work Boards exams from DC social work licensing regulations. Today, I will speak about the two most important barriers related to the role of the DC Housing Authority. These are the length of time it takes for their staff to approve voucher applications and complete the inspection needed for someone to move into an apartment. I speak from long-term experience as well as significant more recent experience with both. I have served as the program manager for Pathways Permanent Supportive Housing Program since October 1st, 2008. Given the challenges in the housing process, I have always been directly involved in housing our clients. Since 2008, we have assisted 640 clients with first-time move-ins and submitted 655 DC Housing Authority voucher applications. Since COVID began in March 2020, we have assisted 259 clients with their first-time move-ins and submitted 298 DC Housing Authority voucher applications. Regarding voucher processing, from July 2021 through April 2022, our emergency housing voucher applications took an average of 32 days to be processed by DC Housing Authority staff. Since May 2022, this has increased to 62 days. This is despite a target of 15 days to process emergency housing voucher applications and includes the 155 total emergency housing voucher applications that we have submitted. Longer processing time delays the housing process and often leads to mistrust with our clients, further delaying their apartment search. During this time, we have had a voucher application approved in as short a time as 3 days and as long a time as 146 days. Regarding the completion of inspections prior to clients moving in, I don't have data since we don't have access to this information. However, we have witnessed a pattern similar to the voucher processing described above, in which it was reliable and timely, then became incredibly unpredictable and long. When the inspection process takes longer, it delays the housing process, causes mistrust with our clients, and potentially results in the client losing the apartment when the landlord cannot continue to hold a vacant apartment with no rent payments. We are firmly committed to continuing to grow all of our housing programs at Pathways as we share the mission to end chronic homelessness in DC. However, knowing what I know about ongoing issues with administering the voucher programs, it is an ethical dilemma for me to be actively a part of assisting new clients in moving into apartments. Once housed, our clients are subject to issues that negatively impact them and cause real harm. These include, 1, inability for staff and clients to speak with someone at all or in a reasonable time frame when calling the DC Housing Authority. 2, challenges and delays in getting transfer vouchers when clients need to move. 3, completed and submitted recertification documents not getting processed. And 4, clients not receiving their monthly utility assistance payments from DC Housing Authority so they can pay their utility bills. In implementing an emergency housing plan, I urge DC Council to take emergency measures to ensure that voucher applications and inspections are consistently completed in a timely manner. In your continued efforts to improve DC Housing Authority functions, I urge you to find solutions to the additional challenges I have shared. Thank you for holding this hearing.
Thank you very much. And Adam Mayer, welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Chairman White, council members, and council staff. My name is Adam Mayer. I'm a Ward 6 native Washingtonian and Director of Housing Partnerships at Pathways. I'm uniquely aware that this committee's challenges are significant, criticisms commonplace, and thanks for the committee's work is minimal. I thank you and your staff for taking on this challenge. My prayers are with you. A few suggestions, starting with my thanks. I wish to thank Director Brenda Donnell, Hamra, and Jenna for their commitment to our city and my hometown. For 2 years, Pathways has attended provider group meetings with the Housing Authority. The process has been agonizingly deliberative. Snail-paced improvements have occurred, yet despite everything, we are still at the table. Hope springs eternal. Christine mentioned our joy related to the resolution of our DCHA 15-year contract. It was a lengthy process and speaks to the need that this committee should oversee and help to streamline the authority's contracting procedures. Also, please ensure that the nonprofit home equity law passed by the council is fully implemented. Will Doyle spoke of the frustration voucher application and inspection process. This committee must monitor the voucher and inspection process, request monthly data reports from the authorities processing of vouchers and conducting inspections. If necessary, conduct monthly or quarterly oversight hearings. Another suggestion is to authorize nonprofits and contractors to perform eligibility determination and inspections. This is not rocket science. Birth certificates, photo IDs, income statements, and documents must be gathered, reviewed, and approved. As I testified last week, Pathways provides this service to HUD for federal vouchers assigned to Pathways. We can do likewise with local vouchers, pass budget support language to allow providers to perform eligibility determinations. During the closure of the L&M New York Avenue and O Street encampments, providers, both Pathways and Merriam's, were temporarily authorized by DHS to inspect apartments. Pathways inspected and housed 46 encampment clients within 45 days. 46 people housed in 45 days. With proper support, we can continue to house individuals that aggressively. The federal government allows Pathways to determine program eligibility and to inspect apartments for those receiving federal vouchers. We have the guidelines to follow, reports to submit, standards to maintain, and audits to pass. Never once has Pathways failed a federal audit for our eligibility determination operations. Once again, budget support language could create this option for service delivery. Finally, we'll discuss the challenges that we are having hiring licensed social workers. We have provided documentation confirming that the test is racist and that there is no data showing that passage of the exam makes anyone a better social worker. The exam is useless. It will take years to create a new exam. In the interim, we ask that you introduce emergency legislation to allow social workers to work as licensed employees until a new test is designed. I assure you that Pathways can supervise these social workers and that we will only hire those capable of providing the required duties. Thank you for holding this hearing today, and we look forward to continuing our work with you to house everyone in this city who is chronically homeless.
Thank you very much. James Howlett. You are muted.
Sorry about that. Hello, I'm a voucher holder and I moved into my apartment on November 1st, 2021 with a year-long lease. Each year, the inside of the apartment must pass inspection, which is supposed to happen before the lease expires. As of today, I've yet to sign a new lease. After not hearing from housing since late January, they called me yesterday at 4:43 p.m. and she was confused as to what the issue was when talking to me and the leasing office, repeatedly asking what my name was again. She said she would call back tomorrow and when the head leasing person would be in. The initial inspection was scheduled for September 21st, and I only found out when they called me that day to figure out whether or not I knew that I had an inspection that day. I received nothing from housing prior to that day. The only mailings I've received from housing since shortly after moving in were generic mailers. They said housing would call me to reschedule due to not being duly notified. On November 21st, after I called multiple times, I received a new inspection date of December 7th. Housing was supposed to let my building know that I had passed, what my rent portion would be, and send over the HAP contract, but they hadn't heard anything by late January. Due to my lease expiring as it wasn't inspected by November 1st, 2022, the month-to-month rate started being charged, and versus a signed one-year lease rate. On Saturday, January 21st, my building posted a notice of past due rent on my door, saying I owe the month-to-month rate, even though I was told not to worry about it previously. When the leasing office opened on Monday, I talked to them and was informed that the ledger indicated that housing had not paid their portion for January and suggested calling my caseworker to see why. I called the call center to see if they would get in touch with her and to make an appointment, as housing's open by appointment only. But they just left a message with her and wouldn't make an appointment. I also left a voicemail with her, but neither my building or I heard back 4 business days later. Given these issues, I reached out to my council member's office. That finally got some progress, and housing informed my building that it passed, was not liable for the month-to-month rate, and would provide a ledger showing that they had paid their portion, but still haven't sent the HAP contract or what my portion is in order to put that on a lease. I was the head poll worker at an early voting site for the past 2 elections, and before that, a special ballot clerk. It's very important that I had done my paperwork accurately and always go over the special ballot paperwork at the start of other workers' first shift, so hopefully we don't cost a voter their vote. I'll say, treat each voter like it's your own vote. Elections are important to get right with no room for mistakes, and the same should be for those whose job it is to manage housing programs. You don't want to lose your vote or your housing due to others' bad paperwork. It was very embarrassing to get a notice when I always pay my bills on time. It's been nearly impossible to get even basic info without having to spend hours on the phone and usually calling my council member's office as well. If it's this difficult for someone whose first language is English with a computer and internet access, imagine how hard it is for those without. I worked hard to obtain a voucher, build up my credit history, and save enough money to move into my current building. That was everything I could dream of a decade ago. I say this not to gather sympathy, but to underscore that there are real people who are facing these kind of issues due to housing failing them. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm available for any follow-up questions.
Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Next witness is Daniel Del Pelago with Empower DC.
Good morning, Councilmember. All right. Trying to see if I see the clock. I'm sorry. Okay. Good morning, council members. My name is Daniel Del Pialago, and I work with Empower DC. We work with public housing residents around the city, around many issues. However, our main goal is to help organize and build power with public housing residents. Here we are again, another oversight budget season, and unfortunately, the problems that have been lifted up by residents for many years, and now most recently confirmed by the infamous HUD report, still persist. We also find ourselves in what is being touted as a reform period for this wayward agency. Per the mayor's influence, a new board of commissioners has been established to help improve the failing agency. We expect to have a new director as well soon, which will mark another restart of sorts for this agency and the people they are supposed to serve. In speaking with one of our public housing members, she made the very salient point that public housing residents do not have the privilege of starting over. They must endure the terrible living conditions many live in and the folly that seems to plague this agency in many aspects. I understand that change is hard and can take time, but when will we say enough is enough? Public housing residents deserve improvements to their living conditions now. Voucher holders need support now. People seeking reasonable accommodations need help now. I urge you, DC Council Housing Committee, to use all of your oversight powers to ensure that the locally invested dollars for repair are being used for just that, improving the living conditions and quality of life for public housing residents, to ensure that the voucher program is being run correctly and houses as many district residents as possible who need housing. We've heard from public housing residents for years now, and while listening sessions to better understand their issues are important, let's not get stuck in the cycle of listening and restart. Let's work to create an agency that can deliver on its core mission of providing safe, decent housing to the lowest income district residents, and to have a system that doesn't need a restart, but can continue serving its clients no matter what changes happen along the way. I'll close by sharing what I think is the central problem here. It is again something that has been lifted up by public housing residents and some former Board of Commissioners members. At last month's Board of Commissioners meeting, I asked, what does the board think about Councilmember White's proposal to fund public housing repairs at $500 million over 5 years? This question was prompted by Director Donald saying on many occasions now that DCHA does not need the money. They just need to be able to spend what they have. Jenny Reed, current DCHA commissioner and the mayor's director of the Office of Budget Performance and Management, said the following: this board needs to discuss with its director what is the long-term plan for the properties. You can go two ways: modernization or complete tear down and rebuild. And we don't yet know what that looks like. And that's an extremely important question this board has to discuss before we begin pumping money in, because if we do that without a plan, I don't think we are going to execute in the right way. The collective we has been asking this question for years. Bill Slover who was pushed out of the board, has repeatedly asked this question, but here we are once again in 2023 at the oversight and budget season with an agency that does not know what their long-term plans are, and by extension, failing to execute in the short term. Just ask the public housing residents who will testify at today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Janet Parker, good morning and welcome.
Hello, how are you? My name is Janet Parker. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. My name is Janet Parker. I am a DCHA public housing resident, and I am a wheelchair dependent senior. As a 71-year-old disabled woman who lives in Regency House Apartments, which is owned and operated by DC Housing Authority, I know firsthand the problems of living in a building which is undergoing constructive demolition. I was elected as DCHA Commissioner for Senior and Disabled Residents in March of 2022. And during my tenure as a DCHA elected resident commissioner, I went door to door to talk to residents in the senior and disabled buildings and tried very hard to get the browser administration and the DCHA executive director to listen to resident concerns and complaints. At present, I am no longer the resident commissioner for DCHA Board of Commissioners, as the mayor and the city council have legislated my elected position out of existence and thus removed me and 3 other independent and elected commissioners off the board without cause. The HUD audit done in 2021 and published in September 30, 2022 was a stated reason for the emergency legislation that reformed the DCHA Board of Commissioners and removed from the board every independent elected voice on the board. HUD investigated the 2021 investigation prior to my tenure as commissioner, and their report listed 82 violations which happened before I even became a commissioner. I, Kenneth Council, Commissioner Bill Slover, and Commissioner Ann Hoffman tried to bring an ethical perspective to the Board of Commissioners and ask the hard questions about the financial transactions and the policy actions and decisions. Kenneth Council was an elected resident commissioner at large for 13 and a half years, elected to that position. Commissioner Bill Slover was appointed by the Legal Consortium and was the longest serving DCHA commissioner for a period of 17 years. Commissioner Ann Hoffman is an attorney, and she is the labor representative on the board when I was on the board. We were all removed from the Board of Commissioners by legislative action by the DC City Council on 12/20/2023. After asking difficult questions about the HUD audit and other internal audits, discovered multiple problems of law. I continue to have concern over the proper oversight of DCHA's financial procurement process. As Commissioner for Seniors and Disabled, I proposed a draft to the DCHA Board of Commissioners to make procurement procedures consistent with HUD guidelines, DC law, and to put into a process for a hotline for whistleblowers. I sincerely believe that DCHA should initiate a third-party hotline for whistleblowers to report fraud and other concerns. Across the District of Columbia, there is a shortage of rental homes affordable and available to extremely low-income households, those whose incomes are below the poverty guideline or 30% of the area median income. Many of these households are severely cost burdened, spending more than half their income on housing. Severely cost burdened poor households are more likely than other renters to sacrifice other necessities like healthy food, healthcare, and other essentials to pay rent, and to experience unstable housing situations like evictions. In DC, 20% of the extremely low income households are disabled, and 30% of the extremely low households are seniors. So together, these two groups make up 50% of the extremely low income households. And that was the group I was elected to represent. In 2003, according to
Ms. Parker, I do not want to cut you off. You are about a minute and a half over time. Could I ask that you summarize the remainder of your testimony?
Okay. We have a tremendous number of disabled people waiting on the waiting list. In 2003, there were 2,988 disabled on the waiting list, an additional 5,546 on the wait list for housing choice vouchers. That has only increased. And so therefore, we have a situation where the disabled are unable to get housing in this city. We are not creating accessible apartments for the disabled, and the disabled are unable to move into apartments that are the new apartments that are going in because they are not made accessible to them. So a disabled person in this city is finding it extremely difficult to find housing, and especially if they're senior and low income. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is an issue I'm very concerned about, so I appreciate you raising it. Reginald Black, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Of course, Councilmember White, other members of the committee, District of Columbia residents. My name is Reginald Black. I'm a native Washingtonian, and I'm the Housing Advocacy Director for Serve Your City, Ward 6 Mutual Aid. I'm here today to testify to the performance of the DC District of Columbia Housing Authority, who is an integral partner in the fight to combat homelessness. We are generally concerned about the status and future of public housing residents. To date, through the New Communities Initiative and transformation plans, we have observed countless residents forced and displaced out of their neighborhoods, and they're not given a binding right to return, first right of refusal, fair and equitable development, even just basic information of how they could become stakeholders in a development, as well as opportunities for ownership. Initiatives led by the Park Morton Equity Plan should be supported by this committee and the Housing Authority per its own rules and regulations. We believe that co-operative ownership with public housing residents is the way to go in this regard. We believe that the Committee on Housing should support resident councils on each of the properties and make sure that they can form the legal entities needed to be able to establish cooperative ownership and development of their properties. We will be pleased to work with your office and others to help the Housing Authority bring equity and services to public housing residents, the unhoused, and everybody who is in need of housing through this crisis. And again, we're emphasizing that cooperative ownership of Section 9 public housing is the way to go. And we want to see significant support for resident councils and resident management corporations to do so. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Amanda Korber, welcome with Legal Aid of the District of Columbia.
Thank you, Councilmember White. My name is Amanda Korber. I'm a lawyer at the Legal Aid Society of DC. A lot of what I will address today will sound familiar, and it's because we have been concerned for years about the mismanagement, high turnover, and scandal that has plagued an agency that cannot have a more important mission to safely and stably house DC's lowest income residents. In short, DCHA has strayed from its central mission to provide safe, stable housing. The task before this committee is monumental, and the council needs to take an active and heavy-handed role in refocusing and redirecting this failed agency. My written testimony focuses on 3 areas, but Daniel before me covered 2 of those better than I ever could. And so I'm going to spend my time today talking about something that hasn't been talked about yet. When the HUD report was released, legal aid and other tenant advocacy groups warned that it should not lead to changes that hurt DCHA's program participants. Unfortunately, it appears that DCHA did not heed this warning. Instead, last month, it released over 1,000 pages of rules and regulations for the public housing and voucher program combined. It then gave stakeholders 45 days to respond. That is not nearly enough time to read through these documents and provide meaningful feedback, especially when a cursory review indicates that there are big changes being proposed. I'm going to address a few of these changes, but there simply has not been enough time for anyone to do a thorough review of all of them. The first thing I'm going to talk about is the waitlist. DCHA's public housing waitlist in particular has been getting a lot of attention lately. There has even been talk that it may open again sometime this year for the first time since 2013. While that sounds exciting on its face, it warrants taking a beat and asking some questions. According to DCHA's Oversight responses, in February 2022, there were 22,000 people on the waitlist. That number dropped to a miraculous 12,921 by February 1st, 2023. Yet only 58 families were leased up in public housing units in FY22 and 27 in FY23. So what happened to those other 8,994 families that were on the waitlist as of February 2022, but aren't on it today? All of this is to say what we all know. Simply getting through the waitlist is not a success. It is an example of DCHA's incredible failure over the years. It means that people on the waitlist have died, been displaced, or are not responding to DCH letters for other unknown reasons. In the face of this depressing reality, DCHA is proposing to make it easier to remove families from its waitlist. This is unconscionable. Currently, if a family does not respond to a letter from DCHA, they are placed on inactive status. If they contact DCHA later, they're restored to their place on the list. Now, DCHA is proposing that anyone who doesn't respond within 15 days will be removed from the waitlist. DCHA is giving district residents 15 days when it has taken, on average, 16.2 years to move people off the waitlist and into public housing. DCHA explains that it is incumbent on people on the waitlist to update the agency about how best to contact them. What they don't acknowledge is how impossible it is to get in touch with anyone at DCHA. DCHA's offices were closed to the public during the pandemic, and it was impossible and continues to be impossible to reach helpful staff by phone. Residents still can't walk into DCHA, but must make appointments to meet with anyone in person. How then can anyone be expected to reliably update their information with DCHA? The simple answer is they can. DCHA's proposed new policy will harm district residents who have been waiting for decades while doing nothing to address the agency's own failures. I'm now going to talk about rent reasonableness. And I see I'm short on time, so I'll try to be quick and just say that while we're happy the agency is proposing to finally do rent reasonableness, something that people have been asking for a long time, and which I personally in my old neighborhood and professionally have seen landlords being overpaid, is wildly overdue. The guidelines that they proposed in their regulations simply aren't enough. There's more detail in my testimony about what those regulations should and need to entail. I see I'm out of time, but there is more detail about all this in my testimony, and I urge the council to urge DCHA to give tenants and advocates more time to pour through over 1,000 pages of proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, for this panel, Eleanor Hart, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White and other members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC for Democracy's Affordable Housing Group. DC for Democracy is an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 700 members. Thanks to the committee for the DCHA pre-hearing questions and answers. This document clearly reveals the desperate state of our public housing. For example, it reports that more than 1/4 of our public housing units are vacant. It also reveals that DCHA is very busy with new dashboards, implementing something called the Yardy-Voyager system, and updating administrative procedures. But it is not yet clear how public housing residents will benefit from these new developments. Will the new admissions and occupancy plan and moving to work approaches strengthen tenant rights? Or could they have the unintended consequences of leading to displacement? We commend the committee's determination to address the crisis in public housing, and we urge you to focus on what will improve the lives of public housing residents. The money that you, Chairman White, have requested for public housing in the FY24 budget will make a difference if it is spent wisely. Spending it wisely will require vigorous and frequent oversight. Under the previous chair of this housing committee, there was one oversight hearing each year, which was far from enough. We think the Housing Authority needs to be reformed and have been eager to support the legislation that Council members Silverman and Pinto introduced last December. We expected it to be introduced early in this council period. It is our hope that reform legislation will be introduced and implemented soon. We continue to be concerned about preserving the rights of public housing residents whose buildings are being renovated or redeveloped. According to the pre-hearing questions and answers, DCHA is planning to submit demolition or disposition permits for 6 properties. This document also indicates that renovation in each of these properties will require relocation of the residents. Before the residents are relocated, their right to live in public housing should be guaranteed. Attached to my testimony is legislation which was referred to this committee in 2020 and co-sponsored by you, Chairman White. It would protect the rights of public housing residents. Also attached is a resolution on protecting the rights of public housing tenants that was submitted to the Board of Commissioners in 2021 by Empower DC and 6 legal service providers. We want to raise the issue of DCHA's executive director. The contract for Brenda Donald, the current executive director, expires in September, and she has made it known that she is ready to move on. While it is the responsibility of the Stabilization and Reform Board, created in December, to select the new executive director, the success of the agency going forward will to a large extent depend on his or her effectiveness. It is therefore important for the search to be underway as soon as possible, and for this committee to be informed about the progress of the search. At the beginning of February, I attended a meeting of public housing tenants. For over an hour, I heard about dreadful living conditions and frustrating interactions with DCHA. But when it came time to end the meeting, residents who were putting up with terrible situations insisted that public housing can work. And they made it clear that they expect it to be fixed. So I will conclude my testimony by thanking you for taking on this daunting but essential task of turning public housing around.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do, I'm going to ask some brief questions. I'm going to ask that witnesses keep responses deliberately brief as well, because we have many hours of people who want to testify, and I want to make sure we don't lose many of those folks. So a few questions. Dean Hunter, you were testifying about increasing the housing choice voucher rates, and noted that you don't believe that housing choice voucher providers or landlords are overpaid. When you're talking about housing choice voucher rates, is it fair to say we're talking about rent?
Yes.
Okay. And what's clear is that many landlords who have tenants who are housing choice voucher holders receive rents that are substantially higher than the market value. Why do you believe that this does not impact submarket rental rates?
I totally adamantly disagree that it's clear. The reality of the matter is those individuals who are asserting that the housing choice voucher rents are higher than market rents are using rent controlled units in their data. So if you have a building that's subject to rent control, then that rent is below market. It's not market. It's been artificially depressed. That's why it's called rent control. So that's absolutely incorrect. Yeah.
All right. So landlords do or do not receive rent for market rate units that's higher than other market rate units in the same building?
I don't understand the question.
So if I own a building that has 4 units, all of them the same, one of them has a housing choice voucher tenant, are they all 4 paying the same rent?
No, and that's often not the case even under market rents, right? Because you're going to advertise that apartment and you're going to fill it with the rent that you get. it's a misconception that landlords negotiate their rent. Okay, even people that rent out their rooms don't negotiate a rent. Well, when you go and apply for an apartment, the rent is listed on the apartment. If you don't pay it, you don't get it. So there's a misconception as if a housing voucher tenant is going to go, hey, my voucher is for $2,500, but will you take $2,000? No one's going to do that, and that's not how it's done in other jurisdictions either. Landlords are not being overpaid.
Right, that's what I'm suggesting, that landlords are not negotiating the rent, but that they are receiving rent higher for housing choice voucher residents than for other residents in the same building.
I'd love to meet with you to see evidence of that, because I'm a real estate broker too, and I manage for properties. If we list one building, one unit for rent at $1,500, it rents in October. When I rent another unit in December, that unit is going to be $1,600. And
if that $1,600 unit that you advertise, if you end up with a housing choice voucher tenant, they're going to pay $1,600.
No, because that $1,600 is going to be based on what the market rent is at the time. And the housing choice voucher rents are below market. They haven't been increased since 2019. So if I'm charging $1,600, I'm telling you that's the market rate, and that's probably what the voucher is going to be, unless the building's subject to rent control. If it's subject to rent control, I have units that could be $1,000, and I can't raise it because the law prohibits me. But that's not the market rent.
And on inspections, you said there's a major problem in the inspection division. What is the problem?
It's totally and completely dysfunctional. It is. I think it's totally beyond repair. I understand, Brenda Donald and the leadership have had a number of problems to look at. We've met with her, and she's indicated that this is an area that she will now focus her attention on. But I'm going to say it requires the council's immediate attention. Those services need to be out. It's just a lack of professionalism. They're doing virtual inspections. They don't notify landlords when the inspections are to be done. It's a terrible situation for landlords and tenants. It needs to be blown up and taken over immediately.
Christy Respris, just one thing I wanted to clarify. Did I understand your testimony correctly that you have a draft contract with DCHA that includes nonprofit fair compensation? Oh, she had to drop off. I'll find that out from her later. Will Doyle, you and Adam Mayer testified about the social work board exam. I do plan to introduce legislation to get rid of that requirement. I don't think it will be an emergency bill because I think that will raise too many issues with people feeling like they don't understand what we're doing. But it is something that I think needs to happen quickly. Will Doyle, if you could just help me, one issue, completely agree that the time it takes to get people into housing absolutely affects trust. The range for voucher applicants to get into housing is too large. Can you say a little more about what you think the solutions are based on your experience for reducing that wait time permanently?
Yeah, thank you. It's hard to say for sure because this is internal operations. I will say, this is over time. We've seen a lot of improvements in the collaboration between DHS and DCHA and increase in just transparency. We have a shared system where the voucher processing is done, so I can see that directly when it's done. So this eliminates that time. Again, we've seen where it can be done very quickly. So I don't know if it's just staffing and just investing in staffing to do it, and then whatever has been working to do 3 days, how do you duplicate that across 2,000 vouchers? Because I have seen where it can be effective, and then for some reason, there's definitely seasonal things in every year, but then where a huge period where it was going predictably well, and we could work very effectively with new clients, and then when it doesn't, it's very difficult to do anything.
Okay. James Howlett, I want to make sure I understand the initial part of your testimony. what you needed was an inspection because you were moving to a different unit. Is that right?
I moved in November 2021, and my it's a year-long lease, and you have to get a yearly inspection. And so yeah, I needed the inspection to happen before my lease was up in 2022, on November 1st of 2022, and they didn't notify me of it, and then they called me the day of the inspection in September. But and they said they would reschedule. But I had to call multiple times over about 2 months. And by that time, my lease expired. And the inspection happened on December 7th. And my housing building, my apartment building didn't hear anything from housing saying I passed or anything about the HAP contracts. And then I woke up on January 21st of this year to see a notice of past due rent on my door, and saying that I owed them it was like $3,300 if it's the month to month, but it's only like $2,200 if you sign a yearly lease. So they were saying I needed to pay them the amount of that difference for each month.
The inspection is required by DCHA.
Yes, it's required by DCHA every year, and because it didn't happen before my lease expired, I got the month fee, and then they were saying I owe that difference between.
And you said that you called the inspection division and did not hear back.
Yeah. So they said they would call me back and to reschedule, but they didn't. And it took me 2 months and like numerous phone calls to actually get an inspection. And then after it happened, my building heard nothing. They just had my word that I passed. And they were supposed to send a HAP contract over, as well as telling them that I passed and what my housing portion would be. And they didn't. And so eventually, after getting that notice of past due rent on my door, I'm like, okay, this is really getting really bad. And so I'm like, eventually I just said, I'm going to call my council member, Charles Allen, at office. And eventually that got them to tell my building. Sorry.
Yeah, it shouldn't require that. For the back due amount, have you been able to work that out with the agency and your landlord? Or is that
yes. They housing informed my building that I do not owe that month rent. And that they told my building that I had passed, but they still haven't sent over the HAP contract.
To this day, they still haven't done it.
Yeah, still haven't sent over the HAP contract, even though my lease expired 5 months ago.
Okay, and you got a call from the agency yesterday?
Yeah, they called me yesterday at 4:43 p.m. saying, and
are they returning a call, or do you think they saw you on the witness list for today?
I think honestly, I haven't heard anything from them since January 20, end of January. I think they saw my name on the list and put 2 and 2 together, honestly. And so, and they called it 4:43. Person did not know. I had what my issue was, had to ask my name again multiple times, and said she was not at the computer. And my head leasing person was not in the office anyway. Said they were calling back today. And when the head leasing person would be in the office and when she was at a computer, it honestly sounded like she was putting stuff in her car. As she was heading out to go to home.
So here's what I'll ask. If you don't hear back from DCHA this week, give my office a call and we'll help get through the rest of this. All right. And thank you for being here. It's helpful for us to understand what people are experiencing. Janet Parker, quick question. You noted some concerns. You said you have concerns with DCHA's procurement process. You made some recommendations. I'm thinking the same thing in terms of the recommendations, what the guidelines need to look like. you needing a whistleblower hotline. What I don't understand is what concerns you have with DCHA's procurement process, and I'm going to ask some questions about that. So, would love your insights. May have had to leave. All right. Amanda Korber, over 1,000 pages of proposed DCHA regulation changes. What would you see as a reasonable amount of time to review and make recommendations?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, I think, I'm off the top of my head, maybe like 90 days at least, so people can really dive in. DCHA provided a summary document where they identify like a handful of what they call substantial changes, but I've kind of like flipped just to random pages to see if there's other changes in there that I would consider substantial that aren't on the summary document, and there most definitely are. So we can't really go based on that summary document. Somebody's going to need to really deep dive, and I hope the council will deep dive into all, I think it's either 1,200 or 1,400 pages, because I think, it's incredibly important that DCHA get this right and don't use this HUD report as a way to change rules in a way that are going to harm residents.
Yeah. And you second part of your testimony, final part of your testimony, you were mentioning the issue of rent reasonableness, and that some landlords are overpaid. We heard a perspective earlier from Dean Hunter, who doesn't believe this is happening. Do you think that the issue of higher payments is tied to rent control units, or that it's broader than that?
I don't. So I have, like I was mentioning, in the neighborhood that I used to live and rent in, I knew of examples of, tenants who paid market, like myself, paying less than the government was paying on behalf of voucher holders. And those were not rent controlled properties. I think that it is a widespread problem. I think it's a problem that, the Washington Post article goes through quite well. It was a problem that was raised, recognized, and anytime somebody tried to address it, it seems like they were kind of hushed. And I think that's because landlords have a lot of power in the city. And I think that, the fact that it's something that we see every day, and there are 37,000 people on the DCHA voucher waitlist waiting for vouchers while we've been overpaying millions of dollars every month, is just something that's disgraceful. And I think it's a really good example of why this committee and the council needs to make sure that it's getting accurate and transparent and regular data from DCHA, because, frankly, the Washington Post article makes it clear that it was kind of a cover-up.
Do you believe it's appropriate to pay landlords additional money for housing choice vouchers? Yeah.
I don't. I think that, the reason why DC has source of income discrimination is because it's a recognition that landlords need to treat tenants with vouchers the same way they need to treat tenants who pay market. And by trying to pay landlords more for voucher holders, it kind of seems like the district is saying it needs to bribe landlords to rent to voucher holders, when renting to voucher holders is the law and something that we don't have to pay for. It's just voucher holders' rights. And so absolutely, it is inappropriate, it is unlawful, it is illegal.
If there is, you are right, it is unlawful. If there is a notion, accurate or not, that that there's property destruction or other issues that may cost the landlords beyond the rental period, do you worry that this would have an impact on people trying to find ways around the law and would result in fewer people with vouchers finding housing?
Yeah, I do think that right now, we see examples pretty much every week of landlords literally seeking out voucher holders to rent to because they want to charge more than they know they can otherwise charge on the market. And that incentive will obviously be gone because they won't be able to overcharge the government. So I think it will require more enforcement of source of income discrimination law. I think it will require DCHA to ensure that landlords aren't violating the law. And so I think it will be more work in that sense, but I think it's worth it because the voucher wait list is too long. We can't be wasting money to line landlord pockets.
Okay. Well, let me thank everyone on this panel. We have a lot more witnesses we're going to be hearing from today, so this won't be the last we hear of any of these issues likely, but I appreciate you all being with us.
Councilmember White, I would like to thank you for offering to introduce the legislation, because the conversation has to start, and that will be the starting place. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses, starting with Angel Moore, who's a public witness, AK, who's a public witness, Linda Brown from Greenleaf resident, Sean High, president of Resident Council at Park Morton, Abina Desro, president of the Resident Council at Ontario Road Apartments, Paulette Matthews, vice president of Berry Farm Tenant Association, Tenants and Allies Association, Dietrich Belt, president of Berry Farm Tenant and Allies Association, Corliss Lowry, with Ontario Road, who's an Ontario Road Apartments resident, Heather Day, James Creek resident, Keisha McDouglas, voucher holder, Hazel Hawkins, voucher holder, Tavon Tate with the Clay Terrace resident, Heman Cole is a public witness, Robert Warren, director of PFFC, and Rachel Ellison, who's a senior mentor advisor fellow with Miriam's Kitchen. And give us a moment to get everyone up. Oh, I'm sorry, that's supposed to be Shanta High is the witness, not Sean High. I mean, there's a typo, I apologize. All right, we are going to start with AK, our first public witness for this panel.
Can I start?
You can, welcome.
Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am a domestic violence survivor, and I am a member of DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence Survivor Advisory Board. I want equal support for an emotionally abused survivor to a physically abused survivor. When I was first kicked, hit, and punched decades ago, I knew it was wrong. However, I soon learned that talking about abuse to anyone put me in danger. I started to battle his abuse by myself. I tried to leave him multiple times, all ended up severe abuse. At some point, I gave up leaving him. All I could do was appeasing and pleasing him. He always corrected how I feel, think, and behave. I responded as if I did so. Over time, I lost touch with my feelings and opinions. I became numb to my wants and needs. His wants and needs overrode mine and eventually became my wants and needs. This way of living is not sustainable, but leaving him is the worst thing in his world. After the marriage, it took me 9 years to leave him for the first time and another 5 years to leave him this time. Each time, it became harder and harder. Each time, more and more courage needed. Each time, stronger and stronger guilt I suffered. The guilt that he imposed on me for choosing safety and freedom. Leaving him did not end the struggles. Immediately, I needed a place to stay, but I had no income. As soon as a local DV advocate found that I had not had direct physical violence in the previous few years, my opinions shrunk. There was no shelter for me, nor long-term housing support. My caseworker told me I was considered homeless on paper. I burst into tears. It was excruciating. It was humiliating. I recently came to realize that I was severely traumatized for my previous occupation by his continuous emotional abuse. I need to rebuild my life completely differently. My physical wound had healed a long, long time ago, while scars remain deeply in my heart. I believe an emotionally abused survivor needs equal support to a physically abused survivor, especially immediate and long-term housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Linda Brown, are you with us today? All right, Shanta, hi, welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I always start my testimonies with quick little scripture, Proverbs 13:22. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, but the sinner's wealth is laid up for the righteous. Good morning again to you, Councilmember, panelists, and other guests. I am Ms. Shante Hyde, the president of the council at Park Morton. I'm here to testify today and ask the DC City Council to assist both public housing residents and housing choice voucher recipients with putting together the building blocks for our lives. Since the inception of the Park Morton Equity Plan, there have been residents both on site at Park Morton and as well as off-site that have founded businesses that are HUD Section 3 registered entities, willing, able, and eager to serve the general public. I have brought to light many times since the establishment of my business, High Alert Emergency Preparedness, or HAER PREP in 2019, that DCHA has not been compliant with HUD Section 3 regulations. Many of the residents who are now presently voucher recipients that own businesses have not received any contracts through DCHA. DCHA has a self-sufficiency program implemented for voucher holders, and thanks to my advocacy and meetings with the former executive director, Tyrone Garrett, there is now a self-sufficiency program for public housing residents. And defining self-sufficiency, it means the ability to maintain oneself or itself without outside aid, capable of providing for one's own needs, having extreme confidence in one's own ability or worth. How are we able to become self-sufficient if we cannot procure contracts or even obtain a CBE due to being a new or still fairly new business that has been affected by the pandemic? DCHA has millions of dollars worth of capital flowing through its agency at any given time, with none of it, to my knowledge, being directed towards small, Black-owned, resident-owned, women-owned, disabled-owned, veteran-owned, and or LGBTQIA-owned businesses that belong to public housing and HCVP voucher recipients. And as I close, voucher recipients have the opportunity to purchase a home with the voucher. However, this cannot happen for many because of the lack of income it will take to save for, purchase, and maintain a home. Also, voucher recipients often pay their own utilities, which puts more of a financial strain on their income, especially if they are disabled, a veteran, a senior, or even temporarily unemployed and are currently living on a very fixed income. I ask you, Councilmember White, to make something happen for us because housing security begins with home ownership. I'm Ms. High. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Linda Brown, welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Good morning, Councilman White and other council members. My name is Linda Brown. I lived in Greenleaf Senior. I lived there with my adult daughter who has disabilities. I lived in public housing because I needed the help. When I did a tour of my apartment, the makeover was beautiful because you couldn't see what lied underneath. What lied underneath the painting was mold. The pipes were not filled in where the stove and the sink was so that rodents could come through. That there were other problems such as roaches that could be controlled. Landlords in DC where residents live eventually think of it as a profit, but residents are not profits, they're people. The tickets that we make for repairs, send in for repairs, some of that should be routinely done, that we don't have to call in for them. It should be done on a routine basis. That also, I want to say that in closing, because I'm nervous, so in closing, I just want to say that we are in the same place we're in. Now where directors, a new director is about to come on board maybe. But what I would like to know is what have we done with the reports that have been compiled by other directors that had come in? Have we thrown those reports that have come from residents and what their needs are? What are you doing with are you reading those reports and expanding and moving forward? Or are we throwing them out and having to start over again? Because residents do not have that luxury of starting over again. This is our lived experiences where we live every day. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. I didn't know you were nervous until you said it. So wonderful testimony. I appreciate you. And I have a couple questions for you, so I hope you can hang on through this panel. Next public witness is Dietrich Belt with Berry Farm Tenants and Allies Association. And you may have to unmute Ms. Belt.
Yes. Hi. Okay, give me 1 second.
Sure.
Now, what called me next? I was thinking Paulette was before me. Okay. Okay, I'm ready.
Excellent.
What it was. All right. Okay. Hi, everybody. Hello, council members. My name is Dietrich Belt. I lived in Berry Farms with my daughter, my mother, and sister and brother also lived on the property. We were all displaced from our neighborhood because of the redevelopment taking place there. I've been away from the property for nearly 4 years now and still do not know when my daughter and I will return. This has been a tough experience for me, moving away from my neighborhood and my community. I am now living in Northeast DC in a building where I feel management discriminates against me since I'm a relocated public housing resident. For years, we've been promised a newly developed berry farm to date, this has not been delivered. I'm asking that this housing committee of this DC Council get answers to the following questions regarding the redevelopment of Berry Farm. How will the first phase of return work? How and who will be notified about returning to the Ashbury? Other than being a former Berry Farm resident, what will folks need to qualify for return under this phase? Is there any updates on the next phases? How will they be delivered? How many public housing replacement units will there be under each phase? What are the qualifications of return for these phases? How is NCI communicating with Berry Farm residents about the redevelopment? When was the last time communication went out to all the displaced Berry Farm residents? What type of communications can displaced residents expect to receive about the return process? It is our understanding that there will be home ownership opportunities at the redeveloped Berry Farm. Is there anything that explains how Berry Farm residents can avail themselves of this opportunity? And these are the same questions I have for small business opportunities as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Corliss Lowry.
A pleasant good day to you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you? I'm just getting on your name again.
Councilmember Robert White.
Hi, Councilmember Robert White. So I hear, I have some of the same complaints, but what I really want to talk about is that I live at 2422 Ontario Road, apartment 103 in the basement. I have been dealing with, my apartment has been deemed unlivable through all the testing from the moisture in the air. Yet I'm still here after 2 years of having that finding. I'm still in here. I've asked to be put in a hotel, my family be put in a hotel. They said they couldn't afford it. So I went through the channels and they finally gave me a voucher. So I got a voucher last year. That's what I want to talk about. I now had to go into my extension of my voucher last month. I'm dealing with a funeral this month. So I have up until April the 19th to find a house. I have a 4-bedroom, $5,000 voucher. However, everywhere I go to look, when I go, I want to stay in the area where I am, which is Adams Morgan, or I'm in 2009, I want to be in 2010 or 2011. Every time I go look for a house there, it is, it's either, my voucher is 5,000 and either they'll say, the vouchers go by neighborhood. So Brightwood will price out at 41. Other neighborhoods price out at a difference. So how are we able to use our voucher? Those are my birds, sorry. How are we able to use the vouchers if everywhere we go, we're being priced, the price isn't matching the voucher. If I have a $5,000 voucher, why can't I go in Brightwood and use that voucher? And housing cuts it off at 36 or 41, but I have a $5,000 voucher. I don't understand that part. I cannot get what I want. So I'm still very limited. I would like for y'all to address that part of the situation as I'm still looking. And I've looked on the list that housing has. Everything is 1,000 feet or 1,000 feet. A 4-bedroom for 1,000 feet. That's kind of small, don't you think? Right. So that's what I'm saying. Those are the issues that I'm running into with the houses that I'm finding online. Not that I'm against that. I'll still go look at them, but I'm now in a time frame that I only have till April to find me a house, and my extension runs out. How is that helping us? I need to know. Maybe I can get an advocate to work a little more closely with me to see what's happening. And they need to update the housing listing, because since I've been on it, they haven't updated the houses that I've called about. The man said, "Why is it still on there?" Because I rented the house. There are 3 houses that I like. and all of them have been rented out. But they're still on the page, so it's not being updated regularly, monthly, or weekly, or whatever. Let's take a look into that, and let's find some people that can help people, work around this housing issue with these vouchers, please. I'd like to get out this department. It's affecting my health. They know that I have the paperwork that deems the apartment unlivable. It says it deems it unlivable. And I just like to really get out of here. But I'm glad we got some new members on board. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Wanting to really work forward, looking forward, and wanting to work closely with councilmen and the panels. The residents really do want to help. Everybody's not just sitting around waiting for housing to pay bills. We want to go to school. I like to go to school. I like to get in classes. I like to take advantage of some of the things that you're offering, but I can't do that because I don't have anywhere to live. So I got to make that my first priority, if that makes sense.
It makes perfect sense. Are you going to be able to stick around for a few minutes for questions?
I am.
Excellent. You and the birds. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Keisha Douglas, I think you have to accept promotion. All right, Keisha Douglas, I need you to accept promotion. What I'm gonna do is while we wait for you to do that, we'll move to Hazel Hawkins. Are you with us? About wait.
Good morning, Councilman Mr. White and everyone else on this Zoom. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Thank you so kindly. I'm going to try to make this within the 3-minute allotment or what have you. It is kind of long-winded, but I'm going to try my best. So I have been a resident of DC since 79. I put myself and my child on the waiting list at the housing 1133 back in 1992. Although I was working, and when it was time to do the certification, I would go back to 1133 and do just that. Just so happened during the recertification of year 2003, mind you, I was on in 92, come 2003, some odd reason I was told that DC Housing updated their computer system and a lot of the applications were lost. Interesting enough, my application fell in that category. So the gentleman that I spoke to there asked me, well, what do you want to do? Are you going to sign back up or not? I said, well, I guess I have no choice. So a whole decade of waiting just vanished, just vanished. So I went and signed back up and did these recertification as indicated. Year 2008, I asked, what position am I on the waiting list? So this gentleman told me, well, you work. I said, I work part-time. He said, well, just think of all the women that have all these kids and that's in shelters. You're not going to be called, you're going to be forever on the list. I said, so you're telling me what to do with my body just because I have one child? He said, well, it is what it is. So as time went on, it got something about, it had to be a freeze on it. They weren't placing anybody and all this kind of situation. So again, to make a long story short, I had to leave DC with pretty much the shirt on my back, the blouse on my back, and I had to leave right then and there. I had a home that I lost, and I ended up in Maryland. So in 3 years of being in Maryland through the shelter program, I got a Maryland disabled voucher. So I asked DC of that waiting list of way back when that my child is attached to, can his name, whenever they call it up, be pulled and just remove my name? They're not acknowledging that waiting list that I have a receipt for with his name attached. And interesting enough, like Mr. James was on the call earlier, said that he got a call from housing. I did too, around about the same time yesterday. I don't know if that is stemming from a meeting that the mayor had at Eastern or the latter part of February, but I spoke to her about the situation, and there was a representative, John Wilson building, Lawrence something, his last name escapes me right now. But he was supposed to reach out to housing, never did hear anything about that conversation I had with the mayor. But the housing lady called me yesterday and was trying to find out what was going on. So all I'm trying to do, because they think I'm trying to have 2 vouchers, and I'm not, I'm asking them to remove my name. So whenever, since the original 1990 waiting list comes up, my child, if he will be able to get that voucher whenever it comes about. And I even asked about if my voucher that I have, can I utilize it for home ownership? They've even denied me that. So I'm having an issue with being on an initial waiting list of 92, never getting a call back. And I heard the lady say earlier they had 20,000 or something, or 30,000 people on the waiting list. But all I'm asking for is, since I have a disabled voucher, because I am disabled, for them to acknowledge the waiting list that my child is now an adult now has been attached to for 3 decades. That's an issue that I'm having. And I think that home ownership, to be able to utilize a voucher, is a thing that I would like to do. And that's what the issue that I'm having with housing.
All right, I appreciate it. I have a couple follow-up questions for you. Next on the witness list, Keisha McDougald. Welcome. You'll have to unmute.
Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay. I'd like to start off by saying that I am highly frustrated and disappointed with the lack of concerned care and oversight from DC Council to the housing, DCHA. I might be familiar with you guys. Last year, I lost my home and everything in it due to a flood, a slumlord, and negligent contractor. This was a place that I have been trying to get out of for over 2 years. Okay, I too am disabled and have major health issues. I am a single parent, still trying to raise my kids in that chaos. The apartment was filled with mold that we didn't discover until that flood. You guys, DCHA vets the landlord. They do not vet the landlord. They do not screen them, or at least they don't let us know about it. And it seems to be an overabundance of negligent slumlords that are not being called to task or not being held accountable for the damage and harm they do to families. Okay. I was in a hotel that was provided to me through different nonprofit agencies that I have done work for in the past, not the landlord, not housing, and not my housing voucher provider. And we suffered through that. Like again, I said, we lost everything. I moved into a new place October the 28th of 22. This landlord here is a bit negligent in repairs and upkeep of the property. I've had to report her. So I just moved from one place to another. I have reported both landlords, and little work is done. I was informed yesterday by someone, Ms. Dorsey from housing, that they paid a balance that I owed to my former landlord. And in all of this, I'm trying to understand where's the care and concern and reimbursement to me and my family for the things we lost, for the trouble that we went through, the chaos and the trauma that we experienced. It affected my children mentally. It had a very negative impact on me physically and mentally. I'm still trying to piece together the remnants of what happened to me and my family for over 4 years under DC Housing, DCHA's watch. Okay. I had very little furniture, clothes, everything that we have now was donated to us. I had a house full of furniture and things. Again, I am disabled. I can't sit on my furniture because it is not comfortable to me. I can't lay in the bed all day because who wants to do that? My landlord refused to put a bar in the shower so that I can hold on so I won't fall and further injure myself. All day long, I'm on the phone with one agency or another trying to move forward and move past this. And constantly, I am re-traumatized and re-triggered by the lack of care, empathy, and just consciousness of DCHA, DHS, and the council. Because I've not been quiet about this. I did not go quiet. Okay? There's no reimbursement or anything for people that lost stuff due to slumlords in DCHA. Okay? Maybe we can connect you to this agency. Maybe we can connect you to that agency. And everybody pushes the buck, passes the buck, shuffles you around. My voucher providers, my voucher contractors, Metropolitan Educational Solutions, have been grossly negligent and the care and resources that they don't provide for me and my family. Been with them since 2018. I told them this last year that I wanted to switch providers. They keep asking me why. People have had to do a deep dive search to find out who works there, what are their purposes, and what they offer. My caseworker can't even tell me that. I constantly have to remind her of what needs to be done, what I need, all this, that, and the third, every day with these people. And it trickles down and ripples out to these agencies that could give less than a damn. And you wonder, excuse me, excuse me, you wonder why a lot of people, a lot of these families in the District of Columbia are dysfunctional, troubled, why the kids aren't performing well in school. How are you supposed to go to work when your home life is just
It's
so
a point
mangled?
well taken, Ms. Duggal. You're quite a bit over time, but I'm going to circle back to you with questions.
Okay.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
I jumped in between doctor's appointments.
Okay, well, hopefully I'll catch you. I'll try to start with you with questions. Tavon Tate, are you with us?
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let me mute myself.
Tavon Tate. Robert Warren, welcome. I think you'll be the last one on this panel.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember White, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren, native DC resident. I'd just like to really start off by thanking you, Councilman White, for just your leadership and the work you've been doing on just bringing about some serious justice when it comes to housing in District of Columbia. I've testified before a number of council members over the last 15 years serving the Housing Authority and the work they've done. Being a native Washingtonian, I've lived in public housing. I moved in public housing when I was 8 years old on Montana Terrace. And I remember being there and moving in that housing and leaving from Northwest Washington and, thinking I was in heaven, but then as years went on and I watched public housing, I watched the public housing properties, their decay and, the residents of those houses have to go through, the chemical warfare of the 70s, the crack epidemic of the 80s, the becoming the murder capital of the United States in the 90s, and then just, the decay in 2000s and the neglect and, and coming into 2019 and 2020 and, just losing my mom's to COVID early on in 2020, and and her being, really a housing justice warrior for women in this city, and just really just acknowledging, what I'm saying, the mayor and Ms. Donaldson, what I'm saying, this is the great work that they've been able to do. And, but it's also, there's a level of accountability because, losing my mom's to COVID, I've always thought about accountability, and President Trump, I thought he was accountable, and his neglect of not putting the services in for those seniors in those nursing homes. But with that said, my whole piece is that I've testified for Benita Barnes, and I've watched Mr. Garrett, the former housing director, say to Ms. Benita Barnes that public housing was $2.2 billion in disrepair. I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine that an agency can be $2.2 billion in disrepair and somebody not be held responsible, because I see that as a level of neglect. As a member of People Fairness Coalition, we've joined with Berry Farm Tenant Ally Associations, with Park Morton residents, we advocate beside them, just for them to be able to have housing justice. I believe the public housing in the District of Columbia, it's a social housing infrastructure that needs to be rebuilt. There needs to be a plan put in place. Hopefully the mayor's poverty commission, whenever it gets stand up, will be able to look at that. I've testified to you before about Homework DC 2.0 and Goal 12 and some of the amazing work that folks have done, putting that document together. And hopefully we can, form that commission to look at housing in the District of Columbia as human rights, because like I've testified in front of Nita Barnes many times, I find that the new community initiative to be racist and discriminatory. If you're going to take public housing properties and use them and making them into three-tier housing with for low income, middle income, and high income residents, you need to have that public policy throughout the city. And I'll end with this. I know the OP, as far as the comprehensive plan goes, there was one provision in that comprehensive plan that we as advocates, me personally, that I looked at, which called for making 1/3 of all housing, rental housing in the District of Columbia, affordable. And when you say 1/3 of all housing in the District of Columbia affordable, I think there needs to be a public policy around rental housing in all 8 wards. All 8 wards need to provide 1/3 of their rental housing, as affordable to people in that 0 to 30 bracket. And I'm just glad, Mr. White, that you're beginning to connect those dots, because my daughter, when she was 4 years old, her and her 3 little brothers was evicted from public housing. She actually was in DC General Hospital when Felicia Rudd was taken. And she was evicted from public housing during hypothermia season. And I don't know how that can be. I really don't. And the burden that put on the taxpayers of District of Columbia for, that to occur is, so I think, I'm just so glad, Mr. White, that you're here, and hopefully you can connect some of these dots with these agencies, and we can have, universal housing rights for district residents and public housing residents. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Excellent. Thank you very much for being with us. And I made a mistake before. Rachel Ellison is on this panel as well. Rachel will be the final person on this panel. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee. My name is Rachel, and I'll be testifying before you a lot. This may sound a little bit familiar to you because this was meant more for housing authorities and DHS. However, it's some of the same testimony. Today, I am the fellow at Miriam's Kitchen, and I'm the senior mentor advisor and co-leader of the Rhonda Whitaker Streets to Life BC Women's Initiative with PFFC. But that hasn't always been so. I was homeless for 17 consecutive years with co-occurring disorders in the streets of the nation's capital. In 2009, Pathways to Housing, I'm not even going to go off my testimony, Pathways to Housing came and they sent their outreach team to come and get me off of the street. I went into a mental health crisis house, and 9 days later, I was housed. And I wish it was that easy. That's why I'm an advocate today. And I advocate so fiercely at any stage that I'm given or any platform I'm given for the housing insecure to have their own housing. Housing is a universal right. Housing is a human right. My problem is that I've been able to elevate using the resources from the DC government, from the collaborative Pathways to Housing, and I've been there 14 years and still do not have my own housing voucher. I have an in-house LRSP voucher. Here I am with all these credentials. I'm a DBA certified peer specialist. I'm a certified recovery coach. I have wrote policy for HUD on ESG grants and ESG sub-recipients and home monitors. I've wrote curriculum for LEDA. I've worked at Department of Behavioral Health. I've been a case manager at United Planning Organization, and I had to resign from all of these jobs because I have not been giving the moving on voucher, which I had to keep my Medicaid to keep me tied to Pathways to Housing. So here I am with multiple years clean and sober, in recovery, and chose a field that was so personal to my own recovery journey to work in that I'm not even allowed to work in because I was told by Housing Authority they don't have to follow the moving on policy that HUD has provided because I have a local funding voucher, LRSP voucher. So I feel like there's an ankle around my rope, and although I have the courage to jump off of the Social Security, I have the courage to give back the SNAP benefits, I have the courage to give back my LRSP vouchers as someone who's housing insecure that needs the wraparound services that I no longer receive from Pathways to Housing. And I feel stagnant and I feel stuck. And I don't think that it's fair. There should be a system in place for individuals such as myself, and I know I'm not the only one, to elevate to the levels that we're ready to become full productive members of society. And I came from sleeping across the street from Pennsylvania Avenue, where mayor's office. I came from sleeping in Freedom Plaza, McPherson Park, and Franklin Square for 17 years straight. And when you're able to put in the hard work and get to the elevations that I've been able to get to and give back in the community the way that I passionately give back, because I know exactly how they feel and where they're coming from, and I have the resources to give them. However, the same DC government that's housing me is also not allowing me to work in the work industry. I've been offered DC government jobs that I can't even take because DC Housing Authority will not give me the moving on voucher, which allows me to disengage from Pathways to Housing and graduate, as grateful as I am to them for the foundation on which I built my recovery. So I'm really just asking that Housing Authority be made to follow the policies so those of us that get to this level can become the productive members of society that we were always meant to be and that we have the courage to be today. And I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Well, thank you very much. A very powerful testimony, and I appreciate you being with us. Let me try to quickly catch Keisha McDougald before you go into your next doctor's appointment. Are you still around? Keisha McDougald, can you?
I'm still here. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Very quick questions, and I'm going to be quick with my questions because we still have a lot of people to get to. The property you lost, the personal property, was that because of the mold issue you mentioned at the beginning of your testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
It was because of the mold, and the contractors that the landlord hired destroyed everything. And the mold was discovered once they had to peel the walls, the floors, and the cabinets away.
I follow you. With that issue and issues that you faced subsequently that you spoke about in your testimony, how would you have liked the agency to handle this? How could the agency have handled it that you think would have been more helpful for you?
They could have moved me 2 years ago when I requested to move, when we went 2.5 months without a refrigerator. They could have moved me two and a half years ago when they had to pull my personal bathroom up the second time. They could have moved me when I told them about all the issues that me and the landlord were having.
What did they do when you complained about it?
They did nothing. They did nothing.
You didn't come to inspect?
No inspections were had, no return calls. In fact, I had a mini stroke due to the stress that I was under from all of that.
And you say you heard from DCHA yesterday, they reached out to you?
They reached out to me yesterday to let me know that they paid a balance due that I had for the former landlord.
Okay. All right. Thank you for being with us. It helps for us to understand what you're going through. Where are you now? Are you in a new place?
I'm in a new place since October the 28th.
Okay. And how's that place?
Again, housing did not help me with that. I had to find that on my own. No, housing did have a meet and greet where I met this new landlord. But again, like I said, I had to reach out to my voucher providers and housing because she was not following through on repairs and promises she made. We had rodents when we first moved in there. It's a lot of little things. My safety, my ADA accommodations are not being met. You know, that's another issue. I don't have my belongings, everything gone.
I see. And there's been no, have you reached out to Office of the Tenant Advocate or any other entity for help?
Yes, I have. Yes,
Okay.
I have.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you being with us today. I'm glad you're here to testify on this agency. Helps us push the agency in the right direction by understanding what people are experiencing. Let me mention a couple other things to other witnesses. AK, thank you for being with us today. That was just such an incredible testimony. I know it can't be fun to talk about physical and mental abuse and all the things that come with it. So thank you for putting that on the record in order to be helpful to many other people.
I just want to say this before I go, because those things do impact our. Yeah.
All right. Let me just ask that you be brief. There are a lot of.
I'm going to be brief. I just want to make this point that all this stuff that goes on in homes does in fact impact families and the community. It trickles down. Be mindful.
I appreciate that. You're right. I agree. AK, again, thank you very much for being with us and putting that testimony on the record.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Ms. Brown, you asked what are folks, the council, the housing authority, what are people doing with the reports prior to this director? You seem to be implying that there were past reports from residents. I just want to make sure I understand what reports you're talking about.
I'm talking about the director, the previous director from Miss Donaldson.
Mm-hmm.
There was I can't recall his name, but when he came on board, he did the same thing. He came out, he toured properties, he compiled a report, and he supposedly was working on this report. So what I'm asking is, when new directors come in, do they read the reports from the following director on how far he's gotten on the reports of the residents of the issues that they're having?
Okay.
And has he demanded? The other thing that I like to add to this is that systems, we're in systems. And so just like every other system, those services, those wraparound services, you have to be able to communicate. There is a problem with a communication and a follow through on that. There's no follow through on what is being done. There's no action taking. What is on paper does not equate to what is happening in these communities. There are a lot of the residents in these communities that have tools and skills that they are willing to share and share with the rest of the community to uplift us and change the qualities of our lives. But these administrators are not using the tools in their box, which is us, because we live there. We reside there and they're not using them. And so
this is related
yeah.
to something Shantae High suggested in your testimony. Shantae, you were saying that residents have started businesses, they're willing to do business with the public and want to do business with the housing authority. DCHA is supposed to do competitive bidding for most projects. Do you know if the agency prioritizes businesses that have been started by public housing residents?
They do not to my knowledge.
Okay.
A couple of us business owners were invited to the 2021 Virtual Vendor Expo, which you can find online on YouTube. Myself, Miss Shannon Morning, Miss Crystal Nelson, Miss was it Crystal? Yeah, Crystal and Vanessa Gooch. We were 4 residents that were invited to that Virtual Vendor Expo, but nothing ever came of any contracts or anything after that.
Okay. Just very briefly, if you could just tick off a couple of the types of businesses you're talking about.
I own emergency preparedness. I worked in the past with Many Languages, One Voice to train the street vendors to get prepared for the COVID pandemic. I have worked with Avanti Real Estate to prepare their business for emergency preparedness. Miss Gooch owns a fashion, she makes her own clothing, purses, all that stuff. Miss Nelson owns Sweet Tooth Edibles, which is you get baked goods, cupcakes, cakes, pies, those type of things. And there's another resident who was not invited, but she's HUD Section 3 registered, Miss Contessa Allen Starks. Her building was torn down and she was forced out with a voucher. She owns Keys to the World Travel Agency. So we have a multitude of different types of businesses. My sergeant at arms, who is going to be testifying today, is in the works of creating her own nonprofit to help children who have been neglected at Park Morton. She too has been forced out with a voucher, but we don't get the money to help us pay these extra bills when it comes to lights, water, gas. And then we have to also find a way to keep our internet connected to be able to attend these meetings and everything like that. But Housing Authority has this procurement thing that they're doing, and everybody else is getting money but the residents.
Or I follow you on this now. I appreciate that, and I'll have to talk to the agency about that to get a better understanding. Deatrice Brown, I'm concerned by your testimony. You are a former resident of Berry Farm, and you're asking what sounded to me like, I'm sorry, Deatrice Belt.
Deatrice Belt. Deatrice Belt.
Sorry about that. I wrote it wrong in my notes. Linda Brown and Deatrice Belt. Deatrice Belt. I'm very concerned that you're asking what sound to me like very basic questions about the status of Berry Farms and issues around right to return. My understanding from the agency is that they are tracking all the people and families that were in Berry Farm. So have you heard from the Housing Authority with any updates about the Berry Farm development since you moved out?
No, I haven't. We haven't been getting many mailings. That's probably the only, they do some meetings from time to time. They will put out mailings, but we're not getting enough communication about what is going on, what's happening, especially with the next phase. The last thing we've heard about is the senior building. So that's the Ashbury. And so that's seniors. So the next phase, I don't fall in the category of the senior. We were all in houses there, was houses. So now I'm in an apartment. And so I don't fall in the category of a senior. And then, so we don't know when is the housing coming up for the other families that were there.
Okay. But the qualifications around right to return, that was determined before you left, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear from the agency yesterday?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get some clarification on this. So I'm glad you were here to testify. And I'm going to ask a question about this. Corliss Lowry, wanted to get some clarification. You have Corliss, are you still with us?
Yes, I am still with you.
Excellent. All right. You have a $5,000 housing voucher. You were saying that in Brightwood, the price is around $4,100. Why are you not able to rent a Brightwood?
Well, not that I'm not able to rent it. I was just saying that if I have a $5,000 voucher and they won't pay but 36 in one neighborhood or 41 in one neighborhood, and it and so you see how it goes. Because even if the landlord doesn't want vouchers, they usually just price it $100 to $200 over, right? But when I go into Brightwood and or a different neighborhood, and I ask my daughter, I say, well, what does it say about this neighborhood? Well, they're not gonna pay no more. They're not gonna pay but 36 for that area. So I'm still trying to find out even how does the voucher max out. Like if I do accept something for 36 and I decide to move next year, do I still have the opportunity do I still have the 5 or 8 on my voucher if I accept something for 36? One more thing, Mr. White, sidebar. Also, that during COVID, we got money to help us to pay rent. If you could please look into why they haven't charged my $2,400 to my rental account in over a year now that I've been trying to get them. They still say I owe them $1,000, and they have not.
Who's saying? I'm sorry. Who's saying you owe $1,000?
Houses is still saying I owe them. Every time I get my rental statement, they haven't added the correct amount that Salvation Army paid for my back balance in my rent. And I was wondering.
Hold on. I want to help here. So, all right. So, Housing Authority is saying you owe $1,000.
Yeah, they're still saying I owe $1,000, and
and you mentioned something about $2,400, I think.
Right. Salvation Army paid $2,400. The whole $2,400. Looks like they've only put $1,000, $1,200 on the books.
Okay.
And I've been asking them for the last 6 months. I had to go back to for the last 6 months since last year. I'm asking them, why have they put the whole amount on there, and why are they saying I still owe them $1,000? I'd just like you to look into that part.
All right, here's what we'll do. Housing Authority is watching this hearing. I'm asking them now by way of this hearing to be in touch with you. If you haven't heard from them and resolve this issue by this time next week, would you call my office?
I will. And I'd just like to have an advocate to help me with this housing issue so I don't run into my deadline in April the 19th. For
housing advocate
my extension will be over. Yeah.
Okay, you need help getting another extension?
No, I have an extension. So, and the lady just gave it to me. It was for February the 19th through April the 19th. My brother passed, so we buried him Saturday. So I really had to take the month of February to kind of deal with this, because that was in the middle of the month when she gave it to me, and then I had to deal with this. So now, I'm in March. and April the 19th is right around the corner. So I need to find a house like ASAP, as well as I'm still in this unhealthy apartment. Right.
Yes. All right. Who has been helping you find housing?
I have been talking to Miss Lori Bonds. She's been my point of contact. Just if I had any problems, I've gotten back with her, and she has been very helpful. I've been talking to the housing advocate people, and they've been, they did send me, like I told you, they did send me the information that the listings that you have for housing, however, that it's never updated. It hasn't been updated since I've been on there. That's been over a month ago, maybe almost 2 months. It has not been updated. It needs to be updated so I can at least know what houses that housing still has on the market.
Okay. All right. We're gonna have to ask the agency about this because you need some help. You're running out of time. All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, let me think. This panel of witnesses. I want to make sure. Again, we have a lot of other folks coming. I want to make sure everybody can have an opportunity to testify. And I've taken a lot of notes, and I have some questions for the agency both now and after the hearing, based on things that I've heard today. So again, thank you all for being with us. We're going to move to our next panel of.
I do hate to interrupt. You indicated earlier that you wanted me stick around because you wanted to ask some additional questions. This is Hazel Hawkins.
Ms. Hawkins, thank you very much. Yes, thank you. You want your child to be able to take your place on the wait list, is that right?
Yeah, see what happened again. I had to abruptly leave.
Yeah, no, I got that. This was the piece I was missing. But all right, one other question though. You were mentioning something about purchasing a home through this program.
Right. It's something about, and please excuse my, it's something about porting. DC has imported or something like that, because I've asked a few times, can I utilize my voucher to purchase a home in DC? I am pretty much a DC resident. I just had to abort to save my life to get to Maryland and came back within 3 years because I want to be in DC. So I want to reside in DC throughout, my living. So I want to be able to utilize my voucher to purchase a home. That's one of the things I want to do with the voucher that I have. The waiting list that I've been on since 92 that they lost and had to do it again in 2003, 2008. My son is attached to that waiting list. So I'm just asking because they think I want to have 2 vouchers, and I'm telling them that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get them to acknowledge the receipt that I have where his name is attached on that 2008. So whenever it comes up, for them not to trash it because they see that I have a Maryland voucher, to allow him to be the voucher holder whenever it comes.
I understand. I understand. I don't know as a factual matter if that can be done. So that's what we have to find out, whether that can be done.
Because he's been on a waiting list.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Hawkins. I appreciate you flagging me. Again, thank you to everybody on this panel. We're going to move to our next panel, starting with Thelma Williams, a community member and member of Empower DC, Michelle Davis with Empower DC, Maddie Beard, Advocacy and Case Management Specialist with the DC Center for the LGBT Community, Jesse Rabinowitz, Senior Manager and Advisor at Miriam's Kitchen, Kat Peter, Vice President with AOBA, Kirsten Williams, Public Witness, Patricia Branch, Voucher Holder, Leonard Ward, who's a Garfield Terrace Senior, Kenneth Council, President of the Fort DuPont Resident Council, Doug O'Connor, President of Chinatown East Condominiums HOA, Patricia Malloy, former Resident Council President at Lincoln Heights, Sherry Sparill, Sergeant at Arms with Park Morton Resident Council, Francois Sims, Public Witness, Ashley Ruff with the Fort DuPont Civic Association, and Ronald Smith, a Public Witness. And as with the previous panel, give us a couple minutes to get everybody in. All right, first panelist who is here, and actually let me add James Shabazz to this panel. So we're going to add James Shabazz, and we're going to start with Jesse Rabinowitz. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilperson and Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Jesse Rabinowitz, and I'm a proud Ward 1 voter and the Senior Manager for Policy at Miriam's Kitchen, where we work to end chronic homelessness. For the past 2 years, Miriam's Kitchen, along with many other providers, has attended monthly meetings with DCHA leadership to troubleshoot, dialogue, and discuss challenges. We are grateful that DCHA has and continues to make themselves available for these conversations. When we began these meetings, we generated a list of issue areas related to DCHA's procedures and practices that stand in the way of DC's shared goal of ending homelessness. The list included things such as too slow voucher implementation, difficulty communicating with DCHA frontline staff. To date, little meaningful progress has been made towards these goals. While access and conversations are important, they're simply not getting us where we need to go. The current process is not working, and sadly, there seems to be little urgency to address ongoing concerns. Therefore, I'm asking the DC Council to remove DCHA from the PSH process. To utilize PSH vouchers, there's a complex stance of eligibility, paperwork, and documentation between providers, clients, DHS, and DCHA, often leading to significant delays. DCHA recently shared that their internal benchmark for when they receive an eligibility packet from DHS to lease up is 6 months. That is simply too long. This is on top of mounting delays discussed previously that stem from DHS. However, this was not always the case. When DC first locally funded vouchers and PSH vouchers in 2008, DHS more closely administered the key components of the match to lease up process, such as eligibility determination, payment of security deposits and rental assistance, and inspections. Clients housed during these early years shared that the entire process was far swifter. Sometimes it took them as short as 3 days between doing an assignment to moving into housing. As PSH grew, DHS realized that they were not the agency best suited to cut red checks and determine eligibility. They brought in DCHA to handle many core housing-related competencies. That makes sense. But in 2023, when just 18% of locally funded vouchers have been used, we must again examine DCHA's role in implementing PSH vouchers. Sadly, DCHA is unable to fill their mandate. As such, DC must decouple the PSH process from DCHA. This can and should be modeled on what is referred to as DHS local vouchers, vouchers that are fully operated under the auspices of DHS. Doing so has many benefits, such as ensuring that all staff have a human service background, streamlining communication, allowing DHS to track and determine eligibility in-house, reducing steps and hurdles, and increasing council oversight. By no means is this a perfect solution, though. And there were many issues in how DHS administered the program in 2008, but this proposal warrants substantial examination considering the inability of DCHA to move PSH vouchers on an acceptable timeline. The changes outlined above will not happen overnight and may take years. As such, it is imperative that the DC Council compel DCHA to address ongoing implementation concerns, the same concerns we've raised with DCHA for over 2 years. These include extreme delays in voucher and eligibility determination, repeated requests for documents, poor, if any, communication with staff, and a lack of a centralized system to track vouchers. Again, none of these requests are new, but they remain vital. The committee must exercise their oversight prerogative to compel the agency to act. If not, we will be back here next year with the same list of recommendations and thousands of our neighbors still stuck in the process of experiencing homelessness. I readily address that these fixes do not solve the major and ongoing problems such as non-PSH LRSP vouchers or public housing repairs and vacancies. However, it is my hope that by scaling down DCHA's portfolio, their bandwidth to successfully complete their core competencies will increase. Last week, I testified about the need for DHS to act with urgency to address the barriers that prevent them from implementing vouchers. But even in an ideal world, one which DHS could match each prospective PSH voucher holder to a case manager, significant delays of up to 6 months will still exist. To be sure, DHS must act now and with urgency, but clearly this is about more than staffing shortages. The work of this committee is to ensure that all parties involved are working with urgency in coordination to use the historic funding available to end homelessness at our disposal. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you very much. Just got a note. The next witness is having tech issues. Kirsten Williams, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Welcome.
How you doing, Robert?
Doing well. Doing well. Good to have you.
Yes. So, as a person who's been on public housing around the Brooklyn Manor area, when it comes down to like how they didn't fix up stuff and it was a problem. Also, my husband has been on the 2010 list for housing, and like he went to update recently because they started moving along the list because we are stuck currently in a shelter, and like there was no answer. Like he couldn't get through, and he been calling every day. Nobody has been getting, involved or even, picking up the phone. On their site, we were trying to look up the two locations because we heard they are no longer at 1133, and that information was on there as well. So back in 2019, since we've been on public housing, we was also told, since we both were business holders of two businesses, that we was able to do the Section 3. I went to one housing meeting with one of the Can I Live person who has a nonprofit who's been trying to help, low income, rise above and get their business licenses. But that failed to happen. And it was Life Access was there at that meeting at that time too, and their students as well. Because they're low income as well. And then they told us that, we had to find our own funding. Knowing that low income can't. The one in my neighborhood, when I was currently ANC for 5C06 was it was the community Y5, something like that helps with funding low income. And I had got discriminated against, saying that, well, do you have the enough education for your actual business, when I actually worked in my field and went to school currently for performing arts as well as construction, which I was going to help, low income get training as well as a job after in my own company to, service the low income. And that really didn't happen. And then the same week that they turned me away was the same meeting that Thursday we had an upcoming meeting when they was asking for more funding according to the ANC boards. But the ANC boards knew, because we had a discussion about them, they knew they denied me. So that's why they asked them, so how many local DC low income business have you helped? And currently they have a low percentage, but more higher percentage of Maryland people. Also, let me say, because I don't want to hold up too long. That's pretty much it. Thank you for your time. Oh, inspection, sorry. And inspection has been like long. So when you're currently in shelter or trying to be transferred or moved, it has been like problems with that, where housing don't do the inspection, or landlords has been failing inspection. So people who's in a shelter for over the time living of 90 days has been put pressure on to leave the shelter. And I think that's unacceptable when we have to wait for an inspection approval. And also that landlords has been paying off people for inspections where they know they don't meet the codes or regulations. So when people move in the same week, their stuff has literally fell apart in the first week a person moved in. And I think that's unacceptable for people who have to go through conditions, whether they voucher, rapid rehousing, PH, or public housing should have to go through when we have to, go through finding our own places and stuff like that, or DHS giving us places to live, or housing giving us a place to live. We shouldn't be able to, have a say so. Because when I was in the shelter in the Kennedy, we couldn't go out and see our unit. And turns out we had 2 different units on Moore's Road. And they had a whole bunch of stuff going on and try to blame me and my husband for when it fell apart the first week. And I couldn't even take a shower.
Let me, I appreciate that. I'll come back during questions. Let me go to Patricia Branch.
Good afternoon. I'm Patricia Branch Simmons. I'm a DC Housing Choice Voucher recipient. And I'd like to read my questions. And if I have a few minutes afterwards, I'd like to give some examples. I'd like to quickly reiterate a crucial point that can we implement a plan for all residents who have been on the housing waiting list for over 40 years, almost all their children lives, and haven't received anything, no notice, they don't know where they stand at, because I believe the papers are gone. I'd like to say that I like to purchase as well and work where I live. I'm finding difficulty finding jobs and acceptable homes that I would like to live in and be productive in a community as well. I'd like to know why I'm no longer receiving notification by postal service. I don't have computer access no longer in my home. I barely have a phone sometimes because I'm disabled. However, I'm ready to get back into the community, but I don't have the things that I need. I just had surgery on my back and my foot. They're telling me when my back, hips, pelvis, and foot was broken that I couldn't get no assistance, no help, that I was never disabled. I'm trying to come back from this. I have no orthopedic shoes. I have not been to therapy or anything. That's one of the examples of how the government works hand in hand. They ask for information from one entity to give to the other, and they're giving it to themselves and won't give it to you. I can't produce magic. And how or who do you communicate with when your worker hasn't responded to a question after 2 months? Those are my questions. Yes.
Just very quickly, you haven't heard from who in 2 months?
My housing specialist worker.
Okay.
I went in the hospital September 21st of 2022. I received 2 notices that I had a change in worker, but then the other worker sent out a form for research. I did the packet. It was too soon, but I went into the hospital. I lost my food stamps, everything, all my help that I was getting while I was going through this disabled moment that they're considering I'm not having. It's hurtful and mentally depressing, undermining, and who hurt a person more when they weak? Who picks on weak people, hurt people? I don't understand it.
I appreciate that. Just one other thing, I am going to come back with questions, but you got a couple seconds left. You mentioned at the top of your testimony you lost access because you don't have internet access. I missed what you lost access to. What information are you no longer getting because you don't have internet?
I'm no longer getting food stamps assistance. I haven't even been to therapy yet. And they're telling me to go out and get a part-time job. Getting a part-time job, I have my grandson living here as well. He has his dad, but I'm here with him, you know, and I don't want that to affect his relationship with his dad because he's still being his dad. But how am I supposed to get out here? I had to ask for a back brace from the doctors. I need orthopedic shoes. You're saying I was never disabled. I'm living on stairs with housing. They knew I gave them the doctor's notice. I'm not supposed to be on stairs during that time. I'm better now. I'm glad that I met some of the doctors that I'm just getting because this incident happened back in 2017. I have been unemployed all this time. I lost all of my certifications, phlebotomy. I could still do mixology, but I can't stand that long.
Ms. Branch, let me pause you there. There are some things I'm going to ask the agency to get in contact with you on. That's why I wanted to make sure I got some clarification.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate that. Thank you for being with us. Kenneth Counsel, welcome. Kenneth Counsel.
Good afternoon, Councilman White. My name is Kenneth Counsel, and I want to speak on the policy and procedure of DC Housing Authority. I found it alarming on this month's BOC that Kimberly Allen made, that she made a statement that 7214, which is to delete it, which is to debar or to suspend a contractor. I was once Commissioner at Large at DC Housing Authority, and I was over audit and finance. And we ran a shop of integrity. And to see that they're trying to remove that piece right now, there was an audit that should be completed or still working on of 3 contractors that we found that was not doing best business practices. Within that audit, we literally called out 2 of our top people in the agency, and we asked them to be put on leave. It was overlooked. It was literally overlooked. So I'm very concerned about that. But she said that she looked over and she could not find any housing authorities that had it. Well, I Googled and did my research before this meeting. San Antonio, Ladea, Florida, Nebraska, page 17, page 47, section 2.27. All of these were good points, and it was a safeguard for audit to make sure that we were doing best business practices. To remove that is to continue to allow pay to play. Factual. Looking at some of the things that were said or were asked that HUD found in the findings, it's a fact that they're saying now that they've done 400 units. Not so. Maybe 100, but not 400. The residents are turning some of these units down because the contractors are not doing the scope of work that was given to them. They're being paid for an undone job, and then they bring in DCHA staff to complete it. So I'm
everybody working the government.
I am very concerned over that. Not to mention, this staff is being undermined and bullied and threatened. And this is the second time that I've said it. Noni Eth have literally threatened them that if they even speak to me or talk to me about the issues, no, I am not a commissioner anymore, but I'm still an advocate for in which I live and the community. And some of the residents still reach out to me and ask me. So I do have some leadership still there. Being a commissioner was only having me at the table. but it does not stop me from being an advocate. So I'm concerned about the policy and procedures that are in place. We literally had a finance educational budget meeting. We lapsed from February of 22 until November. And when it came back to us, they wanted us to literally pass the budget. And I made a note. If you look at the minutes, I said no. 9 months that we have not had an audit and finance meeting. Director Donald and I had a conversation where she wanted to stay quarterly. She wanted to become quarterly. I says, no, ma'am. I want it to be monthly. Audit could be 2 to 3 months because audits take that time. But every 30 days, we need to reconcile to let the public and the commissioners know. What I find disturbing, this new board, yes, they look good resume. They're sitting in those seats. But the very first meeting was an educational summit, or what do you want to call it, symposium. All were not there. All of them were not in that room. So it bothers me. So who's leading them? And everyone that's listening, HUD has I want to call it a training or more of an education, letting you know how housing authorities are ran. It's called Lead the Way. I would encourage everybody to go to HUD and take that test. Look at it. So when you come on, you know what your rights are. The board leads the ED. The ED does not lead the board. And what it seems like, these important people that's sitting at this table now, their job is more important than what our lives are. Meaning, there's no way that they can read that material. We had procedure and policy in place. They weren't using it. But now they want to rewrite the policies to fit their wrongdoings. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Patricia Malloy, welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, Councilmember White and Committee on Housing. My name is Patricia Malloy, former Lincoln Heights Resident Council President and Chair of Lincoln Heights Richardson Dwellers New Community Initiative. I was relocated to the Strand residency on May 2022. I accepted one of the LSRP vouchers that came with the replacement units at the Strand. Lincoln Heights is one of the 10 properties named in a lawsuit for health and safety issues. Residents are still living in unsafe, unhealthy conditions. No matter what upper management says, it's still going on. Some entry doors have locks, but all don't. Still, there are 2 or 3 residents living in a 6-unit building or 12-unit building. Resident units are being broken into. Residents are still being told that they are waiting on materials to make repairs. Floors and doors and ceilings need major repairs. Rodents are falling down from resident ceilings. 19 buildings are slated to come down, was slated to come down in April of 2021. Broderick Spencer, Thorne Nelson, sent emails to me, and at that time, Mr. Gregory Spriggs, the manager of Lincoln Heights. We were given the addresses of the units slated to be torn down: 350th Street to 325th Street. 302 50th Street is the regional office, and it was exempt. In 2021 to 2022, when I was on the property, we had various meetings with the residents to explain the transformation plan by doing PowerPoint. When I was relocated off the property, residents was told not to communicate with me. I have continued to speak up at all Board of Commissioners meetings each month. There's supposed to be recordings of all meetings. As early as this past weekend, 2 residents called me to find out who they can call to be relocated to buildings 350th Street that was rehabbed and ready for over 2 to 3 months. My concern is Building 300 was slated to be torn down. Somehow or another, the housing authority made a decision to rehab that building, which was not supposed to be rehab. We have 3 seniors, Ms. Smith, Ms. Edmond, and Ms. Walker, that has requested to go in the building. But lo and behold, I don't know. Upon your request, I will be able to give you their address and contact information. DCHA applied for Lincoln Heights to be a choice neighborhood without discussing with residents on the Lincoln Heights property. They were awarded the grant in December of 2022. Again, if I was living on the property when they claimed that they had this meeting, there is no record. How I found out is HUD did a press release. Lincoln Heights is a new community. Why is it taking so long to do anything? The residents don't trust the management nor DCHA staff because they have been let down too many times. I am asking the DC City Council to appoint a board to Lincoln Heights because there is no representation on the property. I am a half a block from the property. The residents want me to continue to oversee what they are doing. No one wants to run for resident council. No one wants to do anything. I am not going to stand by and let my hard work from 2006, when Councilmember Gray was the council member and the mayor, I'm not going to stand by and let my hard work go down a drain behind people that don't care. I am asking to be a part of a committee to oversee the redevelopment transformation plan of Lincoln Heights going forward. Mr. Council just stated about units. Lincoln Heights have so many units that was contracted out to contractors. The contractors are not doing what they say they were supposed to do in the unit. DCHA staff is signing off on these units and the work is not completed.
But Ms. Malloy, I apologize. You are a few minutes over time at this point. I appreciate it. And have you submitted written testimony?
I'm going to submit my testimony to your office.
Excellent, excellent.
My main concern is I would like to be a part of a committee to continue to oversee the hard work.
I heard that.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Kat Peters, who was having technical issues when I called earlier, welcome.
Hi, Chairperson White. Thank you so much. My name is Catalin Peter. I am the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. We represent housing providers who provide nearly 100,000 residents in the District of Columbia. Of course, I don't represent every single housing provider, nor every single landlord in the district. When we, as an association, I'm going to take a slightly different approach to my public comments versus we're going to submit some more detailed data and statistics later in the written testimony. Every time our association hears or reads something in the press about a situation where a housing provider is failing their tenants, the first thing that we do is check in our database. Is that one of our members? Most of the time, since my time here for the past year and a half, it hasn't been. And that is why I can confidently say on behalf of our association that the conditions we've heard about, the lack of responsiveness by housing providers when they have housing choice voucher program tenants is absolutely unacceptable. How they are able to continue providing housing and providing services when there are so many complaints to so many multiple agencies. What concerns us as an association is how they're able to continue operating and how some of these issues haven't been addressed. I'm gonna take a guess and think that guess is probably the wrong word. I think that often we look towards making larger improvements and hoping that some of the individual situations resolve themselves because we make larger wholesale improvements. I think everything we've heard today from individual witnesses is that these individual concerns have to be addressed first and foremost. And then will we see the more larger scale improvements. But I think that trying to put in policies and procedures and just hoping that these individual situations will resolve themselves, it does not seem to help. Every person we've heard today is looking for individual case managers, individual case analysis, or someone to pick up the phone and to coordinate some of the responses that they've been very, very patient, more than patiently waiting for. So on behalf of our association, I think that anything that we can do to help the council find the places where housing providers are failing tenants and work to improve those situations. And I think what we ask in return is for those housing providers that are trying desperately to house housing choice voucher program tenants in housing and in housing that is above and beyond good housing conditions, that we help make the process faster for them, simpler for them, so they can provide that housing, and that we work together to see where we are failing in responding to tenants who are in situations which should not exist. Again, I am taking a slightly different approach today because our communities, our residents, our housing providers, we all need to work together to make sure the system is not failing in these very acute, serious places. So whatever our association can do to help, we're here and we're ready and willing to work with Director Donald and her team on making any improvements, whether they be acute or long-term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sherry Spruill, welcome. You have to
All right, I'm here. I had to unmute. I apologize. This is my first time.
Welcome.
I don't know. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Sherry Sproul, and I'm also on the Park and Morton Resident Council. I'm here to speak on some issues that I'm having that is affecting my daily life. I'm in the Gil-Eckerton area, and I haven't slept much since being here because of the noise from the other residents. I didn't have a lot of time picking my place. I received my voucher in May. I had to be out in July. Also, I'm awakened every morning between 4:35 a.m. and unable to return to sleep. I'm not able to move at this time. And so right now I'm just stuck here until I can, get the money to move. My other issue is with housing authority specialists. I feel like they need to do better with the voucher recipients. I reached out to my specialist yesterday. I had it recertified last month, and I sent all the documents back to her, and I hadn't received anything. I hadn't heard anything. So I just happened to reach out to her by email, and she informed me she hadn't received none of my information. And I remember I've told her we spoke on the phone, and if you did not receive any of my information, why didn't you call me or let me know something? Because that happened to 2 other residents that I know, and that's how they lost their voucher. I just feel like they need to do better, because right now residents are advocating for themselves. For Park Morton, a lot of us have never had vouchers. And within receiving these vouchers, we need a lot of help. We need people to advocate for us, because housing authority is just not doing it. And a lot of people are telling me they're calling housing authority to reach out to their specialists. They're not picking up the phone. They're not returning the calls. And then the next thing you know, they're getting calls saying they have to go to hearings because they're about to lose their vouchers. And they're complying and they're doing everything they're supposed to. So that's really my biggest issue, my two biggest issues. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for being with us. Ronald Smith. Ronald Smith, I think you've joined us by phone.
Yes. Good morning.
Yes, good afternoon. You can begin.
Oh, good afternoon. I'm sorry. My name is Ronald Smith, Councilman White. And I came on this morning to talk about the excessive wait list for the vouchers. I've been attending every meeting since July of last year, and I'm raising the same issue each time with no resolve. No one gets back with me or anything. I've been on the wait list for a voucher since January. The first week is January 2006, and the only thing that they tell me is that I'm still on the wait list. I'm 76 years old. I have tried to be humorous by stating to the persons that I was talking to, when is my name going to come up after I'm dead? You know, I mean, that's kind of morbid, but that's the way I feel. I've come to, I've had a lot of issues to arise as a result of my staying here in National Capital Housing. I'm now consulting with a therapist down at Life Care here in DC. And, you know, my nerves are always on edge. Where I live at is noisy. It's always something going on involving the police. Or just recently, they had a break-in down the hall for me. And also, we came out of our apartment, me and my wife, one morning to learn that a resident was dead in an apartment adjacent to us. And apparently he had been there for a couple of days. I mean, and I'm just always on edge. I'm not happy. I've asked for help. I reached out, done everything that I know how to do. Me and my wife went on foot and found apartments that it was willing to accept us. In fact, they had accepted us because of our history as being a resident. But at the same time, they required us to have a voucher because of the rent. And each time I come online and I talk about this, I'm told that somebody will get back with me and whatever like that. I applaud Mr. Waller down at DC Housing. He did get back to me, but he wasn't able to tell me a lot about what's going on. But I'm not going to hold up a lot of time, but I'm glad that I've heard you speak a lot. I follow you on TV and whatever, and I really think that you're the person that to see things through. I listened to you on the 14th when you spoke on the news regarding the removal and or eviction of the homeless people down there in the encampment. And one of the things that you stated at that time was that the district government has enough vouchers to give everybody a voucher. And you know, I just hope that through you and this conversation we're having today, that I can begin to see something going forward. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. White.
Thank you. Mr. Smith. And finally, for this panel, James Shabazz, welcome. Good to have you back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
We want your housing committee to seriously consider the vision and limitless possibility for DC public housing residents to become cooperative owners and self-managers of all DC public housing properties that they currently inhabit. We know this goal is possible. It's been done before. The residents only need the training, and the DC and federal governments only need the will to do so. In the transition period of emergency repairs that are certain to soon begin in DC public housing projects, the Black youth living in and around the public housing areas should be hired for on-the-job training to learn drywall, plumbing, landscaping, and other construction and vocational trades. This strategy creates the first generation of technicians and managers of the cooperatively owned properties that they and their families would own in the future, and the businesses as well. We also request that in the upcoming emergency repairs campaign being launched by DCHA, that Black contractors be contracted for any jobs that are outsourced to the private sector. Finally, when DC public housing residents become owners and managers of their own properties and any businesses that they own on site, they erect a wall against gentrification and become shareholders and stakeholders in Washington, DC, political and economic arenas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this panel of witnesses. Let me run through a few questions, and like the previous panels, I'll just ask that responses be brief. For Jesse Rabinowitz from Miriam's Kitchen, your suggestion of removing the housing authority from the PSH process, who or what type of entity would take over, and what would the process look like that would be different than how it is now?
I think, as I mentioned, it can be modeled off of DHS's locally funded vouchers. They're all locally funded, but this kind of predates their kind of legacy PSH vouchers, and DHS does that all in-house. They determine eligibility. They kind of manage everything. They've been able to determine eligibility for a lot of COVID era programs. So we know that eligibility determination is something that they can do. I think if they need to hire a contractor to cut their rent checks and figure out the inspections, that makes sense. But I think it will eliminate a lot of this lack of urgency that we're seeing from DCHA, and will also eliminate a lot of the finger pointing that we see that goes back and forth. To have everything housed under one roof, I think will make significant improvements to the system and enable us to drill down and see where things aren't working.
And the lag that you spoke about, you said it takes about 6 months to lease up, to get a resident lease up after the housing authority gets the package from DHS. What is contributing to this lag?
Yeah, it seems like there's at least a month to do processing eligibility paperwork, several months for the housing search, and then about a month for the review and submission of the rental application packet, the RTA packet, and inspection.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. We got to do some things differently. So this is an idea worth us exploring. Although DHS is very short-staffed these days as well. So I want to make sure whatever changes we make, it makes things better and not just different. Kirsten Williams, couple questions. Your testimony was thorough, but just a couple questions. You said that can't remember who it was. Your boyfriend maybe was calling DCHA, but no one was answering. Do you know what number or division he was calling? May not be with us anymore.
Yes.
Oh, there we are. Excellent.
Yes. How you doing today?
Good.
Yes. You have questions for me?
Yes. I think you said your boyfriend had been calling DCHA. What
Yeah, my
division?
husband, yeah.
Had not been.
He a long time ago had a voucher when he had got out of prison. Well, not prison, but DC jail, and he had signed up for the list for housing back in 2010. And
Okay.
so when me and him got married, I had put my name under him on his list to update, the family and everything, and my disability was on there. But like we've been trying to get in touch with, housing to make sure everything is still updated while we currently in the shelter right now.
Okay. And you testified at our hearing last week or the week before. How was I know you're trying to get out of the shelter. How's that process coming?
So thanks to Friendship Place, we had got matched. So they're looking for a vendor, right? They're looking for a vendor to match us with PH right now, but that still can take up to like 6 months or better for that. Yeah, I'm still waiting for a voucher currently.
Still waiting for a voucher. Okay. All right. But you were not yet working with Friendship when you last testified. Is that right?
No, I was working with Friendship, yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, keep us posted on that process. We want to see you and your family in housing. Patricia Branch, you testified that you haven't heard from your housing specialist in 2 months. Is that right?
Actually, sir, it's been 5 months. This has been going on since September of last year. That's when I went in for surgery on my back and my foot. I had 2 surgeries, September and October. So I was not able to walk even then at those times. And I had been trying to get my information in before I got in that state where I couldn't get up and go and take care of a lot of things. And they cut me off. I didn't get in touch with the worker. Huh?
Have you called them?
I have copies of emails to city council members. I've been going to the mental health place. I have a social worker I've been dealing with for the last 5, 6 years. I've reached out to of family advocate places. Other than going through Project Empowerment, I have not been able to get anybody to listen, respond, or anything. I have been rushed through this whole process, sir. Rushed, never had a chance to rest or relax. Dealt with the mistakes and everything. It's been a hard and a long road. I feel misunderstood. And, I'm not lazy.
So here's what I want to do, Ms. Branch. It shouldn't be this difficult. The agency, especially remember for your testimony issue with food stamps and some other services, I need DHS to get in contact with you.
They have yesterday. They called yesterday.
Okay.
I have even spoken to the same supervisor that called yesterday and had talked to her. She and my social worker for the mental health place talked to her, and she did nothing, but had me wait. She didn't look into it, nothing.
Yeah.
And now she called me back. I was not disrespectful to her or anything, because how can you do business like that?
Right. Well, here's what I would ask. I'm glad that DHS is finally got in contact with you yesterday. Would you keep us abreast of how things are moving so we can just
definitely, because I don't still believe in okay, they call. What you doing, trying to cover up for a minute, and then after the light and spotlight off of you, you go back and do the same thing. Convince me because I don't believe in you no more.
Yeah,
I feel like I
that's
don't
why.
want to vote. These people we put in office have overlooked me and everything. People with cancer and going through things, they make it even harder when you can't move already and you forcing it. I'll go and do it though. You know, people keep telling me after they finish getting my paperwork back, go ahead, take the paperwork back down there. That
Let
made
me
me
ask you
feel
this.
like I'm gonna come out.
This is really important. Can you? I don't want you to share your information here, but can you contact my office after you get off this panel to make sure we have contact information, the best way to get in touch with you?
Definitely. I just looked you up while we were here.
Okay.
And I have your
And
number.
excellent.
It's very nice to meet you, sir.
It's my
And
pleasure.
it lightens my heart and my sorrow when somebody just wanted to listen to me, started by listening.
Yes,
you don't know how much you mean to all of us that you gave this opportunity to. It hurts me because I feel like I'm down and I'm weak and you still beating me.
Yeah. I get it. I hear you. And I want to make sure things start working the way they're supposed to, because you've been through enough. So we're going to try to help keep things moving in the right direction. And so we'll be in touch. And for Kirsten Williams, would you not here, but reach out to my office? Let us know your boyfriend's name so that DCHA can look him up. Your husband's name, I'm sorry, so that the agency can look him up and we can figure out what's going on there. Can you do that, Ms. Williams? All right. Hopefully you can hear me. The Kenneth Council. My team is going to email you, Ms. Williams, if you can hear me. For Kenneth Council, I have some concerns about the procurement policy as well. One point I wanted to get clarification on from your testimony, you said they had 400 units. I didn't know what you were referring to there with 400 units.
The 400 units as far as that they had rehabbed, it's about 100. And if I may, the 7214 that they're deleting, it is the debarment and suspension. It's a part of the procurement policy, and they're trying to delete it out of it.
Yeah, I got that piece. That
Okay.
piece clearly. Yeah, I'm going to ask about that later. I appreciate that.
But that 400 is embellished. It's about 100, not 400.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Catlin, Peter, do you have any thoughts on how voucher holders can more successfully find housing? We've heard from a couple folks who are saying, they have vouchers, but then they have a lot of difficulty finding housing. Do you see any way that?
Yeah. I do. I think a lot of our members who are housing providers, when they begin the process of working with potential residents, potential tenants who have housing choice vouchers, the process, the mechanics, it seems like we do share a lot of the concerns about. I think that there was a portal, from my understanding, that was being updated at DCHA. We were supposed to work on a business improvements task force. I think that our housing providers who have a lot of housing choice voucher program tenants could provide really simple mechanical, like not fancy stuff, just hey, this is the portal. When we press this button, we get sent here. If we got sent here, or maybe the information, just simple ways to improve the portal or the inspection process or something. I feel like we could make recommendations on 4 to 5 mechanical things that could speed up the process. And at the very least, and I'm not speaking about public housing units, I'm speaking about private owners who have voucher program tenants, that they could at least speed that up. Because I know that they oftentimes have units that are vacant for a long time, or the application process gets held up somewhere or another. And I know that some of our members at the very least have someone who's dedicated just to doing the applications in the I see Jesse nodding. I'm glad we're on the same page. I mean, they're doing everything they humanly can to facilitate the administration of the applications. So if we could find simple things, like not super complicated, 4 to 5 simple things to make the efficiency and the mechanics of the application, the inspections, and that stuff easier for housing providers who do have units who are trying to, be corporate citizens.
I appreciate that. I would love to follow up with you to explore that.
We'll do that. We'll send at least, I mean, I think I have probably reports, but I'll send 4 to 5 things that at least our members think might be the simplest tweaks that we could do. And again, I think they're largely surrounding the portal, online things. And Jesse, you're nodding, so I feel good that that's at least on par with what y'all are experiencing.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I look forward to following up on that. Ms. Spurl, the one thing I want to clarify, why are you having, you're looking to move from where you are because of issues that you described. Why are you having such a hard time finding different housing?
Because I'm in debt. I mean, I have so many bills here. I mean, I moved, I didn't get a choice. I got my voucher in May. I had to be out by July. So this was the first thing that came available and I took it. And now, because of my bills and everything, I don't have the extra money to move. I'm on a fixed income.
I see. Now, and do you have a housing specialist?
Yes, I do. And one thing I will say, I reach out normally through emails, like when I sent my documents back, but she said she didn't receive it. I just have learned to keep a record from Ms. Shantae, keep a record of every single thing that you send to them, because she was like, she didn't get it. And I went back and I pulled all the documents and I resent them again. So my recertification is due right now. She's working it up. But even if, I just lost my son back in, for instance, September. He's been on my lease still to this day. He's been gone for months. So
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you. It's just really hard because we both moved in here together. And now everything is just on me. He had a vehicle and I was paying for the parking, which I didn't have the extra money. But once he passed, I had to figure out how to get the car out, get that off of there. And I wound up doing it. So right now the parking is behind. So even if I chose to move, I couldn't, because I have to make extra payments to pay that off.
Right. Is there something the housing authority could do that would help this situation?
I just think they need to really, really do better. They need to do better. They need to be accountable. Everything is new for us, for Park Morton residents. We got these vouchers. All we know is that we call, we email, or whatever else. A lot of the residents don't stay on top of it. But like I said, being around Shantae, I have learned a lot. And I just stay on top of mine. And a friend of mine called me yesterday and was like, she has to go for a hearing because she's been doing the same thing I've been doing, constantly reaching out to them. They haven't been returning the calls. Matter of fact, she said the number that she was given wasn't even the number for housing. So now she has a hearing and she's just like, this voucher is too much. So I'm just forget it. I'm going to work and I'll just pay for my apartment out of my pocket because she said it's just too much. Everybody keeps saying it's just too much.
Yeah.
Because when they do their part and housing doesn't do their part, it affects us. Only thing we know is to call them if we have an issue. But if we can't get them, what else are we to do?
Yeah.
And she gave me her name and she was like, it was okay to reveal her name. But she basically she's losing her voucher. And she's like, now all of a sudden she's saying she's owed money. She's been paying her bills on time. But for some reason, she's saying she's on housing over $2,000. She don't know why. She don't know how. So
has she
frustrated.
reached out to them?
She's been reaching out. She has the hearing on the 8th.
That's right. That's okay. Okay. All right. I appreciate you sharing that. It's incredibly difficult, but it's something that people go through, and so it's something that the in the committee need to hear and understand. So I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. Like, the other young lady said, it's really good to have someone to hear us out and listen.
Yeah. They are not, for most things, not quick fixes as most of us would like, but the first thing you have to do is listen to people. And that's what I'm trying to make sure this committee is doing is listening to people, not just in hearings, but going out to listen to people, meet them. That helps us understand the issues better. If we understand the issues better, we can be better advocates for you. We can write better legislation, develop better programs, but only if we listen. We all have.
Because, excuse me, not to cut you off, like if my specialist had not received my information from February the 2nd, I would assume she would have reached out to me and said, hey, I didn't get your information. I had to reach out to her yesterday. Right. And that's when I realized she was like, I hadn't received it. Oh, and I'm like, well, I had the stamp date, the time when I sent it and everything last month.
Yeah. Let me, I got a couple other questions for a couple other witnesses.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronald Smith, I am very sympathetic to what you're sharing. To be on the list since I think you said 2006, and not be able to get an answer as to where you are. I suspect that's because the vouchers are prioritized to people who are homeless. And so when you're on the list, if you're not homeless, it can be very difficult to figure out when the voucher is going to become available. I think Mr. Smith had to go, but it is an issue. It's one I don't know the answer to yet, if I'm honest, because when people are homeless, we want to get them into housing as quickly as possible. But folks who've been on the list for 10, 20 years or more, you got to have some idea of where they are, when that time is going to come for them. And so it is something that we have to figure out. Finally, Mr. Shabazz, a couple quick questions. I appreciate the ideas that you're bringing. I think we need to be thinking outside the box. A couple concerns I have with the proposal that you might have some thoughts about, the idea of public housing residents becoming partial owners. I feel like if I'm on a wait list to get into public housing, I'd be upset that I didn't get an opportunity to be a partial owner. So how do we determine who the owners would be? If we just take a point in time, then people who maybe were in Berry Farms or like Sherry Spurl or in Park Morton, they were given vouchers and moved out, and now they don't have the ownership opportunity. You have any thoughts about how we contend with that?
Well, sir, what I can say at this time is that the idea of ownership and self-management is growing at a pace throughout the city. The technical questions that you're asking now would have to be a part of a process with debate and dialogue and sharing different concepts. You know, it would have to be through a process. I'm just bringing the message. You know,
Okay.
we have people who are better able to answer those questions with when such a structure is set up for the dialogue.
Okay, I appreciate that. I agree. We got to be thinking differently. There's some elements of the land bank that are in this. There's elements of social housing. These are things that we have to be exploring because the tools we're currently using just are not working well enough. So I appreciate that. And Ms. Malloy, I'm going to look forward to that testimony, that written testimony. And I appreciate you and everybody else being with us. All right, we're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. Thank you again to everyone on that panel. This panel will start with Ishan Haru, Martin Mellett, Maria Jackson, Tiffany Blackney, Marissa Johnson, Karen Lundgren, Chris Williams, member of DCGPC, Jacques Chevalier, public witness, Jean Stewart, volunteer with DC Sierra Club, Grant Colby, intern with HIPS Advocacy, Amber Wiley, steering committee for the DC Legacy Project, Nikki Smith, co-lead of the Women's Initiative, PFFC, Carlos Carolina, member of PFFC, William Jordan, member of Park Morton Equity Team, and Lynn Amano, director of advocacy for Friendship Place. All right, and so give us a couple moments to get everyone in. All right, Ishan Haru, good to see you again.
Good to see you as well, Councilmember White. Yeah, this feels like just last week. Okay, so let's get right into it. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I am Ishan Haru, Chief Impact Officer for Community Connections. Community Connections, one of the largest nonprofit service providers within Washington, D.C., providing behavioral health care to 2,000 households, permanent supportive housing to over 900 families and individuals, programming to 400 individuals daily at the 801 East Shelter, and street outreach to over 1,300 of our neighbors experiencing homelessness. I'm a mayoral appointed full council member of the ICH, where I serve on several committees integral to the work of DHS, DCHA, and DHCD. We work closely with our policy and advocacy partners, inclusive of the Way Home campaign, the DCHA providers group, the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, CNHED, to steward the objectives of Homework DC 2.0 to reduce homelessness and increase affordable housing. I'm going to talk a little bit about permanent supportive housing and the role that DCHA plays. Permanent supportive housing is experiencing an unprecedented expansion due to the historic investments and vouchers approved by the council. Thank you. Projects like Abrams Hall Senior at the original Walter Reed campus was awarded the 2021 Affordable Housing Finance Leaders' Choice Award for Best Seniors Project. Urban Atlantic has acknowledged Community Connections as key partners in the success of the Abrams Hall Seniors Project. Also at the Walter Reed campus, a 77-unit, 100% PSH Veterans Housing won the Best Large Affordable Housing Project Award by hand, where Community Connections is also the service provider. Delays Public-Private Partnership Housing Development, the Ethel, yielded 100 units of PSH, holds the same potential for excellence. These great projects illustrate the tremendous progress that is being made. However, we still have work to do. Delays in moving our neighbors experiencing homelessness into housing are well documented. Thank you, DCHA, for partnering for DHS and the PSH service provider to troubleshoot systemic issues responsible for these delays. 60% the people who died while experiencing homelessness last year have been matched to housing. I marched down Freedom Plaza during their annual vigil for our neighbors who passed away while experiencing homelessness, with many folks testifying today, chanting housing is a human right because it is. In all fairness, DCHA is not solely responsible for delays in the district's housing process, but their process is solely their own. It needs to improve if we ought to find a way to streamline the movement for historic investments and vouchers, most of which have been yet to be utilized. I can attest to the strong effort DCHA is putting forward and their willingness to collaborate, yet the timeline for PSH vouchers specifically is challenging for all stakeholders, developers, the service providers, and most importantly, our neighbors experiencing homelessness. The average length of time to process housing for a person in PSH is 60 to 90 days, which is too long. DCHA holds a significant chunk of that time. Fixable problems like miscommunication, which can extend the process to 6 months or more. Yes, DCHA has provided service providers with points of contact, and they have responded via email to concerns, but the effectiveness of this protocol to date is minimal. For unit-based PSH, these delays are costly to our development partners, like the ones I previously mentioned when it comes to the initial lease-up of the property and backfilling of vacancies. I highlight this point because the work is counter to the plans of the mayor and the council to build transformative affordable housing in areas like downtown DC if developers have major issues with their funding mechanism due to housing system delays. DCHA is dealing with complex issues in their role as PSH. Voucher utilization is key to the future of the district's efforts to end homelessness and expand affordable housing through the stewardship of the local rental subsidy program. DCHA must account for all housing programs within their purview when establishing processes and protocol. Using resident choice at the center of the choice points is prudent. Herein lies the nuance of the issues at hand. Perhaps the one-size-fits-all approach is too broad. An exploration of a more tailored approach to PSH that greatly reduces the timelines would be helpful for all stakeholders involved, increasing both voucher utilization and affordable housing expansion. For
Mr.
example,
Haru, you're a bit over time. I'm going to ask
Okay.
that you summarize the rest.
I will summarize the rest. In wrapping this up, we really hope that we can find a way to work with DCHA to shorten the timeline for PSH utilization going forward. And I would like to publicly acknowledge Director Hanera Jibrez and her leadership and partnership in working towards solutions to all the challenges mentioned today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Martin Mellett with Jubilee Housing. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Martin Mellett, Chairperson White. I'm Vice President for External Affairs for Jubilee Housing, and I'd like to comment on the local rent supplement program, which is how Jubilee tends to operate with the Housing Authority. For 50 years, Jubilee Housing has developed and managed affordable housing communities in the Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods. An essential tool in creating deeply affordable housing in thriving neighborhoods where Jubilee Housing operates is the LRSP. Currently, we utilize approximately 145 LRSP subsidies in our housing portfolio, approximately 52% of our portfolio. Jubilee currently has 4 projects in the development phase and hopes to add another 200 units of affordable housing over the next few years, with the hopes that 75 will serve residents at or below 30% AMI. At this performance hearing, we'd like to comment on the administration of the LRSP program by DCHA. The smooth and efficient management of LRSP will allow Jubilee to ensure that our units are available and ready to be lived in as soon as possible by residents who have no other options for this type of affordable and quality housing. Let me comment on 5 different sections that we have challenges with. Number 1 is a formal online LRSP submission process through a DCHA portal. The most challenging aspect of LRSP administration is timely processing of applications so that tenants receive housing as soon as possible and projects receive rent payments needed to operate the properties. The establishment of this portal would streamline applications and payments and would allow for efficient tracking and problem solving. The pace of approvals, inspections, and payments continue to present a challenge to Jubilee and other housing operators. We know that other departments within DC are using these types of online portals and believe that the establishment of this type of portal will improve the overall quality and timeliness of service to DC residents. Second one is coordination of unit inspections. We recommend that a database of unit inspections be established and shared among government agencies who are responsible for ensuring that units are ready for occupancy. Currently, there are at least 5 agencies who conduct regular inspections: DCHA, DBH, DHCD, HOPWA, DCHFA, depending on the source of subsidy or financing. We recommend an inspection system where one agency can be designated as a lead inspector, which would be acceptable for all agencies. Currently, multiple inspections occur from different agencies, which are disruptive to both owners and especially residents who are confused by the intrusion in their homes from multiple inspectors. A third one is sponsor and project-based annual increases. Many organizations who have executed long-term service contracts for either sponsor or project-based LRSP have not seen any annual increases since execution of the contract, some of which are 10 to 15 years old. While the contracts have language permitting these annual adjustments, DCHA has maintained that without additional budget authority, it is unable to make these adjustments. Jubilee self-manages our properties and is very much aware of the annual increased costs for labor and materials needed to keep our properties clean and healthy. We recommend that additional budget authority be approved that will allow DCHA to adjust these long-term service contracts. A fourth one is expiring long-term service contracts. Some organizations who entered into long-term service contracts 15 years ago are now reaching the end of those contracts. For nonprofits like Jubilee who are planning to re-syndicate our projects, we need a new 15-year contract. Tax credit investors will not participate in the project if a LTSC are not in place. We're aware that legislation is under development to make contract renewal more efficient. We recommend that this committee familiarize itself with this legislation and work with DCHA to move quickly to execute new 15-year long-term service contracts. And then the last one is just annual funding levels. To fund the production of new units, new budget authority is required annually. The district's investment in project-based LRSP is the single biggest factor in creating new housing opportunities for households below 30% MFI. We need to coordinate the annual investment in LRSP with other housing production programs, especially the Housing Production Trust Fund. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Maria Jackson with Mothers Outreach Network and DC Guaranteed Income Coalition.
Yes, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Jackson. I'm testifying with Mother Outreach Network. I just moved to Ward 2 before I lived in Ward 7. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C. I'm a mother of 4. I've dealt with Child Protective Services, CFSA, for 3 years. I'm here today to speak on behalf of, oh, that's the wrong one. So sorry, that is the wrong one. That is the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, what's the problem?
That's the wrong one. I'm talking to you about the wrong one. I gave you the wrong one. Okay, yeah.
Oh, that's your CFSA testimony.
I have lived, yes, I have lived in public housing since the mid-2000s. Since then, I have moved 5 times currently. I'm in a location on the 9th floor. I'm in a motorized wheelchair. So living on the ninth floor for me is not good. The elevators break down consistently. I've been stuck on the elevator over 10 times. Also, I asked the building manager about the fire plans. He told me that they had a good fire plan because it's sprinklers. I don't think that's enough, because what will happen to our property if the fire sprinklers go on? I'm asking DC Housing, would they be able to replace our TVs, computers, things that get wet? And since I'm in a motorized wheelchair, how would the fire department get to me? These are the things I'm thinking about. I did want to live in, I did not want to live in this building, but I had to move due to the last apartment because of a mold situation. It was very severe. I had to take medication because I had fungus on my back due to the mold. I also passed out, hit my head. And had an afflict concussion. They're not sure if I still have it or not. I had to get out of there for my safety and my children's safety. And also 2 weeks after I left the apartment, the ceiling fell in. I moved in here in October, but they didn't tell me that I had a voucher. I paid the building fees, but due to that process and me doing all that, the caseworker didn't even know I moved. DC Housing, that she told me. And I didn't, like it once again, if I knew I had a voucher, I wouldn't have moved here or even on the 9th floor. They had offered me different places to live, but they was too small. And I can't already do away enough things. And I appreciate the fact that they offer me these things, but I already do enough stuff away. So I also have issues with the building and the way they treat people. In my case, my caseworker, I constantly call her. She does not return my calls. And I'm asking you, due to the fact of me having a voucher, I have to wait till my lease is up to move, because I'm very concerned to the fact that I'm on the 9th floor and I'm in a motorized wheelchair. What if a fire do happen and they can't get to me? What will happen? How could they get me out? Oh, the speaker's gonna help wear me out, wear my property out, and everything else. Sprinklers don't save people's lives.
I appreciate your testimony. Next on our witness list is Karen Lundgren. Welcome.
Hi, Councilman White. Good day to Councilman White, DC council members, panelists, and other guests. My name is Karen Lundgren, and I'm a current voucher recipient with the DC Housing Authority. In short, this has been a living nightmare for me. Over the course of the last 2 years, I've attempted to directly communicate with DCHA senior leadership, making valid requests. I have never, ever received any fitting responses, let alone have any of these matters effectively resolved. I had a question a few months ago as to the payment standard, and my case manager spoke to her supervisor, and the supervisor told her that I had to go through the Office of General Counsel. DCHA has committed gross illegalities against me. They make up the rules as they go. They continue to violate HUD guidelines and policies and numerous other fair housing laws. I am submitting written documentation, which I go into more specific detail to you. My medical provider submitted 4 reasonable accommodation letters on my behalf. These letters fall well within the HUD joint statement on reasonable accommodations and fair housing, which DCHA is supposed to be following. I am also a survivor of sexual and domestic abuse and a protected class, which DCHA is grossly ignoring as well. DCHA AD office has denied the RA letter, stating that I have to fill out a third-party verification form, which is not accurate, and there's nothing in the HUD joint statement that mentions any of this. It is clear that DCHA needs to be forced to follow the rules. They are supposed to be fully supporting victims like me. Rather, they're the source of my trauma. And this is downright scaring and very disturbing to me. DCHA has also been retaliating and discriminating against me for engaging in my protected right. I filed a complaint with HUD, I speak in front of the council, and I advocate. Furthermore, I received what is called a request for termination, or an RFT notice from Kalia Payne. She's a quality assurance manager there at DCHA. This was all based on false claims and hearsay from my current landlord. It is downright scary that a voucher recipient can be put in the street, having their voucher revoked. You know, being low income, we rely on our vouchers to be safely housed. There is no reliable objective evidence to support this RFT either. The last year of my life has been consumed with defending and protecting my voucher. Numerous hours have also been spent on this matter by my attorneys as well. As to this, there was a matter in DC Superior Court, Landlord Tenant Division, that was voluntarily dismissed by my landlord's own attorneys back at the beginning of December of 2022. I do not understand how DCHA can adjudicate the same issue that was dismissed in a court of law. This is grossly unfair to the voucher recipient. I am trying to secure a transfer voucher through DCHA Office of General Counsel. They're demanding that I agree to certain concessions that I'm not even guilty of doing and signing this in order to secure a transfer voucher. DCHA is punishing me again for speaking up in front of the council, filing a HUD complaint. Furthermore, for the past at least year, my attorneys and I have been rigorously attempting to get a copy of my complete file, which I am legally entitled to get. We received irrelevant documents such as copies of my recertifications. I even received documentation with another person's name on it. I was also told I had to file a FOIA request to get copies of the entire file. I was forced to attend an informal hearing, which was anything but fair. The Office of Fair Hearings are all DCHA employees too. You all, the laws really need to change here as the DCHA and legislature enacted, as outlined below, as determination procedures as it pertains to housing recipients. I wrote, there needs to be reliable, objective evidence submitted via a qualified third party before any such request for termination can be issued to a voucher recipient. The termination proceedings, mediations, informal hearings need to be conducted by an outside qualifying organization, you know, the DC court system, and not within the DC Housing Authority. As it stands at present, the voucher recipient has no valid recourse against corrupt landlords and their attorneys, other than being told by DCHA to move out or they'll stop paying rent. This puts the voucher recipient in a huge bind either way, as the landlord can pursue eviction proceedings. And, you know, I know my time's out, but the landlords take full advantage of people like me with low income because they know we can't afford private representation. So there's a lot of this that goes on, and I just, I could say more, but anyway, I appreciate you listening to my really valid concerns today, Council Member White, and I look forward to working with you all. Thank you. I've been working with, you know, I appreciate it. It's just very disconcerting. Thank you. And I really feel for other people that have testified today too. I can relate.
There's been some powerful testimonies today, yours included. So I appreciate you being with us. Jean Stewart, who's a volunteer with DC Sierra Club. Jean Stewart, I see you.
Yes,
There
I'm
we go.
here.
Oh.
Didn't realize I would come up so quickly. Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman White, council members and staff. And thanks for this opportunity to testify. And my name is Jean Stewart, and I'm a member of the Sierra Club District of Columbia chapter. The Sierra Club, as you know, is America's largest environmental organization, and the DC chapter has about 3,000 dues-paying members. The DC Housing Authority is a key player for environmental justice in the district, since the public housing mandate is to provide healthy housing for DC citizens in the most need. Unfortunately, DCHA has had very serious lapses, as we've been hearing, in carrying out this key mission for too many years. Director Donald is, of course, facing very large challenges in trying to rectify the poor management of this key agency. But according to last fall's HUD review of the state of public housing, we see the existing public housing is so unsafe and so unhealthy that a large number of units are vacant due to their poor condition. It will require many years and large budget commitments to bring damaged and dangerous units up to code, and completely renovate aging and obsolete units that cannot be upgraded, and build new units to replace those that cannot even be renovated. And Mr. White, I am really excited to see that you're going to recommend a budget addition of $500 million over 5 years to upgrade DC's public housing. And we're asking that these funds and other tools be used with 4 principles in mind. First one is one-to-one replacement, including family-sized units. Number 2 is build first, so that residents don't get displaced, and so that we do not continue the practice of permanent displacement of so many of the city's limited income Black residents. Also, we would advocate for no concentration, that new units be built not only in areas where public housing has been concentrated in the past. Most importantly, for this particular testimony, new and renovated public housing should be all electric and get their energy from clean and renewable sources. And particularly in this case, we feel that this is key to ensuring a healthy environment for all public housing residents. Methane gas is a serious health hazard, since burning it for heat and cooking releases toxic emissions such as nitrogen oxides and particulates, resulting in indoor air pollution that may contribute to asthma, chronic COPD, and cardiovascular diseases. This past fall, the Washington Interfaith Network and the Sierra Club tested the indoor air quality of several kitchens in the Potomac Gardens family public housing units. And when gas stoves were in use, every single one had levels of nitrogen dioxide above the EPA's standards for healthy air. Additionally, current gas-powered HVAC systems in public housing heat the units to the point that in the winter, residents have to open windows and often install electric or window AC units. And of course, methane gas is leaky and continues to leak even when it's not being burned, contains the carcinogen benzene and leaks into the outside atmosphere. So in addition, transforming to fully electric buildings will, over time, be cost effective as the rates for methane gas increase and the cost of electric power from renewable sources continues to decline. And this will improve DC's carbon footprint as well.
I appreciate it. Let me just ask if you would summarize the remainder. We're a bit over time.
Yes, I'm done, and I just thank you so much that for this opportunity to express the DC Sierra Club's views at this important oversight hearing. And the gradual decrease in the costs of sustainable and renewable energy. The costs of solar and wind power has been decreasing.
I appreciate that.
And we look forward to increased and better technology with batteries for better storage.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. I appreciate you being with us. Grant Colby, you are next. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me today. HIP's beliefs that the communities we work with, including those who are engaged in sex work, sex trade, and drug use, should be able to live healthy, self-determined, self-sufficient lives free from stigma, violence, criminalization, and oppression. Housing is a matter of health and agency, and it is critical to support our neighbors in matters of housing and related services. When affordable housing is created, it is often created based on market rates and are unattainable to many. This is not true affordability. Many housing projects leave behind most residents that make 30% or less of the median income. There's also inefficient use of funds, such as the missing $82 million specifically set aside for extreme low-income housing in 2021, noticed by the Office of the Inspector General. Data from Apartment List shows that nearly half of all residents are cost-burdened and struggling to afford to live in a city that they call home. The National Low-Income Housing Association shows us even at the median income, 16% of people are cost burdened. Further, 44% of low-income renters, 81% very low-income renters, and 85% of extremely low-income renters are cost burdened. At these astronomical 80+ rates of cost burden, we see the rate level off, likely as evidence of people unable to pay for housing past it and facing the reality of homelessness, housing instability, or lack of self-reliance. With a studio apartment costing from $1,875 to $2,044 on average, as sourced by Rent Hopper and Sumper, the cost is near unpayable with minimum wage. DC is also a unique housing market as the population increased by nearly 15% from 2010 to 2020. There's no reason for developers to sell to current residents, as there is a constant stream of new incoming residents with higher incomes. There's also a roughly 10% vacancy rate in DC, as landlords will often keep these units empty rather than lowering rent where possible, keeping rent high and limiting access to housing. All of this is not to forget the unique struggles of both Black and trans people. Black people most frequently face a lack of generational wealth due to the restriction of access to the same home financing as white counterparts, redlining entire neighborhoods, mass community destruction from urban renewal, and of course, discrimination based on the colors of one's skin. These factors make it critical to pay attention and offer additional resources to Black communities. In DC, 86% of the homeless population is Black, almost double the total Black population of DC, that is 46%. Even when housing is met, the racial bias against Black and brown communities diminishes the value of people's homes. The Brookings Institute found that being located in Black neighborhoods alone was devalued homes by 9 to 19%, and other surrounding factors impacted the valuation even more. Realtors also have bias and will show Black home buyers lower value homes and white home buyers higher value homes. This creates a segregated market by being directed to different places and devalues homes and destroys generational wealth. The market would deeply benefit from structures of accountability being created. Queer and specifically trans people are another group confronting a housing struggle when it comes to housing. Many people are disowned and kicked out by their families and go on to experience unstable housing and employment discrimination due to societal prejudices. There's also often the struggle for trans people to find a place to stay in shelters, as there is not acceptance either by the shelter itself or the people that stay there towards their gender identity. While there is thankfully a new LGBTQ plus shelter, which we are greatly appreciative of, continued investment and permanent solutions are critical. Being trans while lacking stable housing can mean additional health-related difficulties, such as access to transition or health-related care. For example, if someone medically transitions with some forms of bottom surgery and loses stable access to hormones, they might confront a life-threatening instability, as the body needs a sex hormone to survive. 40% of homeless youth in DC identify as LGBTQ+, while only 10% of DC population identifies this way. Now, I see I'm getting close to the end of time, so I'm going to start summarizing to get through as quick as possible. It's a great time to invest in housing. We see your $500 million proposal. We see the $100 million going into ICH. We see a lot of work being done, which brings a lot of hope. DC, some things that we'd like to propose that would make a massive difference is true rent control. Some of the existing measures are 2% plus inflation. It should be 0% plus inflation so that people don't arbitrarily get priced out of their homes. Truly no barrier housing. The National Alliance to End Homelessness published a report showing that the cost was cut from $36,000 to $12,800 per person per year, a massive savings. Permanent no barrier housing leads to better health outcomes and has various positive effects, which you can read about in the written testimony, and also implementing structures such as Vienna's public housing system to really compete with landlords, not simply take their vouchers, provides benefits, competition, and is known to massively drive down prices and is increasingly known as a clear direction to go. I will stop myself there. And thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for being with us. Nikki Smith, you are next. Nikki Smith, I think you are with us.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Okay. I apologize. This is my first time.
Glad to have you.
Okay. Good morning, Councilmember White and committee members. My name is Nicola Smith. I hear that knowledge is power. I know knowledge is the key to life, and right now I'm having trouble living because I'm lacking knowledge. I migrated from 2 hours away and I'm being treated like an immigrant. This is my experience. I left my old life and came to Washington, D.C. I had never been here before. I have shared some of my stories. I was upset about people assuming why I left home. I started over. Anyone could just pick up and move anywhere and reside anywhere and start a fresh life. Did you know you have the right to be happy? I was so cold when I came here to Washington, D.C. Never in my life did I imagine I would be sleeping on the streets. I told police on the streets that I needed help. They told me that I would have to sleep on the streets with no blanket. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Now let's fast forward to the good stuff. I bumped into PFFC and joined the Women's Initiative group. Meeting people with living experiences is good but heartbreaking. This many people need housing, medical, food stamps, just help. So there is a saying that if you don't use it, you lose it. What I'm trying to say is people who are experiencing homeless, they don't walk, they don't talk all the time, they don't enjoy life. So you're losing a part of your wits. I'm not angry about anything. I'm seeking knowledge to live. And mentally ill people, handicapped people, just people on the streets, like it's normal. How many of you have loved ones in the streets or a person you love less, only less love, however you look at it is wrong. On a given night, 354,000 sleeping in separate shelters. That is sad. What do I have to do to get help from myself and others? People are created differently. Some people speak low, I speak loudly. Knowledge can get me here, and knowledge got me here, and it's keeping me put. I say I'm a mountain and I will not move. Thank you for this opportunity to speak my testimony. My name is Nicola Smith, co-leader of the Rhonda Whitaker Streets for Life DC initiative. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. William Jordan.
I'm sorry.
Nikki Smith. Hey, thank you. William Jordan, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is William Jordan, Ward 1 resident and member of the Park Morton Equity Team. In 2007, the Park Morton NCI was established via legislation, and it had basically 5 goals: preserve and expand affordable housing stock, improve the economic integration of Park Morton into the surrounding community, enhance resident opportunities through better job placement, education and training, and overall human services, establish and invest in community services and amenities, and engage residents in decision-making. As of today, 17 years later, None of these elements have even moderately been achieved. This is because achieving these goals, especially those related to resident family opportunities and self-sufficiency, require the empowerment of resident families themselves as equitable partners. Director Donald and many on this council see resident family empowerment as an obstacle to progress. Director Donald, over the last year or so, has used her position to undermine resident elections, disrupt housing resident organizing, to co-opt resident entities, as well as the passage of the STAR legislation basically disempowers residents as a matter of public policy. I urge the committee to reverse this policy of resident disempowerment and the marginalization of resident self-sufficiency opportunities and requirements. And I make several recommendations to make this happen. Require DCHA to have fully functioning and funded resident councils at each property and/or redevelopment site as a condition of city funding. The agency should be given 60 days to make this happen. DCHA Resolution 1606, the right of return is moot, obsolete, non-functional, and at best a paper tiger. Require it to be fixed and require as a requirement for additional city funding. Modify TOPA to be in sync with and compliant with HUD Section 18 resident first right opportunities. DCHA is using gray areas between local and federal law to disempower residents. Bring Section 3 and business and employment opportunities and requirements in sync with First Source and CBE regulations. Another thing, DC, the city needs to seize all DCHA income from development fees and put it in a trust for resident home ownership, employment, and related opportunities. The Housing Authority should not be collecting development fees and then using it to oppress its residents. Require an independent audit of all DCHA development projects over the last 10 years and establish an independent office of the Ombudsman and racial equity for the Housing Authority. As well, I wanted to say that one, in many ways, the Housing Authority is being made a fall guy for our dysfunctional overall housing policy. It's not the talent, it's not necessarily management of the Housing Authority. We have a housing policy that is designed to fail low-income people and people in the middle in order to aggrandize and enrich a few. And until this policy change, in fact, that policy is actually breaking the budget of DC government. And I hope you don't fall for the flim-flam that we don't have money because of downtown real estate tax revenues. That's a flim-flam. Don't fall for it. It always comes up when it's time for people to benefit from DC's prosperity. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carlos, Carolina, welcome. You're muted.
I apologize. Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is Carlos Carolina. I'm a Washingtonian, born and raised here in Washington, D.C. I have lived in every part of Washington, D.C., Southeast, Northeast, Northwest, and Southwest. Also, I went to school here, elementary, junior high, and high. I also completed job readiness programs such as Project Empowerment. And this was at the time of the pandemic. A lot was going on, a lot still is going on. What I basically have issues with is this terminology, the homeless community, is a lot that's been associated with the homeless community, such as mental health and substance abuse, to say the least. I really and honestly feel if people was housed, and I honestly feel that housing is a human right, because if people was housed, a lot of things that go on that the general public see wouldn't be seen. Not to say that it's right, it's wrong, what's right or what's wrong. It just wouldn't be out there so messy for the world to see. So there's a lot of people that's unhoused that deals with different kinds of homelessness, such as chronic homeless. You got the couch surfers. You got the street homeless. You got different brackets of homelessness, and it has an effect on people mental in certain ways, and people act out in different ways. I just think it's more that the city could do, and it's going to be it's going to take more than just funding this, funding that. It's certain people that need to be deprogrammed and then programmed to live as a citizen in a society that they are not familiar with. It's kind of impossible to become a productive citizen of society when you don't even have the mental capacity to grasp what is even going on within a society. So I do feel as though a lot of people get penalized because they don't know how to live a certain type of way. If maybe we can find like life skill courses to actually help people, I think they'd be more productive with this society. That way you get people working and possibly build an economy, within. But I feel as though people get in trouble, penalized and stuff that they shouldn't even get in trouble for, man. There's more we could do, and just like a lot of us Washingtonians, that's been like deep rooted here. We do want to know what can we do and how can we contribute to like helping. It's also there's a large population in the homeless community that is like not from Washington, and rather they're from another state or another country. Nevertheless, they come to Washington and we all still work together on a certain level to try to maintain and like. And I equate myself with we, because right now I would be under couch surfer. I got family that care about me, but due to stipulations and circumstances, I'm kind of here, there, and everywhere right now. I'm trying to get situated myself. So just speaking from experience and speaking from a point of view of wanting better just for the city.
I appreciate it. Thank you for being with us. I really appreciate your testimony. Lynn Amano, you are next. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White, for allowing me to testify today. And thank you for the helpful list of DCHA pre-hearing questions, and also to DCHA for answering them. I'm Lynn Amano, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Friendship Place is a...
Sorry, Lynn, hold on. Oh, there we go. We're good now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Friendship Place is a premier provider of housing and services for those experiencing homelessness in Greater DC, serving over 3,400 clients per year. We appreciate that the staff at DCHA have been accessible to providers in our regularly scheduled meetings. In our efforts to make homelessness brief, rare, and non-recurring, we want to work with DCHA and DHS to improve the execution of vouchers to provide everyone with permanent, stable housing. As you know, only a fraction of the permanent supportive housing vouchers have resulted in actual lease-ups to date. In pre-hearing question responses, DCHA has admitted there are additional inefficiencies in determining eligibility and the lease-up process beyond the difficulty of hiring caseworkers. While the proposed process mapping and dashboards may shed some light on these inefficiencies, a single access portal for individuals, caseworkers, DHS, and DCHA could provide information for where that individual is in the process and clarify real-time obstacles. DCHA updates to a portal would show the responsible party at each stage of the process and address past struggles with points of contact and staff changes. It would also allow clients to see where they are in the process and increase their level of trust in the system. We are encouraged to see that the new administration rules proposed to start this summer will include analysis of the age, quality, and available amenities at each property and the assessment of approved rents. We have testified previously about the importance of better adherence to a true rent reasonableness assessment process. Area rent averages do not address the disparities between new buildings with great amenities versus older, more dated properties. Rent approximating the assigned cap should be used for opening access to better properties for voucher holders, not for overpaying on substandard ones. Individual property assessments will avoid the potential for overpayments, prevent the displacement of current renters, and enable DCHA to fund more vouchers with the same available dollars. Landlords and others should support the provision of appropriate rent based on current market rates, as it will also flag underpayments for high-quality properties in lower capped areas. Additional staff or outsourcing to enact true rental assessments would be a worthwhile investment. An average of 6 months from matching to lease up is way too long. Government agencies and providers need to capture every possible efficiency in expediting housing. Bridge housing flexibility, provider-based eligibility determinations and inspections, and contracting out DCHA's voucher-based responsibilities should all be considered as options to allow DCHA to focus on its roles in public housing and voucher payments. For example, DCHA is currently committing to 3 days to contact landlords to arrange dates for inspections, whereas you heard organizations like Pathways have been regularly completing inspections in 24 to 48 hours. DCHA's proposed changes can help us house thousands of residents if well executed. Bringing the 2,194 unoccupied units online through renovations and repairs will help relieve some of the pressure to find housing for those experiencing homelessness. Better use of public dollars through rent reasonableness, a common portal, and more efficient processes in voucher execution will help us find homes for the rest. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to ask fewer questions of this panel, just a few questions. Maria Jackson, which organization is your case manager with?
Mother's Outreach, which is DC Coalition.
Can you say that one more time?
I'm sorry, Mother's Outreach, which is DC Coalition at the same time.
Okay. And if you want to share, do you want to share what building you're in? You mentioned that you have some problems.
I'm in a Gibson Plaza building.
Okay. And what are the problems you mentioned? I mean, I got the problems about being on the 9th floor.
Okay, the elevators. Well, it's 3 elevators. They actually break down at the same time. And I was stuck on the elevator. I get stuck every time. And stuck 10 times with the elevator. I'm on the 9th floor. I'm in a motorized wheelchair. My daughter got stuck on it by herself, and she did 5 times. I don't know why I thought when you get a place to pick, you're supposed to get more than one. But they moved me out of spotted terrace due to the situation of mold, due to the fact I hit my head, due to the fact my kids have asthma. The mold was so bad. It's not like they didn't help. They did tear the wall down, but you can't get rid of mold. Mold will always come back.
Let me move to William Jordan. You mentioned in your testimony that Director Donald is co-opting resident entities and interfering with resident council elections. How so?
Well, we know that the board elections were delayed. We also know that what was going on last year is that the agency was encouraging local council members to get rid of presidents that the housing authority was having problems with. So the housing authority would call meetings, ask residents to look at your bylaws. They would supposedly do a survey with a small group of residents and determine that there were problems, and then encourage resident groups to remove presidents. It happened at least 3 or 4 times that I know of, and was attempted at Park Norton.
You believe or you know that this was connected with Director Donald?
I know.
Okay, how do you know?
Because she was a part of the meetings that occurred. So I wasn't in the meeting. This is secondhand information, so I will admit that. But I do know that the meeting occurred, and people were encouraged to, I guess, reevaluate their leadership and, those kind of things.
Okay.
So it was done supposedly to improve leadership, but then this fits a pattern. So we know that it took over a year to seat the elected commissioners through the mismanagement of that election process. So it fits a larger pattern that it's always resident representation that gets bucked lower.
Okay. What communities had interference with their resident councils?
I would say the ones that I'm aware of was Park Norton, I'll have to send them to you. They
Okay.
slip my mind right now, but
Okay, please do. I appreciate that. Carlos, Carolina, just one quick note. You asked, what can a native Washingtonian do to contribute to helping? What I would suggest is that what you're doing now is helping. Progress is usually not quick. We got to keep showing up. And a lot of times people get frustrated. They're like, I came to this thing and nothing changed. But people who keep coming back can change these systems. So I encourage you to keep at this. And I appreciate you being here to testify today. Lynn Amano, the portal recommendation, I read this in recommendations from last year or in testimonies from last year. Have you or others who have been promoting this portal idea, have you all gotten any official no or reason as to why it can't happen? It seems necessary.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. Thank you. And yes, we've been testifying about this for a little while. As I mentioned, we've been in regular meetings with DCHA and DHS, and we have mentioned this. I think that what has happened is that DCHA has made some efforts to set up dashboards, which show some of the information and where people are in the process at different times. DHS has a dashboard as well. But there hasn't been a portal. The portal, what I was told was that they were creating basically 3 separate portals, one for the applicants, right? So that they could supposedly log up, upload their documents. I guess I'm not even sure about the one for proprietors, but I know there's one for landlords as well. But they don't, the systems don't talk to each other. And there's no way to know where someone is, in the process. Once somebody has uploaded their documents, they don't know that their documents are being reviewed. They don't know if they've been, approved. They don't know that they've been given a voucher. They get an email later that will tell them when they've completed that process, but it only goes to that individual. And so the caseworkers who are working with people don't necessarily know when they've received that notification unless the recipient notifies back to the caseworker that they've received that information. So that kind of thing. So what we've been saying is, university systems and doctors' offices manage to set up these portals where different parties can have access to different pieces of important information. They can, so that what we would like to see is a system that does those things. Most recently in my conversation with DCHA around this, they said, oh, wait, you were talking about a single portal where, where everyone could log in and see this information. We said, yes, that's what we've been saying.
Yeah, that was
as if it was a new idea.
All right. That's a bit frustrating. Well, hopefully now they understand it and can process the idea. It seems to make sense, and technologically, I don't see a reason not to do this. I'm sure there are some, privacy issues that need to be worked out, but even some of those I think have been testified to. So seems doable, necessary. One other question on rent reasonableness. Do we need to offer more money for rent for voucher holders? And
Oh, you're talking about are you talking about the previously mentioned increases, or are you talking?
Well, yeah, around rent reasonableness.
Right.
Should the city be paying more to landlords than the landlords would otherwise get?
So no, I don't think so. But I think that with the individual analysis of the properties that hasn't been being done is something that will change that dynamic. So I saw a report back in the spring that DCHA had put out where they talked about when they were doing the analysis of rent reasonableness. And they talked about there were a certain percentage that were underpaid. There was a certain percentage they believed were on target and a certain percentage that were overpaid. And this was within sort of their own self-analysis. And I want to say it was something like they said as much as 40%. They thought were overpaid, and then the chunk that was in the middle, and then some smaller percentage. And I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but that was underpaid. I don't think necessarily we need to pay people more, but I do think it's possible that there are nice properties in areas that have lower average caps, right? Like a new building goes in where justifiably they might be able to charge more rent, and that is not getting assessed in the same way that the places we might be overpaying in a nice area for a lesser property.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that point. Finally, for this panel, Karen Lundgren, there was something in your testimony. You mentioned that something was litigated in the court that DCHA is now reviewing. What was that thing?
There was an eviction matter that my landlord had filed against me, and it was my landlord's own attorneys voluntarily dismissed the case in the beginning of December 2022. The thing that DCHA is coming at me with is the exact same thing that got dismissed in a court of law. And I don't understand how something can be re-adjudicated when it's been dismissed in a court of law, Councilman White. That's a big problem I have. And I work with lawyers who agree with me that it's not fair. Okay. So,
I appreciate that. Well, thank you and everybody on this panel for your testimonies. I really appreciate you all being with us. Excuse me. Sharing your perspectives and experiences. We're going to move to our next panel of public witnesses. Misha Petaway, Michelle McDonald, Brant Tingen, Patricia Jones, Madi Navandian, Leslie Perry, LaShawn Adams, Dr. Shanette Mokia Sapp, Donna Towns, Aaron Byrne, with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Lori Leibowitz, Public Witness, Harry Goral, Van Ness South Tenant Association, Lachelle Adams Harris, co-owner of Adams Land LLC, Kiera Colin Torres, co-owner of From Here Realty. And give us a moment to get everybody on. Misha Petaway, if you can hear me, I need you to accept promotion for you to testify. There we are. All right, Misha Petaway, you can begin your testimony. Misha Petaway. All right, while Misha Petaway gets situated, let's go to Brant Tingen. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember White. My family's been in business in DC since 1914, and we've been landlords since 1990. I'm a licensed property manager and a real estate agent. My first DCHA tenant was in 2015. Her name is Mrs. Brown, and she became like a third grandmother to me. She would get me a turkey every Thanksgiving, and during her cancer, I would check on her, and I got her a juicer and a blender. And upon her passing, I waived a substantial amount of rent to help her family cover her funeral expenses. This isn't unique. I have relationships like this with many of my DCHA tenants, which at this point I have dozens of now. To switch to the numbers here, let's take a look at Miss Brown's unit. It's a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom unit in Anacostia. The current DCHA rent that I receive is $2,324 per. The current market rate rent is between $2,800 and $3,400 per month. And I have numerous units like this. So these units are 17 to 32% below market rates. The rents have not been raised since 2019. Since 2019, my costs for utilities, labor, materials, insurance, taxes, et cetera, has increased anywhere from 25% up to 2 to 3 times as much over the past 5 years. This lack of rent increase to keep pace with the market compounds with current economic pressures and interest rates and recessionary pressures. This, in addition to other DC specific pitfalls related to operating residential rentals in DC, such as the never-ending lease, make it untenable to do business here as a residential low-income housing provider, especially as it relates to DCHA. In 2018 and 2019, I had very big plans to deliver net new DCHA rental units explicitly for HCVP tenants. In other words, bringing brand new rental units out of the ground. I still have these plans and will bring 20 to 50 new rental units out of the ground over the next 3 to 5 years. Yet due to the punishing business and partnership climate between DC and its partners, none of these units will be built in DC, as it is completely economically untenable to do so in DC. Further, as the economic climate allows, the only financially feasible option for me and thousands of other property owners is to sell these properties, typically as condos, and due to the high prices of those sales, very, very few of those units will see use as rentals again, as they will be purchased by owner occupants at prices that do not make the units economically tenable as rentals. I had to work my way through college, and now with multiple degrees in business, my favorite class was still my community college economics 101 class taught by a part-time professor who worked at the Fed. One of his sayings that has stuck with me is that when governments attempt to do actions with a big heart, they often end up breaking a lot of hearts. In other words, when a government intentionally discourages energetic entrepreneurs from providing solutions for needs, the net result to society is negative. And again, as a family of DC business people of 5 generations, I can guarantee that the actions and inactions of DC and DCHA is exacerbating the housing crisis and crippling the ability of energetic and professional housing providers to create new housing opportunities in DC. It's my hypothesis that as experienced and capable housing providers leave DC, the void will be filled by inexperienced and incapable landlords and slumlords who do not understand the very, very difficult business that is providing housing in DC. And they will underserve the low income and voucher holding residents that DC and DCHA purports to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Misha Petaway.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Just for the record, it's Misha Petway.
Petway, I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. So, while I am so appreciative of the work that Director Donald and the new DCHA staff members, some of them new anyway, have done at Potomac Gardens, there have still been a number of issues with maintenance work orders, and just the safety and upkeep of the apartments. I did hear you mention earlier, and some of the other residents, about the vacants being taken good care of, but the occupied apartments are still not being taken care of. It's my understanding that Potomac Gardens had the most work orders within the last few years, and that there were some blitz teams, that maintenance teams that were in our community. But after speaking with a number of residents, they said maintenance has not been in their homes, and that is concerning. If we have had, 2 or 3 teams doing maintenance stuff, and I can testify myself that I have had work orders in for a number of months, and no one has been to my apartment to address them. And it's unbecoming. We're still dealing with like leaks in our community room. So it's a number of things. And then the quality of work that maintenance does, it's not good quality work. It's my understanding again that maintenance, it's hard to find maintenance workers, but the maintenance that we do have should do quality work and give us the best that they can give to us. And that is just not what we're seeing in Potomac Gardens. And on another note, with security, we have had a number of issues with DCHA OPS, and we have constantly complained and nothing has taken place. I would strongly recommend that the officers and unarmed officers are trained in how to deal with residents in our communities. Though we live in our communities, we are no lower than they are, and some of them treat us as if we are. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Madi Navandian, welcome.
Hi, Councilmember White. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify. I think it's a great idea to get in touch with the people that reside and are part of that place. My name is Mahdi Nahavandian, and I'm here to testify as a DC landlord. I've been a landlord partner in the DCHA public housing program since 2012. I believe in the mission of DCHA, and I believe in helping people. Providing housing is a service that's made up of multiple parts. So these parts actually drive the cost of this service. Property is one part of it. The value of property hasn't stayed the same since 2019. Most properties are bought with a loan. Some of them are variable rate, and we know what has happened to the interest rate, which is significantly changed. Repairs and maintenance work have to be done on these properties as part of the housing that is provided. The cost of labor hasn't stayed the same since 2019. Materials have peaked in 2020, 2021. They've come a little bit down, but they're still higher than what they used to be in 2019. Transportation, which is part of moving around to manage these properties, the gas price hasn't stayed the same since 2019. The utilities haven't stayed the same, and also tax, which is governed by the government and collected by the government, hasn't stayed the same. So these all have changed, but the rent for the properties in the DCHA voucher program haven't changed. Maybe it's not a good idea to get in calculation mode of all these drivers of cost. market rent is something which is a good comparable and an indicator. And I believe that the market rents have increased at least 12% since 2019 in DC for properties that are not part of the DCHA voucher program. What I've seen in these years is that I've had experiences with tenants that didn't use the property responsibly. And the major reason from my point of view is that there was no consequence for them. And there should be consequence for tenants not holding their part of the lease. I've seen them smoking inside the unit, which is against their lease, littering around the building, not communicating back, stopping repair crew from entering. And I had no recourse in overcoming these obstacles with them. And they were not afraid of losing their voucher or anything. So it used to be not good. And I hope that there would be some solutions and suggestions to improve this in order to for them to have a consequence of losing something if they don't hold up their lease. I heard that there was a suggestion for a better information system or portal for DCHA. I also agree with that. It will definitely reduce mistakes, delays, and miscommunications. Multiple government bodies are holding inspections now in DC, and that's becoming a problem for the landlords and the tenants. I agree with the centralized inspection system suggestion that one of the other panelists suggested. I've had some issues that I wanted to bring up, but for the sake of time, I'll just bypass those and leave the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. Leslie Perry, welcome.
Welcome, Councilman White and other members of the DC Council that's listening today. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, I can.
Okay. The person that went before me eloquently expressed concerns of the responsible landlord in DC. I am one of those landlords that's responsible. And I would like to reiterate what Mr. Mondi expressed. As a owner of property in DC for over 20 years, as a landlord, tenant attorney for over 15 years, it's imperative that we understand that it's not one person's issue, it's all of our issues. It's not one person problem, it's all of our problems in dealing how we equitably find a way to compensate the landlords that provide the housing and to have proper, habitable, decent housing for the people that really need it. Mr. Mandy eloquently spoke to the issues that the small landlord has. I am a small landlord, and we have the issues of not having the ability to have any repercussions for individuals that don't adhere to the rules. And when they don't adhere to the rules, we still have to pay for water. We still have to pay all our utilities on time, including the mortgage company. And when you're a small operator, as I am, the ends and means are much more smaller than a bigger operator. Thus, we have bigger pressures in order to have a habitable, safe place for people to enjoy their living. And I just want to reiterate that these increases, if they happen, that they happen equitably across all the wards. As the rent in Ward 7 has increased over 20%, like other wards in Ward 3 and Ward 4. I just request that when we do have a means of equitably compensating landlords such as myself, that we also have remedies of dealing with people that are not adhering to the rules in an equitable, fair way, because they do stymie other people like myself that want to provide safe housing and that have safe housing to provide, but because of the issues they have with rules that are sometimes the landlord feel that they are at war or being at war with the city for imposing rules that stymie the ability to do a good job for the people that really need it. We just request that better rules are in place so we can be better providers of housing, and that equitably the rules not only apply to us, but apply to the tenants that are bad apples. Not all tenants are bad apples, and not all landlords are slum landlords. You have people that are responsible, you have tenants that are responsible. We just wish that they are being treated equitably in this system. And I thank you for the opportunity to show you my face for at least a minute, to show you that we want to have good housing for everybody, but we need the help and to providing it with equitable payment across the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Shanette Malkia-Sapp, welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. I'm Dr. Shanetta Malkia-Sapp. I'm the CEO and principal broker for the PMs of the City and the PMs of the City Realty. Today, I'm speaking to you from a landlord perspective for small landlords managing properties from 1 to 20 units, as well as from the residents' perspective. There are a few things that are a problem with the DC Housing Authority, starting with the wait list. The wait list with individuals that are waiting 10, 15, 20 years to get assistance for housing, when you have individuals that are truly violating the housing opportunity that has been provided for them, is one of the biggest challenges that I think that you have with the Housing Authority. Individuals have lost paperwork. Individuals, I can say that I've spoken to clients, I've assisted individuals when the office was open, when you were able to go there and get your documents stamped so you can keep a copy of them. So when they tell you that you didn't recertify or you didn't complete certain things, you could have that to produce. That is not available to the individuals now. It was also available to landlords to be able to go into the office and to meet with individuals face to face when you were having issues with tenants or you were having issues with payments. That is no longer available. You can email for 2 to 3 weeks at a time with zero response. So I definitely understand what the tenants are going through. In regard to the landlords, that individuals feel as though we are not being served or we're being overpaid. There are certain communities that receive a higher portion of rent than certain landlords in different communities. I represent a lot of landlords in Ward 8. So when I have a 4-bedroom unit in Ward 8 where the mortgage is over $3,500, but the Housing Authority is saying that because of that zip code, they only receive $2,100, there's a problem. And then you go to Northwest for that same 4-bedroom and you're going to get a voucher for $5,000+ to be able to house a family. I think that we need to evaluate how those things are moving forward and how you're going to even the playing ground and the playing field for all individuals to find housing no matter what area they select to live in. Landlords should not be in one particular ward having to reduce the monthly rent that they're charging when their regular mortgage payments and their utilities and those type of things have increased. In regard to the rental increases, not having rental increases when everything else in life has continued to increase and produce does not make sense. How are we able to maintain the homes for the tenants? And I'm hearing so many people complain about the condition of their homes. How do we maintain those when we're not receiving the appropriate funds to be able to maintain these units? That also ties into the fact that we need to make sure that the tenants are educated on how to properly maintain their units. Yes, some landlords have not done the appropriate job in maintaining these properties, but yes, some tenants have been negligent in doing their part in maintaining their units and not have been held responsible when they are violating policies or they're damaging properties. When we're reaching out for help from the Housing Authority, there is little response and they tell you to manage and police your unit. Well, we need their help to do that. They have a contract with HUD that they're responsible for. My background comes from Section 8 and in-house public housing, as well as Hope 6 properties. You don't have those a lot now because they have not been able to come together. We have to understand that it's not just the landlord's responsibility, the DC Housing Authority responsibility, or the council's responsibility, but collectively a community responsibility to resolve these issues. I would love to sit with you as I've cleaned up wait lists, in-house wait lists of over 1,500 plus individuals, scrubbing those lists, contacting individuals, giving them 2 weeks to respond, and making sure individuals genuinely get the help that they need. I've submitted a written testimony. I would love to speak with you in regard to the inspections that have been challenging. Yes, they've done virtual. Yes, they do in person. But the problem with the inspections is that they're not communicating with landlords, and the policies in regard to how to do re-inspections and the inspectors genuinely completing these documents is a problem. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Donna Towns, welcome. Donna Towns, are you with us? You have to unmute.
Hello?
Yes, there we are.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, my name is Donna Towns, and I'm calling to address issues in which I've gone through with Park Morton DCHA Housing Authority since 2017 to present. I would like to begin. I'm going to speak on non-backdated rent. Secondly, I'm going to speak on non-inspections, and then I'm going to speak on unlawful eviction, wrongful disposal of my property. Okay. I would like to begin with in May 2017, my daughter decided to leave Park Morton to get her own apartment. I tried to present her lease but first, Ms. Barnes was on sick leave from May 2017 to March 2018. So then I tried to present my lease to the interim managers, but they would not accept her lease. So I waited patiently for Ms. Barnes to return to the property. In February March 2018, Ms. Barnes was back on the Park Morton property as management. And I spoke to her and I submitted to her my daughter's lease. Ms. Barnes and I had a means of communication. A communication in which my daughter was going to be released from the lease and the rent from May 2017 to March 2018 would be backdated. Upon the documentation in which I received was the interim change report, as well as the recertification for your rent change, that document said the interim change report stated she was removed in May 2017, and the rent change stated I had a net gross rent, a net and gross rent of 0. So at that time, I was not working. I didn't have any income. So when I saw the zeros, I thought everything was clear. So Ms. Barnes did not stay focused on the 2 agreements in which we agreed upon. Secondly, now I'm going to move to the next manager, Ms. Diallo, who took over for Ms. Barnes in September of 2018. As a new manager of a property, in my opinion, the manager who's taken over for another manager should assess all the tenants' ledgers, everything, to see the status of each tenant. That didn't occur, because if that had occurred, Ms. Diallo, because of the non-backdated rent, Ms. Diallo should have, and if she looked, would have issued me a non-payment of rent notice. I never received a non-payment of rent notice. Now I'm going to move forward to in February, March of 2019, Ms. Diallo, I submitted a recertification package to her, and that package was processed. But I don't understand why it was processed with the non-backdated rent charge, and that's one issue. Because if she submitted the non-backdated rent, I would have addressed it. Secondly, there has been no inspections done. And then also in August, September, my ceiling of 2018, my ceiling in my bathroom collapsed. And the pipes from upstairs were in disarray and everything. And my apartment was flooded, and I have mold has grown in my apartment. And I've reached out to Ms. Diallo. When are the repairs going to be made? She kept telling me we don't have a worker to fix the pipes up there. So in February, March, she had a written agreement with 5 other individuals, and the rental agreement was a mandatory thing, a mandatory agreement, and that didn't get processed. So
Ms. Towns.
Now we're on the lease removal point.
Ms.
Excuse
Towns,
me?
we are quite a bit over time on your testimony, but in order to
just
help
about
you.
2 more seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Just 2 more seconds. Huh?
Oh, please go
2 more
ahead.
seconds. So I was illegally evicted from my apartment 21. I signed the lease for 33 in the hopes of moving my property from 21 to 33. But instead, Ms. Diallo directed her staff to toss my property, my entire apartment, over the balcony into a dump truck, a dump bulk truck of DCHA. DCHA took possession of my whole property. I took it to court. My case was dismissed because during 180 days period of time, I was in a physical rehabilitation center, and I couldn't even think about working on that because I had to work on my health. So I'm very disappointed in that. And all I want, what I think would be proper is my resident ledger is to be properly corrected. I believe I should be compensated for the loss of my property in which DCHA had possession of. And also I would like to be compensated for my mental distress. Each day of my life has changed since I've been at Park Morton. I had all of my property, now I have nothing. I thank you all for listening and extending this time to me. I will present documents to represent what I'm speaking about, and I hope someone reaches out to me to try to get clarity and a correction for the inactions of the Park Morton managers, Ms. Barnes, and as well as Ms. Diallo. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Ms. Towns. I'm going to need the Housing Authority to get in touch with you to sort through this. And I would ask that you stay in contact with my office to let us know how that is going, because there are a lot of details there, and we're going to need to make sure they're handling that. You may want to get some legal counsel for assistance on this, and there are a couple pro bono resources that we will try to send your way. Aaron. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to say, I tried to
Ms. Towns, I got to get to we got still quite a number of witnesses, and I got to make sure I get to them.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing from someone from the organization. Thank you.
Aaron, is it Byrne? Excellent, welcome.
Yes, hello. My name is Erin Byrne, and I am with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are the statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers in Washington, D.C. Across the United States, domestic violence is the leading cause of homelessness for women and families. As of last year, about a quarter of homeless adults in D.C. had experienced domestic violence, but there is a severe shortage of domestic violence housing units in D.C. Housing is especially important to survivors because it can provide a safeguard from abuse and prevent survivors from returning to their abusers. In December 2021, DCHA approached the coalition, including myself, about the LRSP tenant-based housing vouchers that the council had allocated for survivors of domestic violence. We worked together to create a process to refer survivors from our member programs. On March 9th, last year, we started accepting referrals. All 50 voucher slots filled within 15 minutes, and we ended up building a wait list of more than 50 additional survivors hoping to get an LRSP voucher. Over the course of the next few months, these approved survivors worked with their case managers to fill out the full paperwork to apply to DCHA for the vouchers. We sent most of the applications to DCHA last April. Initially, DCHA told us that it would take 30 days to approve applications. Now it has been almost a year, and 42% of the applicants who we referred are still awaiting vouchers. Throughout this process, we received confusing and at times contradictory messages from DCHA about application requirements and acceptances. For example, although the council and DCHA itself both explicitly allow applicants to self-certify their identity and income, I have received numerous rejections and requests for additional documentation for survivors who had self-certified these documents. Documents like birth certificates are often especially difficult for survivors to provide because abusers sometimes withhold critical documents as a form of abuse. Asking for proof of income may require survivors to disclose their survivor status to their employers, which can endanger their employment and also is prohibited by the Violence Against Women Act. Even when we respond to DCHA to clarify these legal requirements, DCHA staff has continued to insist that certain paperwork is mandatory against the information in the authority's own rules. Case managers from other programs often reach out to me because the survivors they serve are in desperate situations and need to be matched more quickly. So I contact DCHA on a regular basis to ask about survivors' voucher status. DCHA rarely responds. When they do respond, they often give outdated or inaccurate information about a survivor status. Just yesterday, DCHA sent us a list of survivor statuses. It included a survivor listed as having been rejected last May. Yesterday was my first time hearing about the rejection. The survivor and her case manager were not notified, and they've been contacting me on a regular basis for 10 months, asking for updates. I've been asking DCHA for updates, and this whole time we've gotten no response. In January of this year, DCHA erroneously informed 6 survivors that they were approved for vouchers. When we reached out to DCHA to schedule the voucher briefings, they stated that the survivors were not, in fact, accepted. DCHA had issued the approval letters in error, further re-traumatizing unhoused survivors of domestic violence who had already been waiting 6 to 10 months for housing vouchers that were supposed to be approved within 30 days. Even when survivors receive vouchers, DCHA has had significant delays in scheduling inspections. Because of DCHA's delays, some landlords give up on waiting for inspection and instead give the units to other prospective tenants so that they can fill them more quickly. We've taken our concerns up the chain of command at DCHA, and the outcome for survivors has not changed. We appreciate the council's choice to prioritize survivors' needs for housing. Housing often provides a critical step in survivors' recovery because once housed, survivors can start to take back control of their lives and their finances and can more safely and permanently leave their abusers. Unfortunately, DCHA's handling of these vouchers thus far has made it more difficult for survivors to become housed. Applicant survivors have instead endured up to a year so far of bureaucratic challenges in order to secure the housing they urgently need.
I'm going to ask you to summarize the rest of your testimony a bit over time.
Yes, one more sentence. We look forward to prompt, meaningful collaboration. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Lori Leibowitz, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am here as an individual DC resident, but I'm also a legal services attorney who has been representing DCHA, public housing, and voucher tenants regularly since 2015 and interacting with DCHA as an advocate since 2006. And the main thing that I want you to take away from my testimony is that things at DCHA are the worst that they have been in years. Everything you've heard individuals talk about today is extremely common. I could probably give 5 additional examples of each of the issues tenants have described today, like off the cuff right now. It is harder than ever to get a response from anyone at DCHA about anything for tenants or landlords. I have collaborated more closely with property managers on trying to get tenants leased up than I've ever collaborated with landlords or property managers before. It's harder than ever to get a response to reasonable accommodation request. Transfers, time to get an inspection, repairs of urgent needs in public housing are all taking longer than I've ever seen them. It's more common than ever for DCHA to lose recertification documents. Public housing units continue to deteriorate, and there have been very few long-term fixes. In part, this has been caused by an enormous amount of leadership turnover in the agency, but it also seems that DCHA has been focusing most of its energy on development and redevelopment instead of focusing on its core mission of maintaining its public housing and supporting voucher holders. I'm going to briefly dive into two issues today, voucher utilization and collaboration with the agency. On vouchers, DC has strong laws to protect voucher holders from discrimination and from various unfair tenant screening processes. But DCHA does not help tenants enforce their rights and sometimes even makes things worse, explicitly giving landlords permission to charge voucher holders more, explicitly giving landlords permission to consider other tenants during the long lease-up process. Months ago, a group of organizations offered to train DCHA staff on tenant screening and discrimination protections, but DCHA has never followed up. Similarly, DCHA used to refer voucher discrimination cases to legal services providers, but I don't think that has happened since Ron McCoy left, however many years ago that was. On the issue of rent reasonableness and overpaying for rent, DCHA is both failing to engage in a rent reasonableness analysis such that landlords in fancy buildings or in underserved neighborhoods can get the higher level of rent they deserve, and such that buildings that are in bad shape in nice neighborhoods landlords are charging way more than they're charging market rate tenants, which violates the law, which violates the HAP contract that they sign with DCHA. So DCHA is not engaging their rent reasonableness and not enforcing the law or enforcing their own contracts. Last spring, I was at a meeting where DCHA leadership talked about how they knew of buildings where voucher holders were paying more than market rate tenants. And I explained some options for how they could enforce the law. And they came back, instead of engaging any of that, they came back with, they don't actually have data on where and whether they're overpaying. And then I want to just briefly, because I'm running out of time, talk about collaboration. Historically, and since the late 90s, advocates and DCHA have collaborated closely together. I've been in meetings with dozens of meetings about RAD regulations, about pet policies. Like, we've really been able, tenant leaders, advocates, and DCHA staff have really worked together on a variety of policies. We used to get advance notice and go through regulations or plans before they were put out for comment. And instead, as you heard earlier, DCHA just put out 1,000 pages of regs and plans without talking to anybody in the community first. This lack of collaboration is causing real harm. DCHA is not benefiting from those who've experienced of things that worked in the past that have not worked, and they're not getting they're not getting the perspective of those directly affected by their systems. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Final public witness for this panel, Harry Garral with the Van Ness South Tenants Association.
Yes, thank you, Chairman White, for giving me the chance to testify. As Chairman White said, I'm the president of the Van Ness South Tenants Association. We have 625 units at 3003 Van Ness, a rental apartment building in Northwest DC. I'm also a part of a group of 9 tenant association presidents who represent thousands of DC renters along Connecticut and Massachusetts avenues. I'd like to address the issue of DC Housing Authority's misuse of federally funded vouchers. For background, I strongly support the use of housing vouchers. Housing vouchers, when used properly, can help deconcentrate poverty and can be effective adjunct to public housing. An effective housing voucher policy, should provide affordable housing to the greatest number of people who need it. It wouldn't waste taxpayer money. It wouldn't harm other residents of DC. Unfortunately, DCHA is violating all those principles. Since last spring, our group of tenant association presidents has been warning the top executives of DCHA, the Bowser administration, and the DC Council that the Housing Authority is grossly misusing housing vouchers. We provided evidence that DCHA was grossly overpaying for apartments rented for housing voucher recipients. We reported that landlords boasted to us that they were receiving luxury rents for mediocre apartments. We reported that DCHA held trainings for landlords in which they advised landlords about how to game the system. I submitted a FOIA request asked to DCHA, asking for non-personal information about the number of units it rents in our apartment building and the rents it pays for each unit. DCHA refused to provide that information. Publicly, DCHA officials repeatedly denied that the agency was overpaying. Executive Director Brenda Donald sent me an email accusing me of spreading a, quote, false narrative. However, the HUD audit of DCHA found that the agency was ignoring HUD rules on rent reasonableness, and it was leasing apartments without even checking to make sure the rents weren't higher than for comparable units. Why do overpayments matter? HUD specifically states that there are 3 serious problems when a housing authority overpays. It squanders funds needed to provide housing to others that need it. Second, it wastes taxpayer money. And third, it can drive up rents on others, making housing more expensive for those who don't receive housing vouchers. A recent story in the Washington Post confirms our allegation that DCHA severely overpays. It found that DCHA pays the maximum rents, which would purchase luxury apartments in expensive neighborhoods, even for mediocre apartments. The Post estimates there are roughly $1 million per month in overpayments, $12 million a year. And these are conservative estimates. The Post bases its allegations on a comparison with estimates by the firm Novogradac. It's not a disinterested party. It advises the rental housing industry about how to profit from affordable housing. In our area, Novogradac's figures are very overinflated. With that in mind, the overpayments are much higher than the Washington Post estimates. We find that this provides high incentives to landlords to preferentially rent to voucher recipients over non-voucher recipients. In some of the apartment buildings in our neighborhoods, the number of voucher recipients, or the percent, is well over 50% of the units in buildings where there were few voucher recipients previously. But many of those voucher recipients are exiting homelessness, which is a positive thing, except that many of them need wraparound services that they're not getting. Also, this undermines rent stabilization, which is important for keeping housing prices down, and this disproportionately harms seniors. In addition, DCHA is neglecting its public housing stock while it's partially converting these buildings into publicly subsidized, what is essentially public housing, according to Chris Geldart, former deputy mayor. These overpayments may lead to a severe financial crisis for DCHA. HUD states that it will require DCHA to repay the federal government for the amount of overpayments. The total amount to be repaid may run into the tens of millions of dollars. DCHA now admits that the agency is overpaying for apartments. In its 2023 Moving to Work report plan to HUD, it claims it is finding a new way of testing rent reasonableness to make sure it does not overpay. DC Council members should be very wary of this new plan and read the fine print, because it doesn't do that.
Mr. Gural, let me ask you to summarize. I want to get to questions for this panel and got to get to the next panel as well.
Sure, I'm just coming to the end. In summary, DCHA is grossly misusing housing vouchers. It is squandering funds needed for affordable housing, wasting taxpayer money, driving up rents, incentivizing discrimination against non-voucher recipients, undermining rent stabilization, disproportionately hurting seniors, partially converting entire apartment buildings into low-income housing, while providing windfall profits to the rental housing industry. We hope the DC Council will hold additional hearings on this issue, and we thank you for your attention to this issue.
Thank you. Grant Tingen, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. All right. Two good bookends for this panel. Your testimony, I think, suggested that you are charging less than market rate rent in at least one of your rental properties that you rent to Housing Choice Voucher Program participants. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Why charge less than the market rate?
Why?
Yeah.
Well, like you cannot take your property back in DC. So, I mean, the rent is coming in, right? So, what would my mechanism be for, you know, you follow me?
Maybe. So when you enter into a lease with a housing choice voucher recipient, how long is that lease usually for?
12 months, but a lease doesn't end in DC. It goes on in perpetuity until they either stop paying rent or until they do stuff, you know, maybe something you might see on like cold case files or something, possibly. I mean,
okay, so you're you're talking about eviction laws or something different?
yeah, eviction laws. So, and just to be clear, there's a lot of people just throwing out terms here, but most of which aren't accurate. The millions of dollars that housing paid for two different studies showed that the majority of landlords are receiving below market rents, definitely in wards 7 and 8, and definitely with larger bedroom units.
Which studies are you referring
to? The Novogradac study
okay.
was one, and the other one is not on the top of my mind, but there's two studies that they paid millions of dollars for, which they tried to fudge, but you know, the vast majority of landlords in the city, they're cherry picking tiny little neighborhoods, mainly in Hill East, right? Because Hill East values are pretty low compared to, let's say, Calorama, and they pay the same amount, but they're cherry picking these neighborhoods to make points. But the vast majority of landlords and the thousands and thousands of small time mom and pop landlords are being underpaid for their units, especially large bedroom units. So 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 5-bedroom townhomes, which I have a number of in Anacostia.
So help me understand. So when you have, you feel like you can't end a lease, you can't stop leasing to someone who has a voucher after the lease term ends. You feel like you're locked in?
It's not that I feel, it's that there's no mechanism for me to remove someone who is 50% below market rate out of that unit. And 99.9% of other jurisdictions in the United States of America, I mean, when you own a property and that end of that lease ends, you can then say, hey, it was great, you know, let's end this amicably. I'd like to have my own property back. Here, you cannot do that. So as long as they keep paying rent, you know, the housing authority is going to keep paying that $23.24 per month, but it doesn't stop the fact that if I were to go out and put a few $1,000s into it and rent it out at market rate, that I would be taking in another 50% in rent, and I need that 50%. This is why that I cannot come out of the ground in DC and create new units.
Okay.
And if I wish I could, because I was very excited to do that, but I can't.
Okay. Miss Petway, and I appreciate you having me over at Potomac Gardens last week or 2 weeks ago. I can't remember now. You mentioned the maintenance blitz. Have you, and you mentioned not you and others not seeing work done in their units. Have you seen work done during that period that the Housing Authority was doing the maintenance blitz?
Councilmember White, I cannot honestly tell you that I have personally seen the employees there, because I work during the day when they're supposed to be in the community. But so I have quite a few residents that said nothing has been done.
Okay. We'll have to understand from the Housing Authority what is happening there and what our expectations should be. Leslie Perry, you mentioned that there are no repercussions when tenants who like break the terms of the lease. You can't. You said there are no repercussions. You can't file for eviction if they break the terms of the lease.
Understanding, yes, you can, but the rules that are applied are very hyper technical. If there's one deviation or slender mistake that is made, a judge, which I've been privy to this, and it has happened to me, they would throw out the case. So for example, I hate to use this as an example where say that I want to move back into my property. I own a property and I have a single family. I want to move back in, and I give a proper notice of 90 days, which is the rule. You could give a 90-day notice in DC if you want to use personal use of the property. Now, if I deviate and don't serve English and Spanish, even though the person is completely English speaking and have been for the 10 years previously, I've seen a judge throw out the case, and I'll have to start another 90 days of trying to prosecute a case for a property which I properly own and been renting to this person.
Right.
And it's just the rules have, I wish they're draconian in a way where I understand the premise of preserving housing for people that are following the rules, that are paying the rent on time. But if it's a 15-year period where I want to sell my property because I'm of age where I am not able to take care of it, it shouldn't take 12 months to 18 months to have a process through TOPA to sell it.
Yeah.
It makes the rules in DC sometimes make it untenable for responsible owners to function as a small business here. And that's the unfortunate reality.
I hear you. Laura Leibowitz, do you have thoughts on that?
I mean, there are certainly strong eviction protections in DC. And I think it's this council and various councils before it have made the policy decision that we want to, before we kick someone out of their home and likely put them into homelessness, we want to make sure that we're getting it right, that they have received due process. You know, the last thing Mr. Perry talked about was TOPA, and the TOPA for single family homes has now been basically eliminated to make it easier for smaller landlords, not for folks who have, 10 or 20 units, but for folks who only have 1 or 2 units. It's certainly a balancing act, and it is certainly DC is certainly a jurisdiction where landlords do have to follow specific rules to evict tenants, and that's because otherwise we have to do something for tenants on the other end in the homeless services side. So it certainly is a balancing act, and from my perspective, the eviction laws in DC make sense. But I've also been a tenants attorney defending eviction cases for many years, so I may not have the most objective opinion there.
I appreciate it. I apologize. I'm over time, and I've been joined by Councilmember Matt Fruman. Councilmember Fruman, do you have questions for this panel?
I do. Thank you, Chairman White. First, I guess an observation. Ms. Leibowitz, you were talking about the balancing act, and it really is, and it's striking the more you hear from the smaller landlords with a few units about the challenges that they face, and it's compounded in the setting of Mr. Brand, where he feels like he's being severely underpaid and then he's handcuffed. how we resolve that, how we get to something that feels more balanced to all of the players is going to be a challenge, but it's one of those things that's out there. I'm going to come back.
I would just add on that, like DCHA actually being responsive and both to landlords and tenants would make a huge difference on that. Like part of the problem landlords are losing money is because of DCHA practices. So I think the more we can improve DCHA's systems and DCHA responsiveness, the happier both landlords and tenants will be.
That is super helpful, Ms. Leibowitz. And it was striking that you were saying that, each side feels like they're favoring the agency's favoring the other, but you're saying that they're not particularly favoring anybody. And it's the way that you describe it. Mr. Brand, in the Washington Post story, and I believe in the HUD report, there was an acknowledgement that there's serious overpayment in some places and serious underpayment in other places. And I guess you find yourself in one of those settings where it's serious underpayment, which creates its own set of problems. As I recall in the Post story, one of the things that was argued was that in a setting of serious underpayment, you see buildings that become unlivable. I'm not saying that that's the case for in your setting. In the setting of overpayment, like what Mr. Garral is talking about, it appears that can be kind of profit taking going on. Rent reasonableness seems like it should go to both things, that nobody should be underpaid and overpaid. Any kind of mechanism, Mr. Brand, for you to appeal and say that the rent that you're being charged, that you're being paid, that you've been locked into, is either never was reasonable or has become unreasonable in changing times, so that you should get an increase based on market rate? Is there any vehicle for you to do that?
No, and I think both sides on the coin here are frustrated. I mean, I have a tenant who got paperwork that their voucher was going to be terminated in August, and after weekly attempts to, get a hold of and get this situation straightened out, they got an automated letter that this is the first one I've ever seen, that they're being formally removed from the program. I mean, you can't go in. I think being able to see people face to face is pretty important. We're human beings. We like to communicate that way. I mean, we can't, on both sides of this coin, go and see anyone in person from housing. I think that lets them hide a little bit. There's absolutely no mechanism I know of other than to just do this and try to be vocal about it and suffer on both sides. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Grau, you made two references that I'd be curious to hear more about. And then I see Mr. Perry's hand is up, but I'll come to you after Mr. Perry, if that's okay. One was you referred to the interplay with rent stabilization. And then the second is you were talking about the fine print on the new rent reasonableness policies. Can you elaborate on both of those things?
Well, I think that rent stabilization is the center of this. As you know, and first, I wanted to thank you, Councilmember Fruman, for being a very good listener on these issues and really engaging. And I've seen you a number of times in the neighborhood trying to sort these things out, and we appreciate that. But as you know, rent stabilization is very important for keeping rents moderate in the city. It slows the growth of rent increases. It's not rent control. We don't have it in the city, but it limits rent increases to inflation plus 2% for most people, and just inflation for seniors. So it's a very important mechanism. But there are companies in the industry that hate it because they want to raise the rent by much more, by 10%, 15%, as much as they can get. So it's been a goal of some players in the industry to undermine rent stabilization. And over a period of 5 or 6 years, I fought that and fought a scam that was perpetrated on on renters called the rent concession scam. And we put an end to that with the help of this DC Council. It took a while. So, but this has been an aim of parts of the industry, is to undermine rent stabilization. The use of vouchers to severely overpay for apartments. And a lot of times in our neighborhood, on a 1-bedroom, it might be $500 above market, above what you can get a decent apartment for, certainly apartment in our building. When you overpay by that much, it gives the landlords very high incentive to preferentially take voucher recipients over non-voucher recipients, in some cases in very large numbers. So you have in a number of buildings, 50% or more voucher recipients, many exiting homelessness in those buildings where there were very few before. The problem is that there are other people who used to live there or who are trying to live there who can't afford to live there because you can so greatly overpay if you have a housing voucher, and that's on with taxpayer and DCHA support. So it's taking these rent stabilized buildings and essentially converting them into low-income housing, which can be positive in some ways, but you are trading affordable units of one sort for another type of affordable unit. You're not getting a net of affordable housing, a net gain of affordable housing. And it directly harms some people, particularly seniors who disproportionately occupy these buildings. And this is happening in a very large scale, and it's very much to the benefit of some of these large companies, particularly the most predatory companies like Dow Realty. In our area, it is the #1 practitioner of this. And it means in those buildings with those new voucher recipients, both the voucher recipients and the non-voucher recipients are suffering because the landlord doesn't fix anything. And you'll hear it, complaints from voucher recipients too. There's chaos in some of these buildings, and the owners don't care because they're getting so grossly overpaid. And I'll tell you, in addition, the Bowser administration has a program, Cash to Covenants, which offers additional incentives for these conversions. And in certain cases, they might be called for, but in other cases, you're creating severe problems and displacing people, and this should be scrutinized.
I don't know if I have more time, Chairman White, or
you're way over time, Councilmember, but
he deserves it.
We're going to do another
Sorry
round.
to take your time.
Okay. I'm bouncing back and forth between hearings, so I'm going to
go ahead, Councilmember Fruman, please.
But no, I think that Leslie Perry had his hand up, and maybe in response to the question that I had asked of Brant, and I don't know if Leslie wanted to chime in or if he's still there.
Yes, I'm still here. My only point is that when we have rents that are inequitably applied across the region, which is not tied to any quantifiable items, then you're going to have unequalness. So if you have a 3-bedroom in a nice area, or what we call a nice area in Ward 3, and an equally nice area in Ward 7, how do we quantify, charge them different prices from 20 to 30% different? There's no equality in terms of how that's assessed. It's easier assessed through understanding how HUD does it, but the applicability, how we do it for housing that's equally nice or not nice, that's just too subjective of a standard that a governmental entity is using. We have to have it equal.
Super helpful. Mr. Corral, I'm gonna ask you about the fine print a different time, because I'm gonna show deference to the chair and all of the other witnesses who are waiting in the queue, but I'm sure you'll let me know what your thoughts on the fine print.
I'll share that information with you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman White, for your patience.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I appreciate you. You asked such good questions. I appreciate it. I learn a lot when you come to the hearings as well. Mr. Perry, don't landlords charge different rates for equally nice housing in different neighborhoods? Why would it be different for the government?
Good question. It would depend on a very amount of criteria. Why would I do it? I have housing that's in Northeast and in Southeast. It would be based on how the tenants are able to pay in that area for that housing. Of the part of, I have my housing where it's close to 15 to 20% under what other housing in that area is charging. And I do that for a reason, because I am from New York City. I understand what it is and what it takes to have safe and habitable housing. I want to provide that for people. And I know I cannot charge what the marketable rate is in my neighborhood for people to be good tenants and to live in my housing for a substantive amount of time. So if I charge a substantive amount, which is way above what the average income in the neighborhood is, then I'm setting myself up for failure. I have to charge what is marketable for the people that I want to make marketable too. I want to help people get habitable housing.
Let me ask Dr. Sapp, and I appreciate you hanging in with us. You mentioned something about this issue, but you also mentioned inspections and not communicating with landlords. What does the communication look like now?
Right now, depending on who's handling the inspection, so you have to register online, and then in order for you to have a virtual inspection, they typically are supposed to send you a link to another page that allows you to register to complete a lead-based inspection test. You submit that to the inspector prior to your inspection. You're given about a 4-hour window as to when the inspector will call you via Teams or on Google or Duo to do this virtual inspection. That's how it should happen when it's a smooth basis. They can give you a copy of the inspection report, copy that to you within 24 hours. That's not happening anymore. Now you're trying to figure out who the inspector is going to be. You're calling in the morning, starting at about 8 a.m. because the inspection started about 8:30. You're not hearing back from the inspectors. You're waiting multiple hours. And then when the inspections are happening, that information is not always communicated back to the housing authority and or rapid rehousing, whichever housing program is actually handling this particular movement. So DCHA is not administering everything. They're administering all the payments for the programs, but it may be rapid rehousing or community services that is having a different person that's doing the inspection.
Okay. So when you say the agency isn't always hearing from the inspector, what do you mean? They're doing the inspection but not reporting the result back to
not the
DCHA?
results. Yes. So I specifically had 2 units in which I had to continue to reach out to the inspector because one, they had not returned the completed inspection, the pass form. I know they told me during the inspection that we passed, but they had needed their signature on that document to turn in so that we can move forward with housing. So with us, we're always trying to help individuals that have our housing participants because we understand it's tough. We have clients that we're helping all the time where they can't find housing in Ward 8 where we manage with individuals that are helping with their voucher compared to Ward 3 where they don't want to live in Ward 8 and Ward 7. They've been there and they want to transition to other areas, but they don't have that opportunity. So what the recommendation that I was stating that I think would be more fair in DC is if you genuinely base the housing standards on the bedroom size or the number of persons, and that was for the entire metropolitan area. Yes, you're going to go to some areas where you have more luxury housing, you're going to pay for that. But then you should also give the same residents the opportunity to experience a different aspect of housing. And if they're in a public housing setting and they're wanting to transition to something that is more luxurious, or they're not tied to making a certain amount so they can recertify and then their rent is going to automatically go up. These are the things that tenants are facing when they're trying to consider what area they can live in. That is why the young lady spoke to you earlier saying, okay, she can't find housing in her area in Northwest or Northeast right now, but she can find it in Southeast, but they're only going to pay $3,100 for there, but they'll pay $5,000 in Northeast and Northwest. She's concerned, am I going to be able to go back? And she may not. And this is the reality of what's happening. It's been happening for years.
I appreciate that. Let me go to Mr. Garral. You mentioned in your statement that the government is, in your words, grossly overpaying. And you've spoken about this generally. I mean, I've read the Post article, and many of us have. What are you, where are you seeing yourself as opposed to the article? Are you seeing that overpayment? If so, like where and by how much?
Well, I can say in our neighborhood, the maximum approved rent is $2,648 for a one bedroom. And that's very high. In my building and a number of the other large buildings in the area, you can get a one bedroom for 2,000 and a half or something like that. It's a lot of money, but it's not 2,648. So you can also see through records and advertisements and leases that we've collected, and now also the Post stating that landlords are charging 2,648, exactly the top amount in buildings that we know that the rent is actually 2,000 or so. So it's a gross overpayment, but the Post provides the first extensive detail on this. And I'll also say that I think that some of the small landlords who are speaking are correct that in some areas, the amounts that are set by DCHA likely are too low. In other areas, they are much too high. But the real problem is that DCHA doesn't check the rents. It's as if you went to rent an apartment and you were trying to find out whether it was a good price, but you didn't look at the next building or look at the next apartment. You just gave them a check for the maximum amount.
Yeah,
and that's what happened. And that's deliberate. And we think that the industry, that it is meant, the industry is involved with that, put it that way. Also, the Novogradac study it's an insider company, and those numbers are greatly inflated. And there are methodological reasons for that. They omit the rent stabilized buildings from their calculations, according from DCHA. So even the new numbers that DCHA is using as their top approved rents are way too high. And those numbers should come down. So in neighborhoods, you're getting an average apartment, but not a luxury apartment. And you're not grossly overpaying for apartments. It's just depriving others of housing that need it.
Okay. I take your point, and I appreciate it. I want to thank this entire panel for being with us. This was very helpful and engaging discussion. We have one more panel of public witnesses and advisory neighborhood commissioners. So we will move to our final public panel, starting with Lachelle Adams Harris, Kiara Colin Torres, Sunny Desai. No, I'm sorry. Kiara Colin Torres is a co-owner from. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Let me get to my notes to see where I ended the last panel. One moment. Okay. Sunny Desai, managing attorney with legal counsel for the elderly. Brett Ruffin, director of policy and advocacy with Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Craig London, public witness. Kathleen Gibbons, member of the Ward 3 Housing Justice. Aisha Hudson, APeace LLC. Carolyn Brown, public housing resident. Justin Connor, public witness. Kira Carter, public witness. Rosa Burbridge, president of the DCHA Citywide Advisory Board. DCHA McKeechin, outreach fellow with Mothers Outreach Network and DC Guarantee Income Coalition. Ebony Johnson, public witness. Karen Settles with Stoddard Terrace. Commissioner Trupti Patel, ANC 2A03, Commissioner Kelvin Brown, ANC 7B06. So give us a minute to get everyone in. All right, Sunny Desai, welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sunny Desai. I am the manager of Legal Counsel for the Elderly's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. LCE defends, protects, and empowers DC residents ages 60 and over in legal matters. My team integrates legal, social, and casework supports to prevent eviction in district's low-income seniors. In our practice, we interact with DCHA on a nearly daily basis, and we have found DCHA's ability to perform basic day-to-day tasks that should be the bare minimum expected of a government agency worsening year after year. Upon submission of our written testimony, I did hear from a DCHA representative. However, that is not a functional way to resolve these issues. I encourage the committee to read our entire written testimony that contains more detail, but in the short time I have today, I would like to highlight 4 of our client stories. First, our 60-year-old Spanish-speaking client diagnosed with a mental disability received a notice from DCHA that a virtual inspection of his apartment was required per voucher program rules. That requires a smartphone, which he does not possess. And his disability prevents him from fully understanding and acting on these notices. Through LCE's assistance, we requested a reasonable accommodation that DCHA conduct the inspection through alternate means. That was 3 months ago, and as of today, still no resolution. Not only is this a clear violation of the Fair Housing and DC Human Rights Acts, it is causing needless mental distress to a disabled DC senior. Second, DCHA recently began hosting lease-up fairs. However, legal service providers like LCE were not notified ahead of time. A 60-year-old LCE client reported that she was invited to the first fair, but was unable to attend due to her disability. LCE followed up on behalf of that client with DCHA, repeatedly asking what her waitlist status is since she was not able to attend. No resolution to date. Had legal services been looped in, we could have anticipated these issues and even assisted DCHA in resolving these issues ahead of time. Third, our 65-year-old client wanted his rent obligation reduced from $550 a month to $0 per month after he lost his job. He notified DCHA of his employment change, but he was not informed that a specific form needed to be completed in order to reduce his rent back to $0. This put him in arrears, which led him to us. LCE helped him complete the correct forms, but this did not fully resolve the issue, and ultimately we had to apply for ERAP to stabilize our client's housing. This was an unnecessary and wasteful step that could have been prevented if DCHA had properly communicated with us. Finally, a 65-year-old voucher holder is facing eviction despite maintaining that he owes no rent. To further investigate, we requested documents from DCHA by mail and email to shed light on what, if anything, the client owes. It took a month to get a response, which contained none of the documents we requested. After several more follow-up emails, we were told that our client was not a DCHA customer at all. Follow-up emails contesting this contradiction went unanswered until the submission of this written testimony for this hearing. These are just a handful of stories from one legal service agency, or just the tip of the iceberg. All of these problems start with the inability to get straight answers from DCHA and then snowball into disasters. DCHA is operating with increasing opaqueness and an increasingly adversarial posture. Our interests should be aligned, housing low-income DC residents in affordable and safe units, yet we are finding it increasingly difficult to work with DCHA. This is a direct threat to housing stability for DC residents. DCHA has a great responsibility to ensure proper administration of these programs. And when an agency isn't even able to respond to simple requests, how can it be expected to maintain safe, livable housing? And how will they ever be able to make a dent in reducing DC's homeless populations? Those are much harder problems, and we can't solve them with one hand tied behind our back. We ask that this committee and the council exercises oversight authority to get some answers from DCHA on how they will fix this problem, because ultimately the most vulnerable amongst us, DC's low-income residents, will pay the price. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Britt Ruffin, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councilmember. I'm Britt Ruffin, Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Since 1987, the Legal Clinic has envisioned and worked towards a just and inclusive community for all residents of DC, where housing is a human right and where every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. As plans have arisen over the last few years to significantly transform DC's public housing stock, advocates and tenants have stressed the need for DCHA to stand firm on its mission. housing for DC's lowest income residents. With disjointed development plans and a revolving door of scandal and staff, DCHA has done little to inspire confidence. Unfortunately, current tenants and future residents in need of deeply affordable housing are the ones who suffer from the agency's constant state of development confusion, displacement, and internal disarray. DCHA is the largest landowner in DC. It's also the largest source of large family and accessible units. Public housing in DC is the only true deeply affordable housing in the city, the only housing that remains solely for the demographic of residents that cannot live in DC otherwise. There are thousands of people currently living in public housing. Seniors and residents with disabilities represent 55% of all heads of household in DC public housing. More than a third of households are families with children. Currently, 95% of the residents in DCHA properties are within the 0 to 30% AMI range, the extremely low income. Again, 95% of DCHA's residents are 0 to 30%. 91% of DC's public housing residents are also Black. Affordable housing is too crucial a need in DC for this committee and council not to treat its oversight responsibility of DCHA with the seriousness and urgency that's required. The scathing HUD report issued last September details a multitude of agency and board failures that DCHA residents have long known. Embarrassment and valid criticism led to an urgent desire of DCHA and the mayor to remove all non-mayorally controlled members. In fact, the board member seats removed from the board through the emergency legislation were the only members that consistently raised many of the issues cited within the HUD report. Undoubtedly, the removal of critical board seats and a shift to increase mayoral control and influence without internal critical inquiry will continue to be devastating for residents and the preservation of public housing in DC. We were disappointed to see the council support for that move, but now we're here. And what DCHA and its Board of Commissioners, our reform board, lack in consistency and commitment to the agency's stated mission, this committee must ensure through its oversight capabilities. This council, through its oversight, must assert DCHA's mission as supreme, preserving and creating housing for the residents earning the least in the district. The legal clinic has a unique position of advocating for current and future residents of public housing. Approximately 19% of the DC population is living in poverty, much higher than the national average. With thousands of families on the waiting list for both programs, the need for DCHA to make sure that any and all future development deals prioritize DC's lowest income residents is crucial. Despite the deeply affordable housing needs and the fact that a decrease in public housing would further exacerbate Black displacement and racial inequity in the city, there's been a tendency to focus on public housing redevelopment that doesn't prioritize the actual housing needs of those who need it the most, now and in the future. Due to clear conflict of interest and overall goals, DCHA cannot simply operate as an arm of DMPED or the mayor's overall city development plans. DCHA and this council cannot allow its properties to become subject to the will of developers whose sole purpose in the city is to garner exorbitant profits. As a few of my colleagues have referenced, DCHA recently dropped approximately 1,000 pages of rules changes. We await redline versions of the changes so that residents, this committee, and advocates can appropriately respond and evaluate these substantial proposed changes in comparison with current DC regs. We look forward to conversation with the agency and continue to encourage the agency and this committee to encourage the agency to work with residents and advocates on policy change input before and not after issuing proposals. Council should implore DCHA to increase transparency and ease communication access for residents and community members it serves. We also support improving tech access to better streamline the voucher process and get people housed faster and more efficiently, increasing transparency and accountability. We continue to urge the council to strongly support and pass protections originally introduced in the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act that memorialize the right to return, a principle that DCHA administrations have publicly supported without any action to formalize. Finally, we implore this committee to continue to work on pending legislation to restructure DCHA's future Board of Commissioners in a manner that actually prioritizes DCHA's true mission to serve low-income residents now and in the future. This committee and council must utilize its oversight abilities to do everything within its power to protect the district's lowest income residents and their access to housing in DC. This committee cannot watch idly as DCHA's dysfunction threatens DC's precious public housing resources. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Craig London.
My name is Craig London, and I own and operate properties in wards 7 and 8 that house roughly 600 residents that utilize vouchers. I'm also a board member of the DC Housing Providers Association. I have been participating in the voucher program for 12 years, and I am intimately familiar with every aspect of the program from the landlord's perspective. An inconvenient fact that the Washington Post failed to report in their unfair attack on DCHA is that the variable operating costs of units with voucher tenants are 200 to 300% higher than in rent control and market rate units. The Legal Aid Society testified earlier today that landlords are drastically overpaid while at the same time complaining about the massive wait list. The concept that lowering voucher rents will create more units for people is fool's gold. This is not how things work in the real world. Landlords will run, not walk, away from the voucher program if the rents are lowered. Why do most property owners in DC refuse to accept vouchers? The answer is simple. The operating costs of a building with vouchers is substantially higher than that of market tenants. The incentives are misaligned, as housing providers have to pay for tenant damage, destruction, and chaos. If you want fair market rents, you must help us realize fair market costs. It's not worth it. It's not worth the cost to house vouchers if it's 2 to 3 times higher than non-subsidized tenants. I will gladly accept a rent decrease if the city can help lower my costs by allowing me to replace my terrible tenants with appreciative tenants that truly value the $540,000 lifetime value of a coveted voucher. This is the core problem that you, Chairman White, can do something about. You must focus on lowering the cost to house voucher tenants. I will close with a prediction and a specific policy recommendation. I predict that Brenda Donald and her DCHA team will fail to fix the public housing vacancy and maintenance issues. I have found Executive Director Donald to be highly responsive, thoughtful, and a creative problem solver. But this is not enough. She's operating with both hands tied behind her back because the landlord-tenant rules in this city do not allow DCHA or private landlords to replace the worst of the worst tenants with more deserving and appreciative tenants from the wait list. The solution we need is called the 3% rule. 3% of the tenants in public housing and that receive vouchers are simply unqualified to live in multifamily properties because of their behavior. This is not about money or rent. This is a behavior issue. These 3% of tenants account for 35% of our operating costs and are terrorizing the other 97% of the families in these buildings. They bring drugs, crime, vandalism, and chaos into the buildings. The landlord and tenant courts are effectively closed to landlords trying to evict tenants for behavioral issues. The 3% solution is to allow for DCHA and private landlords to terminate the lease of the worst tenants by providing a terrible tenant with 120 days notice, along with a direct relocation payment from the landlord equal to 120 days of rent if the landlord agrees to replace the tenant with someone on the waiting list. This will provide the destabilizing tenants enough time and money to move on. This rule change will allow a credible threat to alter their behavior. DC should not allow the 3% of terrorizing and destabilizing tenants to ruin the lives of the 97% of the rule-abiding and peaceful tenants in these buildings. DC should allow landlords to pursue damages in landlord and tenant court rather than civil court for the worst of the worst tenants. Chairman White, my phone number is 240-432-8877. I'm interested in discussing these matters with any stakeholder that wants solutions and not just complaints. I would love the chance to rebut the false assertions in the Post article and the false statements from the witness.
Thank you, Mr. London. Thank you. Kathleen Gibbons, welcome.
Good afternoon, Council Member and Chair White. Thank you very much for holding this this hearing today. And I admire your stamina in sitting through it all. I'm here on behalf of Ward 3 Housing Justice. We are a grassroots organization of Ward 3 residents, and we advocate for truly affordable housing to be brought to Ward 3 where it has not been available. We are an affiliate of Empower DC, and we certainly stand behind the recommendations of Daniel Del Piego, the Empower DC witness today, and also those of the DCHA tenants and former reform-minded board members. Our members were deeply disappointed, certainly, by the performance of DCHA, not just in this last year, but over the years. And as captured in black and white in the HUD report, the results were what you would call shocking, but not surprising. We have been aware for a long time of the vacancy in our public housing units, the deteriorated state of public housing. We have heard the complaints of tenants over many years, and their pleas for help. The HUD report is also consistent with the report that came out from the Washington Post, which covered the overpayments by DCHA to landlords for voucher tenant rents. And I just as an aside, having heard the testimony of the prior witness, it occurs to me that we have been waiting for a very long time, number of years, for a database to come out, promised years ago, that would show the rents, everywhere in DC, and would show them, historically, and we would be able to determine, what is the rent level, what's the level in our buildings, and so forth. Something like that would be very helpful. I believe that it exists or is close to being ready. I would, think it would be useful for the council to look into that. What one concludes from looking at the Post coverage, but certainly at the HUD report, and listening to what our citizens tell us about DCHA action, is that DCHA has drifted far away from its core mission and from its core tasks. Its core tasks are maintaining and preserving public housing in a decent, safe, and sanitary state, and administering the federal and city voucher programs in accordance with the law. What we know is that DC has failed at these things. So the question then is where are we right now, and what is it that our group is asking for? We have a pretty big ask for the council, and I think that given where Chairman White began this hearing this morning, we have a chance at getting it, because we'd really like to see DC Housing Authority succeed. We spoke of transparency, accountability, and integrity. I think to that we would add execution and certainty of execution, and an overall plan and clear policy for housing. We're asking that this committee, which is critically important, especially given the lack of contrary opinions on the board now, act with renewed dedication to oversee what DCHA, with its reformed board, is doing to turn around a situation which leaves the agency on the verge of a federal receivership, and many of its beneficiaries in desperate need. The council should demand a reform plan that describes what specific steps the agency will take, establishes quantifiable milestones, and establishes specific reporting with small intervals that show exactly how monies and staff resources are being spent. We would hope that this information would be made available to the public, which has not been the case in the past. Finally, we would ask that there be clarity. Yes, I'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
We would ask that there be clarity around housing policies, particularly around what the council thinks about rent control, what the path is going forward, and whether there is room for taking some big steps and doing some real building. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aisha Hudson, welcome.
Thank you. Everyone on the call. I know it's been a long day. Thank you for having me. I come to you as a long time housing provider, retired public safety worker, and also a member of the DC Landlord Advisory Group, and also emerging developer. So I'm seeing a lot of sides of this conversation, and I'm seeing that it is a big challenge in having all of the sides coordinate. I've been a landlord since 1999. 100% of my resident base of 27 individuals and families, I say 90% of the base, have grappled with homelessness or mental at some point in their lives. And quite frankly, I've become exhausted in trying to help our community with the housing problem. I just got a permit to build housing in Anacostia where, you know, I'll echo some of the sentiment about the rents over there being drastically lower than other parts of the city, yet the development costs are the same. Know that the folks who I want to serve and empower, you know, they can't afford what I would need to collect to be able to provide this housing. In addition to the rents being lower in Anacostia, there's a problem with how behavioral and mental health residents are handled. I've had 2 tenants within the last year that were basically abandoned by their mental health support, and one of them is awaiting eviction. So again, I've gotten to a place where I'm a little tired. My development in Anacostia is going to include a wellness center, because I believe the community, we need more than just a voucher. It's more, you know, more than just throwing money at things. We are suffering from things sometimes not of our own doing, and there's nobody better equipped, I think, than us to bring some solutions. So as I build this apartment building in Anacostia and I include this wellness center, I would like to see more support for a small landlord like myself to provide certain services. The Housing Production Trust Fund and all those things are great, very arduous to get through those processes. Again, I'm a retired public safety worker. I just retired in May of 2021. I self-manage. I've always self-managed my properties. So it is a daunting task to go through certain processes to offer these kinds of services without support. In addition to managing properties that, quite frankly, it requires empathy, patience, and other things to deal with some of the ills that affect our community. So more than just financial support, I would like to see some support around our own mental health in our communities. And when I say mental health, the whole gamut, looking at the whole person, how we eat, how we're living, the things, the external factors that affect us as well. I'll end it there. Thank you. This has been a great experience listening to everything. I've learned a lot today and look forward to working with all of you all on this issue.
Thank you very much. Carolyn Brown. Carolyn Brown, you have to unmute your phone.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Brown, and I just have 3 questions that I'm having a hard time getting answers for. One is, I want to know why the Housing Authority is not under receivership. Other question, can you hear me? Hello?
I can hear you. Go ahead. Ms. Brown, we can hear you. Go ahead. Ms. Brown, did we lose you? Ms. Brown, I still see you here, but I cannot hear you. All right, let me move to Justin Connor, and I'll come back to you, Ms. Brown.
Hello?
Oh, there we are. All right, yeah, we heard you until you asked if we could hear you.
Okay. I have only 3 questions.
We heard the
I've been
first
living in
one about receivership.
Oh, you heard the first.
Yeah.
And the second one is, what happened to the constitutional rights for the residents? We don't have no rights, no say-so anymore, since everything has been put under the mayor. My second question is about the seniors. A whole lot of seniors need a lot of help, and excuse me, no one is out reaching out to them. Hello?
I'm listening.
So can anybody answer those questions for me?
Let me do this. You got 3 minutes left, so if you want me to use your time to answer those questions, I'd be happy to
You
try
can
to
use.
do it.
Sure, you can use.
All right, let me try. Why is the agency not in receivership? That receivership is a federal decision, so that's a decision of the federal government. I can't answer that. I doubt that anybody in DC could answer it. What I worry about receivership, when I read the HUD report, I worried that that's where we are heading. And I asked myself, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, I think it is absolutely a bad thing. When I studied what happened with receiverships in public housing communities in other parts of the country, receiverships make those situations much worse. They actually lose a lot of public housing units, and the folks running the receiverships are not accountable to residents. So I think it's a terrible thing, a receivership, and I think we should do everything we can to avoid it. That's my opinion based on my research. What about the rights of residents? You said everything has been put under the mayor. Not exactly. Under federal law, the mayor has the majority control over the housing authority. There is nothing that the council could pass locally that would change that. So the mayor did control the board before. She will control the board in the future. That is a matter of federal law that we can't. There's nothing the council can do about that. But I do get, the point. You want to make sure residents are represented and being heard. I agree, which is why one of the things I'm doing as chair of the housing committee is prioritizing hearing from residents, going to public housing properties, among other places, and really trying to make sure we are hearing from residents. The agency has to do the same thing. The third question was around, I can't remember the third question. Was it around hearing from seniors?
Yes, we need more people to come out and look after our seniors in these buildings, because they have mixed seniors, disability, young people, and the seniors in the building, they afraid.
But what are they afraid of?
I mean, if it's a senior building, let it be for seniors only. You got a mixed set of people in a senior building.
I see. And you're saying this is making seniors uncomfortable and afraid?
Yeah, very uncomfortable.
Okay. All right. Well, that's something I'm going to have to talk through with the housing authority. And I want to make sure, if you're hearing that, then I'm wondering if they're hearing it. And we need to be intentional about hearing from people. So we can't just say, hey, we're having a meeting, come to us, and that be the only way we can hear from people. We, the committee, the housing authority, others need to go into communities to listen to them as well. So I will tell you, that is what you'll see from me in the housing committee. I cannot speak for the housing authority, but to the extent they're not doing that, I'm going to encourage them to do that.
Can I ask you one more question?
You got to be quick, Ms. Brown, because we're over your time, but yes.
Just one more. I want to know, when they appointed the commissioners for the board, why the residents wasn't able to vote in at least one person on the board. Everybody was chosen, picked, and we didn't know nothing about it. They just in there. The mayor picked them, but why the residents didn't get a chance to vote on who they wanted to represent them?
So one of the next people testifying is the president of the resident council, the citywide advisory board, and is a non-voting member of the board, but is Ms. Burbridge elected by resident councils. The resident councils are elected by the people. I will say that. Go ahead. Well, let me do this. I'm going to have to come back to you on questions, because we together are well over the time, and there are other people who want to testify. So I'll come back to you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
I'll be.
All right. Justin Connor. All right. Kira Carter. Kira Carter. I think you are. Oh, there you are. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible because I have a rather complicated situation I want to speak to. I'm going to start with, I am a DC resident, have been my entire life, born and raised. I currently live in a senior building at Claridge Towers in downtown DC, Ward 2. I've been here since 2018. I was placed here supposedly temporarily while I waited for a voucher. I was told that my situation with the DC Housing Authority has been extremely complicated because I was passed over for vouchers multiple times, and I was told that I didn't fit in any of their categories when they was dispersing vouchers. So therefore, I've been on the waiting list for a voucher, kicked off the waiting list because of their computer situation that you heard about previously, and reinstated because I had documentation to prove that I was there. And I still have yet to hear where I am. I was told I was going to be here temporarily until I get a voucher. Then I was told that I couldn't get a voucher. And then I was told again that I would get a voucher based on the fact that I'm on another wait list for, what did they call it? Public safety transfer. I'm a 49-year-old mother of murder victims in the district. So the person who's the primary person of interest in my son's case knows where I live, has followed me home. I've been followed into the garage. This is supposed to be a secured building. Security is being paid to do nothing. Butler Security does nothing. They don't call the residents when somebody comes in. My CSW has been here, can attest to that, and has written statements. My representative from United Health Plan has been here, has walked in the building without being challenged by security. This is a 300+ unit building, half of the units being empty. But you know, there's unsavory elements going on, and I don't feel safe. My safety is very important to me, and I should not have to pay my rent and feel unsafe where I live. And I've been reaching out to different people, and I've sat with 2 prior administrators, Adrian Todman, Tyrone Garrett. I've sat with Mr. Bovair, Mr. Carrington, and a couple of other housing representatives that assured me that my case was not going to go unnoticed. I've gotten a letter saying that I was going to be get the public safety transfer, and that's been over a year. I called, I had representatives from legal clinics to help me reach out to housing because they are virtually unavailable. They are totally unavailable for residents. And I have gotten nowhere. They told me it was 8 people in front of me. How long does it take the DC Housing Authority to move 8 families? When I know personally of 3 people who has never been on a wait list for a voucher, but they have they have moved into their homes. They're happy. They're functioning. They're thriving. And I represent a whole demographic of people who has been underserved and overlooked in the city, and it's ridiculous. And I want to know why.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Rosa Burbridge, President of the DCHA Citywide Advisory Board. Welcome. You are not muted, but for some reason I can't hear you. Is your computer volume on? Yes. You're going to come back. All right. I think you're asking me to wait a moment. Is that right? We'll come back to you later. There we go. All right. Let us know when you're back, or I'll look for you. DCHA McKeechin, Outreach Fellow with Mothers Outreach Network. Ebony Johnson, who's a public witness.
Good afternoon. How you all doing?
Doing well. Welcome.
Thank you. I've been on the waiting list since 2004. And I've been homeless for many years now. My name came up for the Section 8 voucher in May of 2016, in which I missed. It came back around again February of 2019. I did my orientation on March the 1st, 2019 with Miss Marlene Teller, in which she told me the next step was my briefing class where I get my voucher. After March the 1st, I never heard back from DCHA at all, not by email, phone, mail, anything. I've reached out numerous times and got no response, but I keep being told my name is back on the waiting list. However, I filed an appeal and I won my case, but I still have not heard back from DCHA about anything. So I'm just wondering, how long would it take before I'm granted my voucher like it was one in my case, so that me and my children could be under one roof again?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Karen Settles, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
You can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. White, first of all, Councilmember White, for having this oversight hearing. I think that a lot of the language that's being used here could be misunderstood. And I think that it would serve the purpose to talk about what oversight means. It does not mean, I would say, that the city council has any real say over the housing authority because it's an independent authority. It was made as such in 2000 after the end of our receivership. I heard you speak about receivership being a federal decision, as well as some comparisons to what receiverships have done around the country. What I didn't hear you talk about was the successful receivership that we had in the District of Columbia, because it was very successful. It had a beginning and an end. It ended about 6 months prior to it's supposed to be ending. And it ended in a peaceful way, which I'd like to take and boast a little bit about. But what didn't happen was it wasn't followed. Now we are 4 directors now on our 4th one with our interim director, Ms. Donald, being an interim and still undecided about what was the plan from the beginning. It's changed vastly. And I like to recommend that we go back into receivership. I think we have a right, as our mayor has a right, to craft in what this receivership could look like. We have an opportunity. A lot of things have changed since the last one. And I'm sad to say that I would like to see us back into receivership for one reason, is because it should have been going right in the first place. There are too many oops going on as it relates to not only the running of the housing authority and all the inequities that HUD has found, but there are also a lot of flaws in leadership as it relates to how the housing authority partners with leadership and also have memorandums of understanding with leadership, which goes to us having in-house disagreements that we should be fighting together. And I do mean fighting. So some recommendations, and I take great pride in feeling that you've demonstrated for me many times in some of the testimonies I've heard from you, and you know where you chaired before. I'm a former ANC of 30 years. And so I've been before you before. So my thing is right now is that on the residents, weighing in on the resident side, as for resident rights or whatever, we have to understand, and I think council member, your people in your office need to understand to study 964. This notion about how our representation is going has been very violated. And we've been made very vulnerable as resident leaders
and representatives of a population of residents. With the removal of the 2 commissioners who we vastly needed, that senior/disabled, always, we have grown to the point where the senior/disabled should have been 2 separate pieces. It should have been a senior representative and a disabled representative because of all of the gaps that are related with the pandemic and people with special needs. It is unbelievable. It's actually criminal to me. But again, I'm going to recommend that residents' rights have been so vastly violated in so many ways. We need to go back, and this is my final thing to say. I feel we're in position to go to the United Nations because the universal human rights have been violated so much. How many chances do we have to keep going back to the drawing board for residents and their human rights being violated over and over again? Now we are participants of a move to work a demonstration piece out of HUD that allows the housing authority to relax HUD regulations. Sir, I make a plea to you that the consideration of a receivership crafted in the style of the District of Columbia, I would mostly say this nation's capital can be a demonstration for other states. We need to do something, and we do need to do something now. Earlier, you did support a receivership, and some of your information needs to be more dubbed into, I would say. I thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Ms. Burbridge, are you ready? Uh-oh. All right, you're going to call in. All right, I'm going to move to Commissioner Trupti Patel. The committee staff will let me know when Ms. Burbridge is ready. Commissioner Patel, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. Just want to caveat and let you know I am at work. We are actually open for business, so I have to make this really, really quick. I will try to stay on as long as I can, but if you see me drop, it's because I've been summoned to the floor. So thank you for affording me that grace. So good afternoon. Thank you for hosting this hearing so that I can enter my comments into the permanent record. My name is Trupti Patel. I'm a 3rd term ANC commissioner that represents 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. And 2A has actually already passed 2 resolutions around DC Housing Authority. The first one we passed in October of 2022 in response to the HUD audit report. And we passed our second resolution in February of 2023, which you should be getting for the record to be entered into this oversight hearing, direct comments which I've expressed. And all I can just say is that, you know, I am just suffering from a crisis of confidence and leadership in this agency. I think Director McDonald needs to step down, to be let go. I just don't understand how we got to this point where a DC agency now has to go back under federal receivership. I frankly find it embarrassing because this hurts our case for statehood. And how did we get to the point where we have the highest number of vacancies given our unhoused crisis here in Washington, DC? This doesn't make sense to me. I've heard excuse after excuse. You know, then the Washington Post article about the mismanagement of funds, the overpayments, it just seems that this is a very, very corrupt way of a elite few people to make money, and they are exploiting the poor and the vulnerable. The board, the DC Housing Authority board just serves as a rubber stamp for whatever anybody wants, which is also unacceptable. The members of the board that did do their due diligence and rang the alarm were labeled as difficult, causing the board to be seen as dysfunctional, which is incredibly unfair. And with the emergency legislation, the board got smaller, but you removed all of the board members who are elected by public housing residents. And those voices need to be heard. We can't have a board of people who claim to represent people without any true expertise and who haven't lived or honored their lived experiences of these residents. I don't think this is unacceptable. I don't think this is acceptable at all. And one of the things that in the resolution that I passed in February of 2022 or presented before ANC 2A is that the DC Council needs to introduce permanent legislation addressing the DC Housing Authority crisis based on the following recommendation. We need to prioritize safe and sanitary public housing. We need to refocus the authority's mission on the lowest income renters. We need to strengthen and broaden capacity and expertise. We need to have board accountability. We need to have enhanced council oversight, which is why I'm thrilled that you are now the chair for this committee. And I know with you at the helm of it, things will actually improve and get better. I know we got to give you time because nothing happens overnight. And then the transparency and finance and operations. And, you know, with thousands of DC residents that are living in untenable conditions due to gross neglect and many units sitting vacant, you know, DC Housing Authority has a long way to go in restoring their reputation. But if they implement some of these recommendations, I think it would be a starting point in turning around a really dysfunctional agency. And, you know, I am obviously here to help any which way I can support and just get residents housed and they have them safely housed with dignity and pride. I am there. And those are my comments for the record. Thank you, Chairperson White.
Thank you very much. And Rosa Burbridge, I think we're going to have your audio by phone.
I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioner White, staff, and others. I am Rosa Burbridge, the president of the Citywide Advisory Board. DCHA has a diversity of clients, which include ADA 504, mental health, low to moderate income, and the most vulnerable citizens of Washington, D.C. Today, my testimony is regarding the current residents and their living conditions, not the landlords, not the organizations, not even the advocates, but the residents residing in DCHA, because this was the focus of the HUD audit that directly affected the lives of many. I've been working with Director Donald, Chair Skinner, and yourself. Also through this, it has empowered me to be on the inside, to be a part of the solution. So what is the solution? We've heard all the things that are going on. We don't need to address that again. The solution has many barriers, which is lack of manpower with the Office of Public Safety, lack of staff regarding maintenance workers and engineers, lack of warehouses supplies to be made available to fix residents' apartments and parts. While policy implementation is essential, residents do not reside in policy. Another barrier is time. Example, while currently there are teams of contractors, developers, and inspectors that are going to occupied units to assess the issue, one of the solutions could be an emergency occupied task force unit producing action. These meetings are good. I'm so grateful to you. But the residents that are residing in these deplorable conditions, they need some action. Director Donald inherited a crumbling, failing agency. She took on the challenge. And for that, I commend her. This is not an overnight problem. This is years of neglect, mismanagement, and unenforced policies. So what we need today is a solution to fix the problem. The STAR Board, I work with them. These are that we just started in December, the latter part. So you got to give them a little bit of time to get things where you can see it. But what we really need everyone to understand, like I've heard a lot of things, partnershiping with landlords, partnership with DCHA, that's a privilege. But living in safe and affordable housing, that is a human right. So today, what I want everyone to take from here is how do we come up with a solution to help the residents that are currently in the housing, to help the prospective residents, to empower all people, you know, the ADA, the senior citizens. And let me give my own self a shout out. The Citywide Advisory Board is your voice. We welcome all the resident councils. I go to your property. In fact, Ms. Carter, I think I just had a conversation with your resident council president, Ms. Thomas, so that I can come there. If you want actions, I need you to hold me responsible. I need you to tell me what's going on, so therefore I can hold DCHA responsible, and we can all live happily ever after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And our final public witness is Commissioner Kelvin Brown. All right, not with us. All right, so let me jump into a few questions. I don't have a lot, but Sunny Desai, you mentioned a few clients. You mentioned that one is or was on the Housing Authority's wait list, could not attend the event at MLK Library, and now doesn't know her status on the wait list. Is that correct?
That's correct. And we hope to follow up with DCHA. So one of the representatives did reach out, and we will be hopefully getting an answer to that question.
Okay. I mean, I worry about that because this is somebody who has representation. So what I'm trying to figure out is, if even with representation, she still doesn't know what's happening to the average person on the wait list. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. We, as many of the other witnesses before testified, it's not just advocates, it's not just residents, landlords, everybody seems to be getting the same treatment, which is silence. Sometimes there's a response, sometimes there's not. Last year, one of my colleagues at LCE testified for a need for an ombudsman position. DCHA did create an ombudsman position and have often told us, if you don't get a response from one of our staff, follow it up with the ombudsman, and we have. And it's still a merry-go-round of emails without actually getting something resolved. And I'm at this point, I'm not sure how we solve that without opening up their headquarters or opening up walk-ins where we can actually see somebody and get an answer. Because tired of sending emails back and forth, frankly.
Right. Let me move to a different issue. Sorry, getting to my notes. Craig London. So what I could not figure out from your testimony, for people who are not, using your words, deserving and appreciative tenants, unqualified to live in public housing because of their behavior, where should they go?
Well, the question isn't necessarily where should they go. It's it's a zero-sum game. You're going to take somebody else that actually wants a $540,000 voucher and will use it, versus terrorizing the other 97% of the people in the building. I'll give you an example.
Well, no, I don't need an example, because I did understand that point, and you just made the point again, but I understand that. But
where they should go is a place that will appreciate them bringing drugs and criminal activity into the building with other families in there. And my plan gives them a 120-day notice plus a payment worth 4 months of rent to skedaddle and go terrorize somebody else.
And you said operating costs for units with housing choice voucher tenants are 2 to 3 times higher. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, I can elaborate. I've got a building, I've got a guy under rent control. The guy pays like $690 because he's under rent control. Market rent in the area is about $1,600. The guy has a lot to lose if he's a bad tenant. So he walks around on his tippy toes and never hear peep from him. My voucher tenants who have absolutely no skin in the game, they know I can't get rid of them if they're terrible tenants. They destroy the property. Not all of them, a small minority, but those that destroy the property, the cost to deal with that chaos is overwhelming versus the cost of somebody that has skin in the game.
Okay, but that's a generality, and I'm trying to really understand, like, not having skin in the game for me, who's not a landlord. I don't get how that equates to 2 to 3 times higher.
Okay, it might be 4 or 5 times higher. I'm being conservative. If I have a tenant that is ripping up the inside of the unit, and I've got to take care of it, and has incredibly terrible sanitary conditions, that's causing roaches and other problems that's spreading throughout the building, all of a sudden my costs are going to skyrocket. That breaks my front door to let their drug friends in the building. I've got a $5,000 door I have to repair so that the other people in the building can be safe. They know there's nothing, I can't chase them down. I have to go to civil court, get a judgment that's totally uncollectible.
Aisha Hudson, you recommended more support for small landlords, and you suggested it's getting to be too hard to help people, even if you want to do that. What would those supports look like? I mean, you mentioned mental health, which is an issue, but what would actual supports look like?
One of the things that I'm doing is meeting with community service providers who already have certain services that educate residents, whether it be for a job, urban farming, nutrition, things like that, or they can help with the behavioral part of it. So meditation, yoga, emotional intelligence, things like that, that I feel like have helped me, as a DC resident, having graduated from Spingarn and dealing with certain things that we deal with in the inner city. So I think it's more than just putting them into housing, because just as Mr. London is I believe he was trying to explain the point of, there is going to get torn up. It's like an expected outcome that I have decided I want to approach differently. So I'm going to have to limit how I work with the voucher residents until I can have on-site programming that it can be a small group of people that are going through some kind of enrichment and education that can help them to sustain their living environment mentally, emotionally, just in a more holistic way, because things do get torn up. The communication sometimes is troubling. And I have worked in public service for over 20 years. So I'm very familiar, but having been a landlord this long is tiring. And so I feel like I need to have a different strategy. And that to me is educating our people in a way that they can sustain housing, that they're not considered a headache wherever they live in the city, because maybe they don't know how to live. I think Mr. Carolina, he mentioned it. I like how he put it. That some people don't know how to live. So what do we do with those people? I've chosen with my management model to bring them different services. In order to do that, I have to find how to pay for it. The Housing Production Trust Fund does have means, from my understanding, but it's a very arduous task, and it's incorporated with other costs, and development costs that if you can't get the numbers to work is difficult.
I understand. Kira Carter, it sounds like you need clarification on what's happening. You were told that you would get a voucher, then told you wouldn't, then told you will through the safety program. So I'm going to ask the agency to be in contact with you. One thing I'm not clear about, you said you've been on this since Adrian Todman. You've been waiting for a public safety voucher since?
No, that I've been waiting for a voucher since Adrian Todman. I've been on a public safety waiting list since both of my sons were murdered. In 2021, I was approved. I was sent a letter by Brandy Lynch in July. They were killed in 2021, and I received a letter saying that I was approved for public safety transfer after their murder, because I had to go through homicide, get the homicide detective to write a letter stating why I deserve to be relocated. And I've had lawyers from the Washington Legal Clinic, Bread for the City, and I'm being assisted now by another law firm in the city to try to find out where I am. Why am I still waiting? They passed me on the voucher choice waiting list so many times. I mean, I've been overlooked by DCHA multiple times. This is not the first time.
So you're as of today, you're still, your understanding is that you are eligible in line for public safety transfer. You just don't know at this point when that's going to happen.
Exactly. And I've reached out via email, which went to several area managers, unresponded to. I've reached out to, like I said, legal representatives to help me try to get in touch with someone at housing, because every attempt that I have made has fallen on deaf ears. I get no response. Nobody answers the phone. When you call the 535-1000, if they decide to answer the phone, and you ask for a direct person, you can't get anybody's phone number. This is a public entity. Why can't I get somebody's phone number?
Excuse me. Yeah, it shouldn't be that hard to get in contact. So we'll figure this out. I'm asking the agency to be in contact with you. I'm going to ask that you be in contact with me to keep me abreast of how that's proceeding.
I would definitely do that. And I appreciate the time to be able to share part of my story, because it's not the entire story. And there's a lot that I can attest to that I've been through since I've been living here. And this is my first time living in public housing in my life. I'm a DC native, but I have never lived in such deplorable conditions in my life.
And I mean, that's just absolutely unacceptable.
It really is.
So with the public safety transfer, they've not offered you any options.
They have done nothing but sent me a letter.
A letter saying
that I was eligible for a public safety transfer. And then I reached out to Emily at Bread for the City. She was the lawyer. She's a supervising attorney at Bread for the City Legal Clinic. She said they backdoored somewhere. They got some type of contact in the legal department at DCHA. We had an email train. I can share it with you if you like to see it privately, of course, not on this forum, but they sent the correspondence back and forth saying that it was 8 families in front of me and I should hear something shortly. I sent another email saying, is there a way that we can stay in contact? My last email went unanswered, the same way it went unanswered with the 2 area managers that I reached out to.
Okay. All right, well, we'll get to the bottom. So I'm asking the agency to be in contact with you, and I'm asking you to be in contact with me so that we can just sort it out. And let me just say, so we don't pass this over. I'm so sorry for your loss. That is no small thing to go through. So,
I appreciate it, and it's been really taxing and stressful. It's going to increase my anxiety. I talked to my counselors about it because I've been in grief counseling for depression and all of this. And this environment is not healthy, not just for myself, but it's not healthy for a lot of people. And I was to piggyback on what the lady was saying about wraparound services. This is over 300 units in this building. And like I said, a good percentage of them, at least 40% of these units are empty. And it's supposed to be senior and disabled housing. I'm a disabled person. And most of the people that's down here bringing the unsavory elements to the building are seniors.
Why are the units empty?
Probably because they during COVID, I do know before COVID, we had a whole resident advisory council and they used to do wellness checks. But when COVID hit, they stopped everything, of course. And some of the people died due to lack of care. Some, like this one man down the hall from me, he died in 2020. His unit has not been officially cleaned yet. So his body was in there in decomp status for days before I went downstairs and told them, y'all need to check this apartment because I smelled death, decay. And they came and checked and found a man in there, and they never cleaned that apartment.
Can you, I don't remember if you said this in your testimony. If you didn't, I don't want you to share it here for the circumstances that you mentioned, but I'd like to know what building you're in so that
I'm in Claridge Towers.
Claridge Towers.
I mean,
Okay.
Ward 2, Claridge Towers on M Street Northwest, downtown.
I appreciate it. I know where that is. Okay.
Right down the street from the convention center.
I know exactly where it is.
Mhm.
And Ebony Johnson, I'm asking the agency to be in touch with you as well. You said you were on the waiting list, and then we're told that you're not on the list. You have not heard from DC Housing Authority. Is that right? You have not been able to get in contact with them to figure out what's happening? You may have had to go. Or even if
That happened with me as well, though.
Interesting. Yeah, it's that's happening with a lot of people. That's a theme. Every panel, residents, housing providers, advocates, every panel has had people say that they can't get in touch with the agency. That
No, I'm speaking to the fact that I was on the wait list, kicked
yes,
off, reinstated. Yeah,
not good.
not good at all, sir.
So let me just say as I close out and we get to Director Donald and Chair Skinner, Rosa Burbridge, who's the president, as we mentioned earlier, of the DC Housing Authority Citywide Advisory Board. I want to thank you for being here, but also thank you for the work that you're doing. You are very present, very attentive, very thoughtful about what's happening. And to the point that you made in your testimony, we need solutions to fix problems, and that's what I'm focused on. I know that's what you're focused on. That's what people need, and I want to make sure this committee and me as chair that we are looking for solutions. Now, anytime you propose a solution, it's going to invite criticism. I'm fine with that. I'm not fine with the way things are. So I'm going to keep looking for solutions, and anybody who has solutions, please continue to be in touch with us because we're trying to figure it out. So with that, let me thank everybody on this panel and the previous panels for being with us to fill out this record, to help us understand issues and perspectives better. It is incredibly, incredibly helpful in our oversight work and trying to get it right. So thank you all again. With that, we are going to turn to DC Housing Authority leadership for testimony and questions. So we will call up the Stabilization and Reform Board Chairperson, Raven Skinner, who will provide testimony, followed by Director Donald. Good afternoon, Chair Skinner.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome. We'll wait for Director Donald to get queued up, and then we will get going.
Thanks.
Excellent. Director Donald and your team, welcome to you all as well. Thank you for being with us. Thank you to Chair Skinner as well. As you all probably know by now, it is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So Chair Skinner, Director Donald, and anyone from DCHA who may be testifying or answering questions, I'll ask that you all raise your right hand and I'll swear everyone in together. You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Excellent. Thank you. Chair Skinner, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the committee, committee staff, and members of the public. I am Raymond Skinner, Chairman of the District of Columbia Housing Authority Stabilization and Reform Board, which we refer to as the STAR Board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony at this public oversight hearing this afternoon. I'll be brief. It's already been a long day, and I know you really want to hear from the agency and delve into a lot of the details. But as you know, the 11-member STAR Board was created just last December as essentially a new governing vehicle for DCHA to oversee implementation of specific actions to reform and revitalize the operations of the agency. And those are the words that are actually in the legislation. So I felt it was important to come before you today on behalf of the board to let you know of our collective commitment to carrying out those responsibilities that are in the Act. And though we are still relatively new, I think the board has in fact made some significant progress. And we've been working with Director Donald and her team to address the reform activities that not only are outlined in the authorizing legislation, but also we've been particularly focused, as you've heard from a lot of witnesses today, we've been focused on the 2022 HUD assessment report. So after some initial organizing activities, including appointment of 4 standing committees, the board at its first meeting in January actually approved multiple contracts for construction companies to identify public housing units that are in disrepair, going around and inspecting all the units, and immediately to start making the necessary improvements to bring those units up to standards. And I'm sure you're going to hear more about that from Director Donald and her team. Then at February meeting, the board reviewed the agency's proposed procurement and contracting policy and authorized its posting in the DC Register for public comment, and also authorized sending it to you at the council. And that's really an important step in addressing one of the key findings in the HUD. You will recall there were a lot of findings related to procurement. So we are starting to address that issue. We also approved contracts for a new project management information system and for a firm to provide a single audit services for the agency. And both of those things will provide long-term improvement in the overall operations, internal operations of the agency. So I guess while the HUD findings are very concerning, they also present an opportunity. I mean, it's an opportunity for us to identify and correct deficiencies through new and updated policies, procedures, and programs. So our role as the STAR Board is really to provide support and oversight, using that term again, oversight of the work plan that Director Donald and her team have put in place. And we want to do that in a manner that is both, I would say, it kind of speaks to what we consider our core values of hard work, integrity, transparency, and accountability. So we're also working with the Citywide Resident Advisory Council, and you just heard from Ms. Burbridge about that. I've met with her personally, and we'll be working with them on setting up the listening sessions that are required by the council. And also, we'll be doing the periodic reporting to the council. Again, that's also outlined in the legislation. So, I mean, I think the members of the board and, again, mostly new members, we have really great expectations for what DCHA can be. And really, I personally expect, and I think the other members expect, that in the span of our 2-year appointments, remember this is for a 2-year appointment, we'll really become much more of a high-performing agency, not only in the eyes of HUD, but also in the eyes of our residents, our voucher holders, the landlords, this council, and all of the stakeholders that we interact with. So finally, I would be remiss if I didn't publicly acknowledge and commend Director Donald and her staff at DCHA for what I consider, their yeoman-like efforts in not only responding to the HUD findings, but then just really striving to address the myriad of issues that come up on a day-to-day basis. And you've heard all day a number of the types of issues that the staff has to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And believe me, we have a lot of good employees, and so they certainly are trying. But as you've heard, and I believe, we really need to do better. We've heard a lot of troubling testimony today about housing conditions, the unresponsiveness of the staff, the inability to get through on the phone or get calls returned. We take these issues very seriously, and we'll follow up with the staff and begin to work through some of these issues, working with you on the council, working with the advisory committee, and as Ms. Burbridge just said, we're about trying to find solutions. I mean, it's going to take some time. We didn't get here in a short period of time. It's going to take us a while to move to the point where we can say that it is really a high-performing agency. So with that, I'll close and thank you for the opportunity to appear here today. And I will respond to any questions you have for me, and of course be around with Director Donald and her team.
Thank you so much, Director Donald. And what I would ask is anyone on your team who may be answering questions, if you would introduce them, their names and titles in your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson White and other members of the committee and staff for the Committee on Housing. For the record, I am Brenda Donald. I'm the Executive Director of the District of Columbia Housing Authority. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony at today's FY22 Performance Oversight hearing. Today, I'm joined by Jenna Savasco, who is Chief of Staff, Nona Eath to her left, who is in charge of our public housing portfolio. To my right is John Stringfield, who is in charge of our Office of Capital Programs. And to his right is Hamra Gabreyes, who is in charge of our Housing Choice Voucher Program. So I think you've got everyone here who is responsible for all of the areas of the agency, at least that we heard about today. And we have others if other questions come that I'm not able to respond to. For the record, the mission of the DC Housing Authority is to provide quality, affordable housing to extremely low to moderate income households, to foster sustainable communities and cultivate opportunities for residents to improve their lives. As one of the largest landlords in the city, we play a critical role in the district's affordable housing network. We serve more than 4,000 households in public housing, approximately 12,000 households in the federal Housing Choice Voucher Program, and more than 7,000 families in locally administered voucher and subsidy programs. A little over a year and a half ago, I took this role because I believe that having a safe and affordable place to call home is fundamental. I'm here today to highlight the hard work the incredible team at DCHA is doing to turn this agency around, and most importantly, improve the quality of life for our residents and voucher participants. Working together, DCHA staff are beginning to increase occupancy, making critical repairs to improve the quality of life for our residents, strengthening our business processes, enhancing the customer experience for our voucher participants, curing the findings in HUD's March 22 assessment, and rebuilding the agency's organizational infrastructure to ensure the reforms we are making stick. While the problems recently reported by the media may be news to some, I assure you they are not news to me and my team or to our board. At DCHA, we are fully aware of the challenges we face, and we are laser focused on actually fixing the problems. And we have made a considerable amount of progress in the last 1.5 years. In terms of public housing, last summer we conducted a maintenance blitz to clear up the backlog of over 15,000 outstanding work orders. Since then, our property management operations team has continued to clear work orders and has implemented a preventative maintenance program. More significantly, earlier this year, a team of specially trained inspectors kicked off a 16-week plan to inspect every unit in our portfolio to bring our units up to quality standards for our residents who currently live in them. In the last month alone, more than 600 units in 5 properties have been inspected, and we are on track to inspect the entire portfolio by this summer. However, we are not waiting until all the inspections are completed to begin the repairs. The work will closely follow the inspections, of course, depending on the intensity of the work required. We are committed to housing as many households as we can. The Office of Capital Programs recently in the last year renovated nearly 500 vacant units to ready them for occupancy. And by the beginning of April, we will have held 4 eligibility events inviting every household on our public housing waiting list with the goal of offering them available units. And I am excited to announce that this means that in the next few months, we will be using site-based wait lists for our public housing properties, thus opening our properties to new eligible district residents for the first time since the list was closed a decade ago. In terms of our Housing Choice Voucher Program, as was well documented in the HUD report, for many years in a row, the agency did not complete the required annual update to its payment standard, nor conduct a market analysis. In addition, DCHA was not utilizing a unit-by-unit rent reasonableness process that checks comparable rents considering the unit's location, quality, size, type, and age of the units and any amenities or maintenance or utilities that may be provided. No one is more frustrated by this than me, and it will be fixed. As with many of the other long-standing complex problems identified in the HUD report, we were aware of this problem and began taking steps to address it last year. The work we did last year addressed 2 of the required steps: conducting a current market analysis and updating the rent payment standard. The next steps are to implement a rent reasonableness methodology and update our utility payment standards, both of which we will be able to initiate upon HUD's approval of our plans. This new system will ensure we pay no more and no less than the correct market rate for voucher-supported units. But it must be implemented fairly and reasonably in a phased manner so as not to jeopardize anyone's housing, current housing, or destabilize the voucher rental market. Even with these issues, it's important to note that in FY22, the Housing Choice Voucher Program processed eligibility for nearly 2,000 customers and supported approximately 1,100 applicants to sign leases and move into housing through the local rent supplement and the emergency housing voucher programs alone. In terms of the HUD report, we are pleased to continue to report on our progress towards curing the findings of the HUD assessment report, which HUD has asked us to do by May 31st, 2023, in just a month or so, a couple of months. To date, HUD has agreed that we have cured 9 of the findings, and we have submitted supporting documentation and are waiting their feedback on 15 additional findings. The first step to closing nearly a third of the findings was to update our admissions and continued occupancy plan, otherwise known as the ACOP, which governs the work of the public housing program, the administrative plan, which governs the work of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and our fiscal year 2023 Moving to Work plan, which is our overarching plan. In January, we reviewed and updated each policy in our ACOP and administrative plan and have proposed substantial amendments to our MTW plan to ensure alignment. We approach this as not only an opportunity to come into compliance with HUD, but also to replicate best practices and create clear policy documents that are understandable to all of our stakeholders. These documents are now posted for public comments and will be voted on by the STAR board in April. We are currently working on updates to our procedures, and when the policies are approved, we will begin staff training and implementation, which will allow HUD to close those findings. Notably, the agency has also made significant progress in other areas. All STAR board members and the executive leadership team have completed HUD's Lead the Way training. And at our February meeting, as Chairman Skinner just testified, the STAR board voted on a resolution in support of the draft procurement policy, which is also open now for public comment. In addition, the agency has hired an external firm to audit a sample of contracts, and DCHA is in the process of selecting a vendor to assist with eligibility determinations for new federal vouchers. In terms of our capital programs, we now have a strengthened capital planning, budgeting, construction management, and redevelopment infrastructure so that redevelopment picked up speed in 2022. We broke ground on the long stall projects at Kenilworth Courts and Berry Farm, and we finally closed on Greenleaf and Park Morton. Major redevelopment is moving forward at Judiciary House, and with meaningful resident engagement, a master planning process is underway at Langston Terrace and Kelly Miller LaJoy. We were excited also to be awarded a $500,000 Choice Neighborhood Planning Grant by HUD to support the redevelopment of Lincoln Heights, which will be driven by residents and community stakeholders. I would be remiss if I did not note that after several years of inherited budget deficits, DCHA's budget is now strong and healthy with an operating surplus. With the financial closing on and move from 1133 North Capitol Street Northeast, our former headquarters, into new office spaces with an easily accessible street level customer service center, there will be affordable housing where there once was a warehouse made into offices. And the agency now has sufficient reserves that we can reinvest to improve the quality of our public housing. As I've stated previously, with the support of my strong and rebuilt executive leadership team, the newly appointed Stabilization and Reform, or STAR board, Mayor Bowser, the DC Council, and our stakeholders, we are taking on the challenge to fix a multitude of problems that didn't materialize and cannot be fixed overnight. We're committed to effectuating change now to ensure that residents who live on our properties and who are served through our programs today have safe, affordable, sanitary, and decent housing. I have a proven track record of bringing people and systems together to solve complex problems that many may perceive as impossible to fix. If I've learned anything in my career in public service, it is that few problems are intractable if a talented team works together and with purpose to solve them. And that is exactly what we are doing. My team and I are acutely aware that we have work to do to rebuild the public's trust and our residents' faith, and we are going to do just that. Only by doing the hard work necessary to turn around this agency that is so critical to so many can we fulfill our mission and commitment to the people we serve, to our stakeholders, and to our city. I am confident we are on the right track. We now look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that both testimonies. Let me start with a few things that came out of witness testimonies. Some things I'm going to skip because I'm going to get into them in more detail later. Some are things that are more technical that we need to follow up on, in subsequent meetings. But there were some things that were case specific. People came to testify because they needed help with their specific cases. Director, were you able to listen to the testimonies earlier?
Yes, my staff and I watched the entire hearing. We took notes. We've done some follow-up already, but certainly we're happy to answer questions, particularly if they represent any of the large themes that were testified about.
Excellent. But on the people who ask for individual help, do you all feel like you have a handle on those to be able to reach folks and work through those issues?
Yes, we do. And some of the people who testified, we are familiar with, we're either working with. There are others who may be affiliated with other agencies and are a little confused about the role of the Housing Authority. But as we do with our board meetings, we take notes for everyone who testifies, and we follow up with them. We check to see, one, if we're aware of who they are, and making sure that we are taking down their concerns and following up with them right away.
I really appreciate that. So a few things that that don't fall into the categories I mentioned that I want to raise now. One is, I'm sure you heard as well, that there were people on every panel, some residents, some landlords, some advocates, who said it is really hard to get a response from DCHA. How do you digest this, and how should the committee digest this? What's happening here?
I mean, certainly it's disheartening to hear that people are struggling to get responses from members of our team. We have several ways of reaching out to people and allowing them to contact us. And I think we have built some systems in place that clearly we need to do some more work on. One, we do have a call center with a number that most people call as a general number if they're not aware of who to reach out to, or if they have general questions. I think we have expanded that call center. We have added after hours capacity to that call center. We have added staff, and we have improved training of our call center representatives. I think one of the problems is that most things go to the call center, that now we are building additional capacity in an more automated way for our work order system, for example. And we heard a lot about people expressing frustrations about registering complaints about property conditions. Well, right now, one of the main avenues for that is the same call center. And so someone will call in and lodge a complaint, or register a request for service. We are building out our system so that they will be able to go into a different dedicated portal that will allow them to register their complaints and will connect to our system. We think that will relieve a lot of that logjam, and will also allow us to be more responsive and to track work order requests. So that is one thing. We also, as someone mentioned, I established an ombudsman's office about a year ago, and we have 2 people serving in that role, and they're still getting up to speed. And but the ombudsman's office has been very responsive to people. But then the third part of it is that everybody on my team knows that they are supposed to be responsive to our customers. And we did one small change where we had everyone to put their cell phone numbers on their emails, as opposed to just having their work numbers or the call center numbers, so that people would know who to reach out to. But we still have some training and some staff accountability that we have to implement regarding responsiveness.
Okay, because of the consistency and breadth of people saying they're having a really difficult time getting in contact and getting responses from the agency, I'd ask that you continue to look at that issue. Somebody on one of the panels asked an interesting and fair question as where the agency is going. Options seem to be tearing down properties and redeveloping them, rehabbing them, or trying to get out of the public housing business. What's the future of public housing from this perspective?
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of theories and I think misconceptions about that. First of all, our board will decide the long-term direction of this agency, but we have been, building on work that has been done previously, are working on multiple properties in different ways. And so it's well known that the federal government only provides a portion of funding for capital improvements, and that has been reduced over the years. We're very fortunate in the District of Columbia to have the infusion of local dollars to augment, but major redevelopments with public housing properties that are as old as ours ours are 50, 60 years old, and for many years really have not had those investments. And so we're in kind of a we're in a fixing it up and redevelopment posture all the time. So we are stepping back and with our board, looking at our whole portfolio and looking at the future of that portfolio, and to make decisions about the type of financing opportunities there are for redevelopment. And it's not a one size fits all. There's some that will require and benefit from private investment that HUD has encouraged, and many public housing properties across authorities across the country utilize through what's called RAD, a rental assistance demonstration model. There are others in the district. We have our new communities properties. We have with our partnership with DMPED, and significant investments of local dollars in those properties. And then we have other properties where we have not yet made those projections. Our Office of Capital Programs, Mr. Stringfield, who runs that office, has developed a decision-making tree model that looks at various elements about the physical and financial stability of a property and what would be the best for short and long-term investments. So we're not there yet, but at the same time, we're not sitting back and waiting to decide on the whole portfolio as we move forward with redevelopment.
So you're making property by property decisions?
It's property by property, but it's multiple properties by property. So as you'll see, and I know when we have our budget hearing in terms of the cities and the federal government's capital plan, we do have properties that have already had their physical needs assessments and have been entered into the city's financial assessment database, so that the longer term investments, the 5-year capital, 5-6 capital year investments could be projected out. So we have a number of properties that are already been kind of spoken for as part of that. But then we also are doing, as I said, the new communities, properties are invested in a different financial model. But I think the important thing to say to you and to everyone listening is that all of our properties, our public housing residents have an absolute right to live in and ideally to stay and not have to move from properties as we're doing redevelopments, no matter what financial model that we're going to use.
Mr. Chairman,
please.
I just want to have an opportunity to comment on that. So the way I'm looking at it, we have sort of a short-term strategy, which the director just talked about in terms of looking at specific properties. But we also need to do a much more, I would say, long-term kind of strategic plan. You know, what do we want this agency to be in 5 years or 10 years? And, you know, HUD, as the director said, HUD has really been pushing agencies to move from the typical public housing model to the project-based or redevelopment model through this program called RAD. And in fact, some agencies around the country, public housing agencies around the country, have pretty much moved all of their public housing portfolio to this RAD process. And some agencies are really thinking of themselves as more of a sort of a real estate development company, as opposed to a government agency, public housing agency. And so those are the things that we really have to think through, get some more data around, and really, you know, have a series of sessions with our stakeholders, with the residents, with the council, mayor, all the other advocacy groups that we work with in the city, to talk about really long-term, what do we want this agency to be? What do we want it to look like in 5-10 years? So that's going to take some time to do, and most likely, I would say it wouldn't be finalized until we have a new executive director in place who's going to, be here for, again, the long term to work through that model and idea.
I appreciate that perspective. That is what I'm getting at. What is the long-term vision?
Right.
I think a lot of people, including myself, feel like we don't know, and that makes a lot of people nervous. They feel like there's going to be a decision made and they not know, or a decision made at a point where it's too far down the line for them to opine.
So I would say, again, from the perspective of the board, and again, we have a 2-year time frame, but I certainly believe within that 2 years, we can come up with a strategic plan that's going to set the long-term vision for the agency.
I appreciate it. I don't think we can get anywhere without a long-term vision. When I looked at where the agency was prior to the last receivership, we had just shy of 12,000 public housing units. And last year, I think we had about 6,500. So we have lost a lot of public housing units over the years. And before we lose more, we need to know where we're going. So I appreciate that, Chair Skinner. I think we're on the same page with that.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add to that, or just again on the record, we actually have 8,000 public housing units, because we have some that are in our mixed finance development, some that started many years ago with Hope 6 projects. I think the other important thing is that we have greatly expanded the number of vouchers and people who are living throughout the city, and those are choices that people have made, and I think also are consistent with where public housing has been going across the country. So if you look at maybe some years ago, we had 12,000 people in public housing. We probably only had a few thousand people who were living throughout the city in mixed income communities with vouchers. And so that is part of the overall number of residents that we are still serving. And in fact, we're accountable to HUD too, to make sure that we do continue to serve that number of residents that we did when we became a moving to work agency.
I appreciate it. I think we are all generally on the same page. If you could send the committee a breakdown of the 8,000 units so that we know where they are. I've had trouble figuring out how many units.
Okay, I think we have, but our information that we sent may have been a little dense. So because we've provided you information on all of our units and a lot of information that you asked, but we can certainly do it in a more summary fashion.
I appreciate it. If you see it in what you sent us already and I missed it, then just point me in that direction, and I would appreciate it. A couple quick questions from your testimony. You testified that you readied 500 units since you came on. Does that mean that there are 500 more public housing units available now than when you got to the agency?
There are about 500 units that are ready for people to move in. So those were vacant units that were not in a state of repair or renovation where people could move in. So those have been renovated by our teams and our contractors through the Office of Capital Programs throughout our properties. And we're on track to do how many more this year?
Approximately right at 800.
So we hope by the end of this calendar year to have 1,200 make-ready units that have been delivered by our teams. And so those will be available for people to move in.
I appreciate that. And one more question from your testimony. You mentioned moving to a site-based wait list, I think later this month. What does that mean?
Okay, and I know some people testified about that, and I think some are happy and others are a little concerned, but and we're happy to talk more about this in detail. But this is the wait list that we currently have, as everyone knows, has been frozen since 2013, and there are 22,000 people on that wait list who selected public housing. That is the list that we have been sourcing for people to move into our vacant units, which is part of our whole occupancy strategy. And that's what we are required to do, to pull from that waiting list in date order of when the people first signed up for public housing, which has been 25 years ago. So we have sent out notices to people. We go with the earliest date possible. We have updated the wait list with a variety of ways, doing public service announcements. We also updated it with various public databases so that we could have current addresses, and then inviting people to come in to determine two things. One, are they still eligible for public housing? And two, if they are, is the public housing we have available, does that meet their needs? And what we discovered over the past year and a half of doing this is that there's a lot of attrition, or basically either no-show or lack of interest from people who've been on a wait list for 25 or more years, right? Families change. Someone who was on the wait list 25 years ago who had 5 children, who needed 4 bedrooms, now those children have grown up and have moved out. Maybe she's a single mom, a senior citizen, and needs a different type of housing. Or maybe she has moved on and living somewhere else and no longer needs or is interested in public housing. And so every time we would send out the notices, we would only get a 10 to 15% response. So we have increased the number of people that we have reached out to. And you're aware of the big leasing events that we had at Martin Luther King Library to get more people to come so that we can move down that wait list as we're required to do. And we're close to, in the next month or so, of having invited everyone who's been on the wait list to say, we've got housing here, please come in. Let's determine if you're still eligible, and let's see if we can match you up with a unit. Once we get through that entire list and people either are not interested or no longer eligible, then we have the opportunity to invite new people to sign up. And we're going to a site-based waiting list because we can be transparent and clear about where our public housing units are. So we can say, we've got 50 units at Greenleaf, we've got X number of 1-bedrooms. And so when people sign up, then they know, yes, I'm interested in moving there. Or if they're not, they're not likely to sign up. So it's a much more targeted approach. And we think that we can, we can be more nimble, and that people who sign up will be, have already expressed their interest in the units that we have available. And this is where a lot of public housing jurisdictions across the country do this, and it makes more sense.
I've seen some jurisdictions do that. Not that I understand, the process very well, or how well it works. Will people be able to sign up for multiple sites?
They will, and I'm going to turn to Nona Eith, who runs our public housing program and who has worked in a number of jurisdictions where she has done this before, to talk a little bit about the process and what people will be eligible for.
Yes. So applicants, when the waitlist opens up, they will have the ability to apply for multiple sites of those site-based waitlists. So if they're interested in our 43 properties that we have or more, then they'll have the ability to sign up for each one of them. They sit on those lists sit individually. So let's say a unit is offered, I'll just pick Lincoln Heights. So they are on the Lincoln Heights list. And if they offer 2 units and they fail to lease up, then they would be removed from that list, but they would remain on the other list that they've actually signed up for. So again, as the director stated, it's a much more targeted effort in reference to families, because again, we've found that our families have interest in certain areas. And so what we've been actually doing is we've actually been providing them offers of units that's available throughout the portfolio, and they're not actually interested in all of those units. So it's actually providing families an opportunity to sign up for the areas that they are actually interested in.
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying. And Councilmember Fruman, who I know is here, I'm assuming you don't have questions yet. Oh, there you are. Do you have questions, Councilmember Fruman?
Yeah. Is it that you wanted to go for longer and then?
No. I just didn't see you, and I didn't know if you were listening and multitasking. Yes.
Yeah. No, I was listening and multitasking, but I do have questions. So thank you very much, and thank you, Chairman, Director Donald, and Board Chair Skinner, for your testimony. I want to talk about some of the rent reasonableness issues that are out there that you have to be contending with now. The Post story talked about $12 million annual, potentially $12 million annually in overpayments, and I don't imagine that you would contest specific number, but there's a number out there, and I take it that HUD, that it falls to you to do an audit to figure out where you've done overpayments and figure out what that number is, because you have to reimburse it to the federal government. So what's happening in terms of the steps you're taking to evaluate where there were overpayments, how big they were, and how big the exposure to the federal government is?
Right. The first thing HUD wants us to do is to establish a methodology for determining what the reasonable rents should be. Right. So that is the first thing before looking back at what may have happened and if there are overpayments or underpayments. And we know that they're likely to depending on the model that we use and the rent payment standard, that will determine whether or not we have overpaid or underpaid on any particular units. But HUD, the number one thing, and I think what I'm committing to our board to do, is to determine a methodology for rent reasonableness and for a date certain by which we will start using that for all new contracts. And that is really important, so that we can have a certain date, we'll have this methodology, and then we will make rent payment determinations based on that. The looking back and making adjustments and even the full implementation of how we go forward is something that's going to have to be phased in. Because again, we have people currently, 19,000 or so, who are currently living in units where they receive vouchers. We do not want to jeopardize anyone's current housing, nor do we want to destabilize the whole rental market by doing a quick wholesale change. So we're still looking at all of that. We'll be discussing that with our board, and there's some choices that we have to make.
So part of it is figuring out what's the methodology to determine what is a reasonable rent. And you said a date certain, and I'm not asking you to pledge to a specific time, but is that weeks, months?
It's within a few months. We have one tool that we're reviewing. We have another one, and these are kind of industry standard tools that we're evaluating with our consultants. And once we decide that's probably within weeks that we decide which tool, and then we will have to develop procedures and train our staff, and so that we can have a go live date for that. But that's within a few months. It's fairly close.
And in terms of you've referred a couple of times to not wanting to destabilize the rental market. So what does that mean? What would you consider something that was destabilizing to the rental market?
I think as this committee has heard from a number of landlords and landlord association representatives that if the rents are too low, landlords will opt not to participate. And we want to make sure that our residents have access to all neighborhoods across the city, which is one reason that DCHA some years ago implemented the process that we're currently using. And I also want to say for the record that is something that we had built into our plan that HUD had approved, using the sub-market neighborhood allowable rent process that we currently use. So the idea was to give voucher holders more choice in terms of their neighborhood. So I think those are two things. One is that we want to make sure that the rents are such that landlords can viably participate in the voucher program, and two, that there is enough equity across neighborhoods so that voucher holders will be able to make those choices.
And so I guess, is it Novogradac that you used for the last?
That's one of the tools that we're considering, yes.
That's one of the tools that you used before and that you're considering using again?
We haven't used a tool before. We used Novogradac as an industry specialist to do the updated market study last year. Novogradac also has a tool. We have not been implementing that tool.
So, and my understanding is that in the previous analysis, that the look was at excluded rent stabilized apartments as part of the calculation. Is that a thing that you continue to intend, that you'll look at the market rates other than the rent stabilized apartment rates?
Right, and I'm glad you bring that up, because I think that is something that is a really important element in considering rent reasonableness, in that the District of Columbia does have quite a few apartment buildings that are rent stabilized. And when the regulations governing rent stabilization set certain limits on for the increase in the price of rent if a person who is in a rent stabilized unit moves out, right? The landlord has a limit to how high that rent can be increased for someone who is not a voucher holder. For a voucher holder, the landlord is allowed to go up to what's considered fair market rent. And I think this is where a lot of the debate is. So when we've heard people even testified today saying, well, I live in a building, the building is a rent stabilized building. The fair market rent that is advertised when someone moves out is X, let's say $1,600, but the housing authority is paying $2,300. Well, when someone moves out, the fair market rent is only the amount that the landlord can raise above the rent stabilized rent, versus what is the rent within that jurisdiction, within that geography, with the similar type of amenities, and that may well be more than the 1,600. And so we have to carefully look at, and we're asking our consultants to help us advise us, how do we factor that reality in fairly and in a way that gives us what the true market rent should be for a particular unit.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see how folks think that, creates an incentive structure that one form of affordable housing cannibalizes another. The landlord who has the opportunity to go from a $1,600 a month rent to a $2,500 is going to, or some of them are going to. And those rules, those are our internal district rules.
They are the regulations that govern rent stabilization. And so, yes, that is a dynamic. I mean, unfortunately, the housing authority gets blamed for that. And it really, it's not something that we drive. It's something, those are rules that we operate by. Now, in all fairness, we have not done the rent reasonableness test, and we have to do that, and we will. And so that number may be different, but it is very likely that it still will be higher than the amount of a vacated rent stabilized unit. And if that's the reality based on that neighborhood and the amenities of a particular building, then that is fair, and that is fair market rent.
Yeah, so I guess that's under current rules. That's the way that it would work because and whereas and it creates this dynamic, and you may not be responsible for the dynamic. It may be things that are outside of your control, but it does create this dynamic that actually can lead to the kinds of concentrations. You know, the whole idea of the voucher programs are to deconcentrate, and then what you see, you can see a phenomenon where you start to get new concentrations, and that's not really the goal. And how one manages that is pretty tricky.
I agree. I think it's a public policy issue, and I've said it to you when we met and to other council members that bears consideration. I just think it's something that it may be an unintended consequence. It may be that it still makes sense, but I think it's something that it bears consideration in this whole ecosystem of housing affordability.
Yeah, I see that that my clock has run out, but I want to cheat just a little because I have to go to something else in a short while, and so this will be it for me. Yeah, it's a public policy decision question, and it's one that I expect that I'll be continuing to raise to try to figure out how you balance these things so that we have a successful program and are sensitive to all of the different implications, including fiscal implications. One of the things that I hear is that occasionally there are folks who are benefiting from a voucher, and there are a lot of people who are benefiting from vouchers who are, really it helps them to get up onto their feet, and it's a really important program and one we all should want to succeed. But sometimes there are people who it's not working for, and as a result, it's not working for their neighbors, including other neighbors who are benefiting from a voucher as well. And I wonder what your thoughts are about how we can address that when it arises. How do we make sure that people are getting the right services and in the right places under the landscape of the rules as we have them?
Yes, I think it's a very important point, and one that this is where we work very well with our sister agencies across the government. As you know, people are referred to my agency for housing eligibility and for voucher eligibility, and then ultimately inspections and paying the rent. And they're referred from different agencies. And some of the residents with vouchers come with supportive services already, and others may not. And some are, there are programs and buildings where you have on-site services, supportive services, and others where that's not the case. And so I think we're all trying to figure out what is that level of support. And I know that my colleagues at Department of Human Services and Department of Behavioral Health are keenly aware, and we do respond collectively when we get reports of situations where we may have some people who need a higher level of support or some on-site services in the buildings where they live.
So this is another one that I think we're going to be grappling with together going forward. I have one last one, which is back on the concentrations issue. Your buildings that you guys manage are subject to lots of different rules and regulations, but is there a threshold over you get to percentage of residents who are there on a voucher program, so that people have talked about de facto creating a new public housing building? Is there a threshold over which the rules that apply on one of your own properties should apply on that property?
I don't think that constitutionally there could be a threshold in terms of percentage of voucher holders in a private building. I don't think that would stand the test. constitutionally and from a fair housing standpoint. I
To
would say
impose the same rules
they
over a
do.
threshold.
So the rules are the rules that are embedded in the leases, and landlords have those, have leases that are about good tenancy, that are about noise, that are about overnight guests, and those very often are stricter than the ones that we have in public housing. I think there is a question about lease enforcement, and a couple of the landlords earlier did also mention that if there are tenants who are not abiding by the lease, how difficult it is for there to be any sanctions. And that's another public policy issue that is, that needs to be discussed.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Really appreciate your testimony. Look forward to working with all of you going forward to make this all a success.
Thanks, Councilmember Fruman.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So I want to jump to something in Chairman Skinner's testimony. Yes, DCHA published new procurement policies in the DC Register last Friday for public comment after the board approved them for publication. A couple of things that I've noticed in the new procurement policy is that it increases in several places the amount that can be spent without board approval, and seems to get rid of debarment and suspensions, which is something one of the public witnesses mentioned. My concern here is I don't think that there's a depth of public trust at this point that says, hey, we should increase the amount that the agency can spend without board approval. And we should, we feel comfortable getting rid of debarments and suspensions. Chair Skinner, how did the board assess these changes?
So just to be clear, we didn't change the threshold of contracting authority that needs to go to the board. It's still $250,000. It's exactly the same.
I was going to say, because that's a federal.
I just want to make sure you didn't think
I haven't looked at it since it went online. There were multiple places I remember seeing where the amount that could be spent without approvals, I thought it was board approvals, increased from, in some places, I think 100 to 150.
No.
The amount was so there nowhere in the new procurement policies is there an increase in spending without approvals.
No,
it's 250,000, and again, that's the federal requirement. It's a HUD requirement.
Okay, well, speak to the debarment and suspension. How did you get there?
I can take that. Oh, you want to take it, Chairman? Okay.
Go ahead.
You want to take that? Okay.
I'm going to ask the chairman Chairman Skinner to address it, because I'm trying to understand how the board assesses that.
So again, I don't think we actually got rid of that requirement. I think the language was changed somewhat, but I don't think we got rid of that. And so when we had the debate at the board meeting, there was a lot of back and forth on a number of issues. And basically what we determined or decided at that meeting was to go ahead and put it out for publication now. But we would still, even the board would still have an opportunity to review it in more detail and to make changes if necessary. But I don't recall that we got rid of the issue about debarment.
So I'll clarify. We did, and for good reason. It's duplicative of the federal requirements and the local requirements if there are any concerns that would rise to the level of debarring a vendor, a contractor, that we're required to send those to HUD or to, if it's a local, locally funded program or contract, to the to DC for its debarment requirements. And the reason for that is that if we just have it in our policy, it will limit us, but it will not then put that contractor who we believe or who has been substantiated of doing something that was unethical or illegal or that would meet the standard of debarment, then that now goes on a register. So that would go on a register with HUD, and it would go on a register for DC, and that as opposed to just being someone that the housing authority would debar. So we would still do that, but then that instead of just stopping here at the housing authority, that takes it to a larger kind of registry, so that contractor is not allowed to do business with other DC government agencies or with other housing authorities through HUD. That was the reason for that. It was really.
So you will still be able to debar and suspend contractors?
Absolutely. Yes, it changed the language again because we found that our language was more restrictive because it only pertained to, it was basically our own debarment list as opposed to one that was broader. And that was, that's part of the best practices that our advisors, recommended in terms of our policy.
Okay.
So it strengthens that that arm or that sanction. It doesn't limit it.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. Debarments still exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So in the revised or proposed procurement policy, simplified acquisition methods, as I read this, this is section 7204.1. Any purchase of goods or services not expected to exceed $150,000 may be made in accordance with simplified acquisition methods described in this section. There's a petty cash that seems to be new, that folks can spend not to exceed $100 without approvals. That seems to be new.
That's not, Mr. Chairman, that's not new.
That's not new. Okay, petty cash has been there. Okay.
We have that. Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about the purchase of goods and services not expected to exceed $150? This was the issue that I was getting. Yeah. Maybe I need to understand this better. What's happening?
That's part of our current procurement policies and practices. And so what we're doing now with this policy is codifying the practices that we have that we operate by. And so we're happy to sit down with you like we did with our board and walk through the procurement policy and address some of those questions. And even if you want, we're happy to do that, because as a matter of fact, we're going to be transmitting it to you. There's a requirement that it goes to the council for passive approval as part of our overall process. So we're happy to sit down and walk through that, but that's not anything new. That is what is currently allowed. You have to have some authority that is allowed at the executive director's level so that you can operate, nimbly. And just I will point out, as a director of a DC government agency, they have $1 million authority, but ours is still $250,000, and everything goes to the board. Or if there are modifications to contracts over a certain amount over a period of time, those go to the board as well. So that has not changed. It's just now codified in our policy.
Okay, so this part of the proposed procurement policy, any purchase of goods or services not expected to exceed $150,000 may be made in accordance with the simplified acquisition methods. This does not represent a change from the current policy.
No.
Okay.
That's not.
Okay. Same with the petty cash.
Correct. We have petty cash that allows us to act in some emergencies or quickly primarily at our properties. If we need to do something, obviously a very small amount, it's not more than $100. So to make sure that staff can respond quickly if necessary to an immediate situation on our properties.
Okay, and why use petty cash as opposed to a purchase card, which is what I think other agencies use?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about that, and our procurement team strongly recommended that the petty cash and accountabilities that we have for petty cash monitoring and management, which has never been cited in any kind of audit findings, that was the better way to go. And that in I think previous years, there had been purchase cards and that the agency went away from those. And so we don't use those.
And Mr. Chairman, the board had a lot of debate about that issue and went back and forth. And as the director said, we decided to go with the recommendation of the procurement specialists, and they've had a lot of experience with this.
And we had two members of our board, one who was a non-voting member from the Office of the Chief Financial Officer, and the other who is the city's budget director, strongly supported those recommendations.
Okay, well, when we sit down and talk through this, I'll get a better understanding of why that makes more sense. Want to move to some of the audit and compliance reports that were provided to the committee, starting with the one regarding the RISE at Temple Courts project, which is part of the Northwest 1 redevelopment in Upper Ward 6. The RISE is supposed to serve, first and foremost, as housing for people who lived at the Temple Courts and Golden Rule public housing sites before the district demolished them to make way for the Northwest 1 project under the New Communities Initiative. So former residents were eligible for replacement units. According to this report, the relocation specialists in charge of leasing up the DCHA units at the RISE building, which I think were 65 of those units, gave leases to at least 2 friends who were not district residents and were not eligible as former Temple Courts or Golden Rule tenants. So if this is accurate, then hundreds of people who are DC residents and were displaced some 15 years ago linger for a decade and a half on a waiting list with a promise they could return. A DCHA relocation specialist handed out leases to friends going in and out of those homes and allegedly running a bribery scheme from inside of DCHA where they took money under the table to get people into taxpayer-funded housing. It seems, reading this report, that there's clear evidence of voucher fraud at the RISE. Is that how you read this report?
Okay, well, let me clarify a couple of things. One is that we did get an allegation that occurred, and when we did, we immediately referred that allegation to our internal Office of Audit and Compliance, and that is the investigation that that we sent to you. And that when the investigation determined that in fact had occurred, then we took appropriate action regarding that employee, and we have referred the matter to the district's Office of Inspector General. One, I think you made a leap in terms of saying that because the person offered units to, at this point, as far as we know, only 2 people, and we are still reviewing all of the 65 to make sure that they met the requirements of relocation, did not and will not preclude any other former Temple Courts or Northwest residents from returning. So everyone who was relocated as part of Northwest 1 has been reached out to, has an opportunity to live, to relocate. A number of the former residents have decided they don't want to come back, that they have already moved on with their lives. They've built families, their homes elsewhere, and are not interested in moving, but there are enough slots to accommodate everybody. So I just want to be clear that whatever happened, again, that we think someone misused their position, and we're taking appropriate action and have referred to the appropriate authorities if there's any further action to be taken. But there are enough units there to accommodate anyone who, from that Northwest 1 project, who was relocated who wants to come back.
Okay. So what I was suggesting based on my reading of the report is that there seemed to be two clear indications of voucher fraud. There are allegations beyond those two, but there wasn't, I think it was time to investigate those, or they haven't been vetted yet.
We are still, yes, we are still reviewing everyone, correct.
Okay. So how could this happen? This seems like there is a gap in internal oversight, where there should be some system where somebody working in the agency handing out vouchers with no approval over them. Is that what's happening, or is it something different?
So there are and were systemic failures. You are absolutely correct that we are addressing in terms of supervision and systemic checks and balances. The way that process works is that the people who were relocated actually are tracked and followed by a provider who works and as part of the Northwest One team. So a separate contracted provider. That then when the property became available, there was outreach through our office, through the employee who was named or who was the subject of the report, was the one responsible for doing the outreach to determine whether or not the people wanted to move back, and to then refer them for eligibility determination within a unit within our office. So there are two different departments, one responsible for determining whether or not the relocated residents are qualified, meet the criteria to take advantage of these new units. And then the second, if they are, to determine whether or not they still meet the income and other eligibility requirements. There is systemic failure in overseeing that employees' activities, and we are addressing that.
What's the supervisory chain here? So the housing specialists implicated in this report, what position do they report to?
Yeah, it's in the Office of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and that unit reports up to a deputy director who had been just recently hired, and that is a small unit within that deputy director's portfolio. And this was the first big major relocation effort within, well, that deputy had to oversee.
So it is still an open question at this point if there was voucher fraud beyond the two that seem to be confirmed at this point. Okay.
Correct, but we are researching, yes.
How long do you expect that it'll take to research this?
I think we're in the closing stages of that. So we have another meeting coming up to see if all of the 65 people have been reviewed, who are currently, what's the 63 of the 65, to make sure that they meet the criteria. Our initial look seems to believe that they do, and we want to just validate that. And we will also look at other cases from another property that the same employee was involved in terms of the relocation activities, to make sure that that didn't happen on any other on the other property.
So when the agency receives a credible tip about illegal activity here, voucher fraud, is there an obligation to report that to law enforcement?
Mm-hmm. So we're actually meeting with the Inspector General in another week or so to clarify that, to clarify when, at what point, and what information is solid enough to make that referral. The allegation was made by someone who is one of the property managers at the property. We didn't know how credible it was, which is why I referred it to our own internal auditor to do the investigation to do quickly, which she and her team did, so that we could take action if necessary. And that is exactly what happened. But we're meeting with the Inspector General to clarify that, to make sure we understand when do we refer to our own, when do we refer to the IG, or do we do both at the same time? I mean, I think everyone would agree we wouldn't want to make an external referral, particularly if it's an employee matter where I may need to take action on that employee to prevent further harm and further abuses, that I don't want to send something to an external investigator that may take months and sometimes even years to conclude. So there may be a parallel process, but we are meeting with Inspector General to make sure that we're absolutely clear about when to refer to Inspector General. We have gotten that clarity from HUD when we refer anything to HUD, and we have done that on some of our cases. So that's where we are.
When was this report finalized?
January 21st.
And when did you, or have you shared this report with the board?
I did.
Yes.
What,
Yes,
when?
the board has it.
I don't recall. It was not right away because I considered it to be a personnel matter that we handle from a personnel standpoint. But you and I have had this discussion, and so you requested it, we redacted it. I submitted it to you and to the board.
I mean, part of this is a personnel matter, but it's also a serious legal matter, also a systems issue, and so I think it's appropriate and necessary to share these kinds of things with the board. Chairman Skinner, do you feel that the board got the report in a timely manner?
Yeah, I believe so. And, the question is, part of the question is, did what happened rise to the level of criminal activity? And we can't make that judgment necessarily. And that's why it was referred to the OIG. But I think, we have a good relationship, both from the board perspective, a good relationship both with the executive director on these issues, but also with our internal auditor. So our internal auditor and the director and I have had this discussion, and in the language setting up the office of the internal auditor, it says that that person reports both to the executive director and to the board. So, we've had some discussion around how that works on a sort of real time, day-to-day basis. How does that, sort of dual reporting relationship work?
This concerns me because as I was able to really read the report and spend time reading it, it struck me that so much of this is a systems and management issue that seems to be serious. And I'm concerned if the director is making determinations about which reports to share with the board or the committee. The board may have, or the committee may have, a different view as to whether something is a personnel matter, and agencies will sometimes prematurely classify things as personnel matters. So what should we expect? What should the board expect and the committee expect going forward, Director, with respect to audits and investigations?
I think you've made your position clear, and so we will be providing the reports. If they are personnel related, they will be redacted. And certainly if I'm providing anything to the Committee on Housing, I will be providing it to my board first.
I appreciate that. One other question somewhat related to this, but in reading this report, it struck me that there were 61, 65 units available for former residents of Temple Court and Golden Rule. I don't know the number of Golden Rule units, but I think there were over 200, like 211 units at Temple Court, but only 61 or 65 replacement units at the Rise. Why so few? It seems to be a few compared to how many were lost.
Well, a couple things. One, there will be additional replacement units in subsequent phases of that particular project. And two, the reality is that everyone is not going to move back. And we learned that, and it's actually within the industry and across the country, it's really only about 25% of people who are relocated choose to move back because people have vouchers, they move on with their lives. Some people are over income because they've gotten jobs and employment that take them out of needing a subsidy. But so everyone has a right. We actually, of the 65 who were there, I think it's only like 25 who were actually those who were formerly relocated. And so that's why we went to several tiers, where the next tier would be someone who was relocated from another new communities. Another one would be if someone was related to the household. So you have to structure it in that way, so that you're making sure that the units are available for people from public housing. But yeah.
Okay. Moving to a separate report, the Think Box audit. So this was an issue of alleged overcharging by a contractor and the housing authority being charged and paying for work that the contractor wasn't doing or wasn't playing a substantial role in. To me, this audit illustrates that DCHA is not reviewing invoices or checking work to ensure that the district is not being charged for, or the authority is not being charged for work that hasn't been done, or checking for overcharging. Is this a personnel issue or a systems issue, or both?
I think it was a previous systems issue. This occurred before my team and I got here, and that this contract was not managed in the way that it should be managed in terms of contract oversight. That has changed. That employees who were responsible for this contract are no longer here. We have structured different contract oversight, COTAR operations, and accountability and invoice reviews throughout the agency. So this was historical. Also, I think, just in all fairness, the vendor alleges that we have underpaid the vendor, and so it's in dispute. So we have contracted with an outside forensic accountant to determine whether or not there's overpayment or underpayment. And the conclusion of this audit really was only based on a small sample of invoices. And so we felt it wasn't complete, and that's why we have taken the extra step to have the forensic accountant to review all of the invoices, so that if we owe someone, then we will pay them. If they owe us, then we will take collection efforts there. So this is incomplete.
Okay. Even incomplete, it points to a gap, or at least for me, a question mark in how the authority confirms that work was performed and that it was performed reasonably. What is the process for checking contractors' work to make sure it is being done, or the right thing is being done?
Sure. As I said, I mean, we have our contract management operations throughout the agency. We have a centralized contracts and procurement operation, but contracts are procured by programs. And in each of our departments, we have people who are assigned and responsible for overseeing the contract and overseeing delivery of the services. Before any payments can be made, they have to be reviewed, they have to be signed off. And we have also built in now where we're having monthly and in some cases quarterly reviews of all of our contracts with our contract, our Office of Administrative Services. So these are new management requirements and practices that we have built with our team. So yes, so this is historical, and now we're doing things differently with different levels of accountability.
I appreciate that. I am over time, and I've been joined by Councilmember Pinto, who I believe has questions.
Thank you so much, Chair White. How long rounds are we doing?
10 minutes.
Okay, great. Hi, Director Donald.
Hi, Councilmember.
And hi, Chair Skinner. Nice to see you all.
Hi, Councilmember.
Let's start with vacancy, and my apologies if I missed some of these questions from Chairman White, but how many vacant units were returned to ready for occupancy status in December of 2022, January 2023, and February of 2023?
How many were returned to occupancy status? You mean in terms of people moving in, or you mean in terms of being ready for occupancy?
Ready for occupancy status.
Ready for occupancy, we turned a total of
481 have been turned.
In each of those 3 months?
No, that's cumulative over the last year.
So Councilmember Pinto, this is John Stringfield, Capital Programs. In FY22, we completed 150 units. I'm sorry, to date, we've completed 439 units. 150 of those have been in FY23 this far this year. We currently have 417 under active construction with an additional 372 in planning that we anticipate coming on board next several months to get us to that number that Director Donald mentioned earlier of about 1,200 total units in the last 12 months that will be coming on board by the end of this year.
Okay, thank you. And of the previously vacant units, how many of those became occupied?
I'm sorry, hold on just. We had 55 families that occupied units from new admissions. We had roughly 100.
No,
because I'm
not finished yet.
Right, I'm pulling up the report I had.
One second, Councilmember. Just making sure we have the accurate information.
Okay, maybe we can move on to another topic while you all find that number.
Okay, sorry.
No problem, thank you. So in terms of the wait list, you announced earlier today that you're moving to site-based wait lists in the next few months and reopening the waiting lists to new, to new eligible applicants. Can you provide a more specific target timeline for that opening? What measures and resources will be required to meet that target date?
Our goal is to do that within the next couple months by June.
Yes, so we're looking to open the wait list in June. And the resources that will specifically be necessary in reference to that is for us actually to work collaboratively with our agencies within the district that will provide computer assistance for families. Because one of the things that we'll be doing in reference to that is that everybody will apply online. So we won't be actually taking paper applications. Those families that require reasonable accommodation, then what will happen is that they can schedule an appointment and we will assist them with their application, but we'll actually be accepting it. So families will be able to apply on their cell phones, tablets, computers. The system will be available 24 hours a day. And we still in the planning stages of how long we will have the wait list open.
Okay, and some of our earlier testimony today from public witnesses highlighted a concern about a 15-day window that if they didn't respond by then, they may be removed from the waiting list. Is that accurate?
Oh, that is two separate things. So HUD requires that if families stay on a wait list longer than a certain period of time, that the housing authority is required to actually contact them. So the policy that we have proposed thus far is that they will have 15 business days, which turns out to be 21 calendar days in reference to those applicants that are on the wait list to actually be contacted. If the family has been selected from the wait list and they've come in for an eligibility appointment and their documentation, they're missing documentation, then they actually have 10 days to actually provide the supporting documentation to determine their eligibility. So the 15 days is specifically for applicants that are on 15 business days is actually for those applicants on the wait list and for us to receive notification on whether or not they're still interested in housing or not.
Okay, and do you have numbers on how many people in the last 3 months have been removed from the wait list because they didn't respond to being contacted?
No, we have not removed anyone because we haven't changed the policy yet. But we have reached out to over 12,000 or so people, and our results, which Ms. Etha is going to tell you right now, in terms of how many people have responded and how many have actually moved into housing, is a drop in the bucket. And this is what we're trying to remedy now, that we have an outdated waiting list with tens of thousands of people who are either no longer interested in public housing or not interested in the public housing that we have available, and that we have all of these vacant units, and we want to make them available for people who know where the vacant units are, and they can make an informed choice about whether or not they're interested in moving into those public housing units.
Mm-hmm. And for the two large-scale occupancy events that you've had this year, which I was thrilled to see, how many residents attended each of those events and how many residents completed their eligibility for public housing there?
Yep. So Ms. Eve, why don't you answer both of those questions? You answer that question first and then go back to how many people have actually moved in.
So from those eligibility events that we've actually hosted, we've actually had a total of in January, we had a total of January and February, it was 700, it was close to 800 families. So in January, we had 587 families attend. And in February, we had 217 families. 587 families attended in January, and then 217 attended in February.
And the 500 was a result of an outreach to 5,000 people. I just want to be clear. And the 200 was a result of an outreach to 2,500.
And then tomorrow we have an outreach of 612, and we reached out to 6,000 families.
And reached out how?
Through the contact information that the Housing Authority had available for them. So we actually sent out notifications to the last known address. Those applicants actually register for the event through Eventbrite, and then lets us know how many people will actually be attending. And then if there are families that have actually been selected previously and they actually show up for the appointment, we will actually still see them there that day as well.
Okay, thank you. Putting on my hat of chair of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, I'm concerned about public safety and I've heard a lot of concerns from constituents about public safety at their DCHA housing properties, including many concerns about visible drug sales, drug use on and around the property, and even guns. And what is the authority's policy to handle reports of drug sales or drug use either in or around DCHA property?
Sure. I'm inviting Chief Joel Maupin to come. He's already been sworn in and he is here now to address that.
Yes, good
Hi,
evening.
Chief.
Good evening. Our policy is the same as the city's policy as far as drug use or drug possession on our property. Actually, our policy is a little stricter because marijuana possession on our property or marijuana use on our property is still a criminal offense. We still make arrests for it. We've made, over the last year, we've made numerous arrests for all types of narcotic activity on our property. We recovered up every kind of drug you can think of, from marijuana to fentanyl on various properties, and arresting individuals who are in possession of it. So we have a very strict narcotics policy and enforce it both with our officers and in conjunction with the Metropolitan Police Department. We work very closely with them in reporting some activity if it requires extensive investigation to the narcotics unit for them to help us prosecute.
And how is your staffing going at DCHA properties?
Well, staffing for our senior properties, which is our non-law enforcement security officers, we utilize those at the senior properties, and we have a vacancy rate that's pretty high at all positions. Much like every law enforcement agency, there's issues in hiring individuals, issues in retaining individuals. It's a very competitive market now, and one of our biggest competitors, of course, is the city. With the incentives the city are offering, sometimes that we can't really compete with that.
Right. And do you all collaborate with MPD or DBH or other district agencies to address public safety concerns?
Most definitely. Our biggest partner is the Metropolitan Police Department, but not just with city agencies. We also work with the federal agencies, both with narcotics and ATF. We have a very robust group of agencies that we are affiliated with, that we provide information to, we provide video footage to, and we work with them very closely to address the concerns that those agencies investigate on our properties.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm out of time this round, but thank you all for the big effort to make some improvements here. Appreciate it. And thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. So one more report that I want to dig into, which is the verbosity report, which examines a sole source contract that was extended at least twice, seems to indicate illegal procurement practices where a contractor was granted access to agency leadership and personnel and to procurement information that other bidders didn't have. Director, do you see that this report reflects a serious personnel issue?
No, this report reflects previous practices that my administration has corrected.
So what I couldn't figure out in reading this report is where the backstops were in the agency. So the procurement professionals, the general counsel, where were they in this situation?
Can you be more specific about your question?
It seems like if there is, so information was being shared with the contractor, people meeting with the contractor. It wasn't just the previous director of the agency. And there has to be some sort of chain of command on procurements where the validity of procurements is being reviewed. And I didn't see where the backstop was that would prevent procurement issues like this.
Okay, so let me explain. The previous administration procured without or did not have a procurement process, solicited and secured services from this vendor without a competitive process. So there was no contract previously. There was a set of services that were agreed to and were paid for without a contract. We don't do that here. I have not procured one thing without a contract. When we found out, when my team came, some of these were brought to my attention because we were asked to pay for services that had been received, and we are legally obligated to pay for them, but that there was no contract to support them. There were no purchase orders. And so I asked my team to review and to find out any of those situations and to clean all of that up. If we had the need for ongoing services, then we had to go out and either do a competitive procurement process or in some cases, a sole source, which in this particular case, there were 3 or 4 points of service or elements that this provider was responsible for. We shut down 3 of them. One was deemed essential to continue, which was the staffing monitoring that was actually part of our agreement with the Office of the Attorney General on public safety. And so it was determined by the chief, who was the owner of that service, and responsible for that, that we could not abruptly stop that. And that particular vendor had proprietary software that we were utilizing. So we said, in order to continue providing those services, we would have to do a temporary sole source contract again. So we would have a contract with that vendor until we could compete for this service. And that's exactly what we did. The process took a little bit longer because we had a lot of other competing demands. The Office of the General Counsel was involved because we had to negotiate the sole source contract and to determine a pricing structure, which we renegotiated, which had not been done before, and in order to continue the services. That's it. I mean, we took appropriate action to cure bad practices of a previous administration. And unfortunately, this got inflated and inflamed in a report and publicized in a way that made it seem like something it wasn't. What I'm saying is exactly what happened. I stand behind it. I stand behind every decision that we made. We memorialize those decisions. I require a decision memo for any procurements or for any request for services from my team. And so, which we have never done before in this agency, or at least we weren't able to find when I came in. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, I understand that. What I still don't understand is if there are issues of possible bid splitting, engaging with bidders outside of the procurement process. Even if that's what a director wants to do, there's nowhere else in the agency that stops issues like that, catches something like this.
Well, maybe there wasn't before, but there certainly is, again, within with my administration. One, before anything is procured, even before anything is, before we request budget, my program directors have to document what they want. They have to determine that it's either within the budget or they're going to request it in the next budget year. And then we set out a schedule of how, or the steps for how those goods and services are going to be procured. And all of this gets documented in a decision memo, in a procurement memo, before we can even, before my Office of Administrative Services is allowed to go forward. Then we go through a regular competitive procurement process, depending on the amount, the dollar amount of the goods or services to be procured. Again, that's all documented. You have a selection panel, you've got scoring, ranking, all of that is documented. And then depending on the size of the contract, it either goes to the board, or if it's something within my authority that then I get to sign off on, or my designated procurement official gets to sign off on. All of that is documented. My finance team cannot pay for anything unless those services have been validated by the program staff who's responsible for that. And if in fact something happens where, let's just say everything wasn't documented and there's a request for a payment, we have implemented the same practices that we've had in the district, where there would be a retroactive contract and that staff would have to document that. So we have set up systems to ensure that this does not happen in this administration.
Excellent, excellent. The procurement department, how many FTEs does the procurement department have?
It's a very lean operation. I will look that up in just a minute. It's pretty small, and we need to add additional staff.
Okay.
But I'll find out in just a minute.
I appreciate it. Whenever somebody finds it, you can just jump in. And so, but there needs to be additional staff there. Is that right?
Yes, we have the volume of work that we're doing now. We definitely need to beef up that department.
Okay. Somebody testified to this earlier, but is there a whistleblower policy for the agency?
We're all governed by the districts and federal whistleblower policies. Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't know that we have to have a separate one. We're governed by local and federal law.
How many FTEs are in the auditor's office?
We'll double check that as well. We have, I don't know the total number. Okay, we're getting both of those answers. Sorry, I didn't have the whole org chart in front of me.
All right. If you would just jump in when you have those two.
Okay. It looks like 2, 4, is this correct? 6 in the Office of Administrative Services? Are those FTEs or full? No, let's get the answer first. Okay.
Okay. So we'll come back to that?
Yes, we'll come right back.
Okay. One of the residents, former residents of Berry Farms, testified. I'm going to transition away from the reports, except for those last 2 lingering things. We'll close out. We had asked in a pre-hearing question 77 whether you're tracking the residents of families displaced or moved as part of the New Communities Initiative, including former Berry Farm residents. It seems like you are. I'm concerned that this resident at least doesn't seem to be keyed into information. Could we get a copy of the tracking document so we understand how folks are being tracked and what kind of information is being tracked? Given the history of displacement in the city, I want to make sure we understand how people are being tracked so we can understand what happens, years down the line.
Yes, we will send you that process. And I was surprised to hear that from the former resident, because we have regular meetings with our Berry Farm residents and send communication. I think the person said that they did receive communications. Part of the anxiety for former residents is that everything has taken so long and no one has moved back in yet. We just broke ground on the senior building last year, and it's scheduled to deliver in 2024. And so the process of notifying and identifying people who want to move back and usually starts 6 months out. And so because you don't want it so early, and then people are like, well, when am I going to move in? It's a year. So there's a thoughtful process that would occur, but we're happy to document that. And also, I think we did provide you with the number of residents and which wards they're currently living in now on question 76.
The HUD report included various assertions that federally funded payments had been improper, and you'd have to either claw them back or cover them with non-federal funds. And I'll ask for a written update on each of the various outstanding repayment disputes with HUD as a follow-up to the hearing. But for now, are you able to provide the committee a general overview of any updates in this department?
In terms of repayment, or just in terms of the overall HUD plan?
Repayment.
At this point, we have disputed the items where they have requested or suggested that there would be repayment. I think they have closed out 2 of them and said that they agree. And there are several others that we are still reviewing with them. And I think that the big one is regarding any of the whole issue with the rent reasonableness and how far back we would have to go. But at this point, there's been no agreement by us or HUD of any repayment. And we have a meeting with HUD at the end of the month to further drill down on those outstanding items.
Okay.
I do have the numbers of FTEs for you if you want to just check that off your list.
Yes, please.
Okay, the Office of Administrative Services, which primarily is our contracts and procurement office, has 11 FTEs. We currently have 4 vacancies. And then the Office of Audit and Compliance, which is our auditor, has 7 FTEs with, I think there are 2 vacancies.
For each of these, either do you? I'd like to understand over the past, let's say 3 years, how many FTEs there have been in both of these. I'm trying to understand if they're growing or shrinking.
Sure, I'll look back. I know we've added a couple on Office of Administrative Services, but we'll just give you a chart.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So we were discussing the idea of expenditures of purchase cards, petty cash, a little earlier. One of HUD's findings focused on over $1.8 million in corporate American Express purchases, including for hotels, for displaced tenants. What is what pot of money does that come from?
So I'm pretty sure they closed out or cleared the finding on the hotels.
Okay.
That they agreed with our response that in fact that we use a very appropriate process for identifying and paying for emergency hotel uses for our residents. And that is one that has been closed out.
Okay. So how does the agency use the corporate card?
We have 2, I believe, in the whole agency, and for any expenditures, I have to sign off. The credit card is primarily used for emergency hotel accommodations for our residents. That's probably 90% of anything that that we use the credit card for. There are other for some events where we may have food or other supports, or not supports, but accommodations if we're having a community event. I'll have to get you a list, kind of because I don't have it off the top,
Yeah,
but most of it is hotels for our residents. And
Okay.
I have to personally approve it via email.
Okay. Can you send the committee a breakdown of corporate card spending as a follow-up to the hearing?
Yes, the categories.
The spending of a
Okay,
breakdown.
so I think these are all
yeah.
federal funds. But
Want to move to the housing voucher systems. Obviously this has come up a lot today. The amount of rent that DCHA should reasonably pay to private landlords for voucher holders was already a hot topic before the HUD report came out last fall. Then there was recent reporting from the Washington Post, which has brought this issue back into the spotlight. HUD said in their report that the current practice is not acceptable. I understand that you are looking to revise the rent reasonableness policies. What are the steps that are going to get us from here to, first of all, compliance with HUD, and when do you anticipate that they will be done?
so the next step is for us to choose a rent reasonableness tool. We have one that has been mentioned, Novogradac, that we've been testing out, and there's another one that is used by the public housing authorities, known as Go Section 8. It has a different official name. So we're working with our consultants to kind of test out both of those tools, like which one of the two would be most practical in terms of implementation, and testing against our current rents and what adjustments might have to be made. So we're in that process over the next probably 30 days to kick those tires and decide which one we're going to use. From there, we would have to develop our standard operating procedures and then train the staff who are responsible for doing the rent calculations. So our hope and expectation is that we would do that over the next couple of months and would have a time that we could say going forward with all new contracts, we will be determining rent using this tool.
And well, so, but will you use a blunt tool to determine rent reasonableness, or will this be a unit by unit analysis?
It's a unit by unit analysis. Both methodologies, both tools, that's what you do. You enter in the address and the amenities, the unit size, et cetera, so that it's pulling from public databases to compare with similarly situated or just type units to determine what the fair market rent should be.
Okay, and in determining that, what if landlords don't include complete information about comparable units, or we wouldn't
rely on them to give us the comparable units. It would be in the database. So the database draws from other units that have been rented. Would be if you think of a Zillow or Redfin, if you're buying a house, that they're looking at comparable units, just like you would do an appraisal and taking in all the factors, and they have that in the database, and it would say the rent should be between this and sometimes they give you a range and to determine the rent.
Okay. So also on the subject of vouchers, I've been working on the bottlenecks in getting people into voucher supported homes. This has come into the spotlight with the McPherson Square encampment clearing. There, I spoke to people very consistently telling me they've been approved for a housing voucher for years. There's several places where the bottlenecks are happening. One of the bottlenecks is with inspections. How many inspectors does DCHA employ or have under contract? And do all of them do inspections for vouchers, or is there different inspectors for public housing properties?
Yes, I'm going to let Ms. Cabrera answer the questions about the inspectors, but there are different inspectors for public housing. So they're inspecting now, focused on our maintenance and our repairs. So there's a team of inspectors. Ms. Cabrera will respond.
So yes, on the voucher program, we have 28 inspectors. And so we do inspections for all of the programs under the voucher program.
I'm sorry, how many inspectors?
28.
28, okay. And they, all 28 work on voucher properties?
Yes.
Okay. Are there, okay. And how quickly are you getting inspections done?
So the process for starting inspections begins with a packet called a request for tenancy that the landlord completes for their prospective tenant. That gets submitted through our landlord portal, and a housing specialist first has to review it for completeness. So that time frame takes about 5 to 7 business days. And if there's incomplete information, then we would contact the landlord to provide the additional information. But once the specialist has confirmed that all the information is there, which would include confirmation of ownership, the what utilities are going to be included or not included, of course, address information, and then it would get transferred over to our inspections division to schedule. And those, once it's in the inspections queue, then they, within three days, would contact the landlord to schedule the inspection. Some landlords are ready right away. Some landlords are not. So we work with their schedules to confirm the date for the inspection. Not all units pass the inspection on the first round. So the time that it takes for it to finally be approved and for the lease up to be scheduled really can be impacted by any part of that process.
Right. So there are 28 inspectors. What's the reason for so many outstanding inspection issues, or the inspections taking so long? I'm not able, in your answer, unless I missed it, I haven't been able to identify where the lag is.
Right. I think whenever we hear about situations where they're saying an inspection is taking a long time, we first try to get the information about, is it because the request for tenancy packet was incomplete? Was there missing information in the first place? Or was the unit not ready for inspection? Because there's a number of reasons why it may take longer, but it's not necessarily because the inspectors weren't ready to do the inspection.
Okay. But you heard some frustration from landlords in a couple of the panels. This process doesn't seem to be working well for them. What do you think is happening there?
I think it is there. Like I mentioned, sometimes it's because the information isn't ready. Sometimes it's because the unit's not ready, or if we're just unable to make contact with the landlord. But whenever we do hear of situations where there is delays or frustration, then try to just find the reason for it and then work towards a solution.
And when inspections are scheduled, is how big is the time block where you say you got to make sure somebody is there for this amount of time?
I think we try to keep it to a 4-hour window, but sometimes what we find is, especially with doing the virtual inspections, is that sometimes there's some additional time and support needed from the other end just to get through the inspection and see all of the parts that we need to see.
Okay, I'm going to ask that you spend some time continuing to look at this, because when I'm listening to the testimonies, I'm hearing systemic issues. And in this discussion, it sounds like you are seeing one-off issues. And there seems to be some disconnect between what you're seeing and what the landlords are seeing. And I want to make sure we have a collective understanding of what's happening and where the hangups are. Is that fair to ask you to look into that?
Yes, that's entirely fair. We should have a round table with some of our landlords and really talk about specific issues and consider some ways of improving the process.
I appreciate that. And are people can do in-person inspections now, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. They have to request it, otherwise it's virtual?
Right. So we're transitioning towards fully back to in-person, but right now it's upon request.
Okay. And for public housing units, do these inspectors play any role in public housing units?
No,
they do not.
Okay. The committee asked about barriers that are slowing down distribution of the vouchers that we've funded, and workflow issues feature prominently in your response. This would have been pre-hearing question 53E. You got a solicitation out for a vendor to focus on housing choice voucher applications. When do you expect to have eyes on applications resulting from that contract?
We expect to select a vendor next week. Then I expect within the month, we'll start calling people in to complete applications.
Okay. And let me, I got to track back for 1 second on the inspections. One of your pre-hearing responses indicated that you want to switch back from virtual inspections to in-person eventually, but after you finish procuring some kind of logistical software. How long will that take?
We're actually going to go ahead and start doing the in-person while we're working out any other software solutions. So I think we'll update that response to say that we are transitioning.
Excellent. So are there any qualifications there that we need to be aware of? I don't want to get calls from folks saying they said they were doing in person and they're telling me no. Are there any qualifications?
Yes. As of what date?
It's going to be beginning in April. I think the only challenge that I can see happening is traffic. Just getting to and from, but we're trying to make sure that we schedule inspections or inspectors to specific areas so that to try to avoid delays in just getting around. But
okay. And so back to the other issues, we were talking about the solicitation for a vendor to focus on housing choice voucher applications. When did you say that you expect to have a contract in place?
To be clear, we expect to have a contract in place next week, or we expect to select a vendor next week.
Okay.
But I want to just clarify that this is for 476 federal vouchers. This is not for the entire system, but this is so that we can focus on the federal vouchers with the external vendor, and we can have our internal staff focus on the local programs.
Okay. Is that the in-house eligibility specialist who's focused on the local programs?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a place that you're trying to staff up as well. What are the hardest, how are you having trouble filling those slots?
I mean, we do have turnover and we do have positions that are being advertised. So, it is a challenge, but we do have a dedicated team that's there now that's working on any of our active projects as well.
Okay.
I do want to, Mr. Vasco just responded about the contract for those additional federal vouchers, which we're very pleased that we're going to be able to do and try to move those quickly. But I want you to be aware that we are also very keenly focused on improving the business processes for the whole voucher program, particularly around eligibility, because our own experience and that of our partners has been that we haven't been able to meet the 30-day turnaround for eligibility. Some of that is staffing, and we are staffing up, but it's also business processes. So Mr. Vasco has enlisted the assistance of the lab at DC, and they have already kicked off that process.
So we've done a couple of mapping sessions with them and DHS as well. One of the steps in the process is also to get members of the public to weigh in. So PSH and TAH customers will be engaged. We really want to make sure that what we design is a system that serves them well too. And through that process, I think we've identified so far a handful of spaces where we can find efficiencies through technology. I'm also excited that we're working with them to revise some of our forms. So we're working with them to revise both the eligibility packet, which is long and cumbersome and challenging for both case managers, but also for customers to complete. And we're also working with them to revise the RFTA packet to hopefully make it simpler for landlords so that there isn't as much back and forth when they're submitting that packet for an inspection.
Okay. Well, it'd be interested to continue to track this over time. And I'm glad you're getting public input on this. Let me pause and recognize Councilmember Pinto for another round.
Great. Thank you so much, Chairman White. So, Director Donald, when I left, we and the chief were talking about staffing and some of the partnerships with MPD and other district agencies. In fiscal year 2022, you stated that OUC reported 2,016 dispatched events for DCHA PD. That's approximately 168 dispatches to DCHA PD per month. But for fiscal year 2023, you reported that there have only been 144 dispatched events as of January 2023 in total. So for a period of 4 months, there were fewer dispatches to DCHA PD than we had on average in 1 month in fiscal year 2022. Does that sound accurate to you? And if so, what do you think accounts for that drastic reduction in calls dispatched to DCHA PD?
Oh, good evening once again, Council Member. That's the information that we received from the Office of Unified Communication. We have to go from what they're saying that it is correct. They are the one that receive calls for service and dispatch them to our agency. I'm not sure why the disparity. It could be that with less officers, there's less calls dispatched to us and more calls dispatched to the Metropolitan Police Department, because the policy is for the dispatcher to send a call to the first available unit.
Okay, and do you all work with OUC on their training for different dispatching decisions?
We consult with the OUC to ensure that they understand that the calls for service should be dispatched to the first available unit to ensure that our constituents receive the same police services as anyone else in the city.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Skinner, I want to ask you about some of the efforts to create a transparent process around some of the conflict of interest challenges that DCHA has had in the past. As you've taken on this role as the chair of the board, what is your kind of take on the processes in place to prevent from conflict of interest from happening and your plan to move forward to ensure that's improved?
So one of the first things that happened with the new board is we went through a training process with our general counsel that happened back in January, going over all of the rules and regulations regarding conflicts of interest, what constitutes a conflict of interest, when things have to be disclosed, and so forth. So, a lot of it, frankly, a lot of it depends on actions of individuals. I mean, one of the, the issues that came up, of course, in the last year with the former chairperson of the board, just, was the result of dealing with an individual and poor decisions on the part of that individual. I think the conflict of interest policy is adequate. We've been trained, again, the new board has been trained on that policy. So it's up to the individual members to abide by that policy. So, I mean, my sense is that this board is committed, dedicated, and will be moving forward with transparency. I certainly believe that, in terms of making decisions, that we will do all of those decisions in public. We'll be transparent, providing information about procurements and other activities that the board undertakes. So I believe going forward that that the policies are adequate, and it's up to us as individuals to make sure that we comply with all of those rules and regulations.
Thank you. In terms of other HUD recommendations, DCHA's work plan timeline submitted to HUD on November 29th, 2022, shows that agency plans to submit all policy drafts for adoption by the Board of Commissioners by this month, March 2023. Are you still on track to do so?
We're actually going to submit the big overarching policies, the ACOP and the admin plan and the MTW to our board for approval at the April board meeting. So there's some steps and public notice, which, some people have said it's not enough time, but I know there are lawyers who know how to read large volumes of documents, but we have 45 days for that, but we're also doing a lot of engagement of our public housing residents, because most of the policy changes pertain to them. And so we're engaging them. We've engaged our citywide advisory board, and we're going out to our public housing resident councils to make sure that everybody is aware and has had a chance to weigh in. So that's why we moved it to April. But if our board approves the policies in April at the same time that we're moving through the regulatory process, then we can, and we've already developed our standard operating procedures for one of the big plans. We're working on the other one. Then we can do the training, and that timeline will allow us to meet HUD's deadlines.
Okay. And what programming or activities, Director, from the last 4 months will you point to demonstrate to HUD that you've been making progress on their fall 2022 recommendations?
Right. So I'm glad you asked that, because approval of meeting all of the findings in the HUD plan really goes to a lot of very important but bedrock policies and procedures. And but the delivery of services to our residents is our primary responsibility. And that's what we have been doing with the intensive inspections and repair process that we initiated the end of January, where we're going into every single unit with quality industry standard inspections, to determine what repairs are needed, and then following up with those repairs in short order. So that's the biggest demonstration, not only to HUD, but more importantly to our residents, that we are focused on improving their quality of life. At the same time, we're still delivering on the vacant units, as Mr. Stringfield reported earlier, that we're improving and renovating those vacant units, and we're doing the necessary outreach and leasing up activities so that people actually move in. So I think the big demonstration to everybody is improving quality of life for our residents, making sure that our vacant units are ready for occupancy, and then delivering on occupancy and filling up our vacant units. Those are the big, important deliverables that we're all focused on over these next few months. At the same time, that we are delivering on the HUD findings.
Okay, thank you. And Director, just in our last minute, something you and I talked about at the last oversight hearing was this challenge of inspections, particularly for private landlords who have shared major delays on the part of getting inspectors out there. And we talked about kind of the trade-offs of having virtual inspections, which might not make sense for some units that you're trying to, make sure the hot water works that you can't do online, but also the speed with which these need to become available, especially for some of these newer buildings that were just redone and may have less issues to inspect. So wanted to see if there's an update on that.
Sure. You just missed a good discussion. The Chairman White was leading us through in terms of the inspections and what we need to do to improve those practices. And he asked for a commitment that we would come back with our plans to improve the inspections. Oh, one thing, we are going to be going out back to in-person inspections starting in April, offering people the option of an in-person or virtual inspection. But the other part is meeting with a group of landlords and our other providers to make sure that we're clear in understanding their frustrations with the inspection process, and that what we need to do to be responsive and to streamline it and to consider some other ways of doing business. So we just had that discussion, and that is something that we have agreed to do.
Okay, and when you say meeting with those landlords or property owners, is there a timeline or a consistency with which those meetings are taking place?
We do have, I think it's quarterly now, meetings with several of there are two large landlord associations. One, I think they both testified today. The small and medium owners association. We meet with them regularly, and Dean Hunter has expressed frustration about inspections. So I think at the next meeting, Hammer and team, we would ask for that to be the topic of discussion. And then we could do the same with the other landlord association as well, and with AOBA. So we do have representative groups that I think is probably the easiest and best way to do that, and to request that be the specific agenda item for the next meetings is something that we can easily do. And I think they would be very happy to do with us.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Director, to you and your whole team. And thank you, Chair Skinner, for being here. I appreciate all of the updates and hard work that's gone on, and looking forward to partnering with you and your team as we move forward to make sure that these inspections and updates and upgrades can happen in an expedited timeline. We can reduce this wait list and get folks into units. And also, Chief, look forward to working with you on some of the staffing concerns at these properties to make sure that all residents can be safe. So thank you for your efforts as well. Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto.
Councilmember Pinto.
Thank you.
So I want to focus now on public housing In response to what this has been discussed today, and I think Councilmember Fruman raised this, and it's been raised a few times, the public housing waiting list. Director, you noted that it's dropped from about 22,000 to about 13,000 in a little over a year. That sounds great. But even after some of the discussions today, I'm having trouble seeing how some of these numbers fit together. So I want to dig in a little bit more. What happened to those 9,000 households who were on the wait list and aren't anymore?
They're still on the wait list.
So technically, they're still on the wait list. They're in an inactive status. So currently, the way the policy reads is that if a family does not come in for an appointment, when the housing authority contacts them, and instead of keeping them actually on the wait list, they go to an inactive status. When they contact the housing authority again, what will happen is that then they will be placed back on the wait list in the order that they came in.
In the order, in their previous order or a new order?
In their previous order.
Okay, so it's sort of dormant.
Yes.
For how long?
I do not have that answer, but that's been a practice that's been going on for several years. So as those applicants not contacted, then they go inactive and then they come back.
Right, and so our plans with the new ACOP that we've been talking about is that we will have reached out and touched everyone. So the total of the 22,000 on public housing, everyone would have been contacted to say, we know you're on the wait list. We've got housing available. We need you to come in and update your information and determine whether or not you want any of our housing. HUD has told us to stop. They said that practice of having people indefinitely on a wait list is not a HUD sanctioned process. It also is just impractical because people have moved on or they don't want our housing. So our plans now are to have 2 more leasing events where we will have cleared that wait list. We would have gone through and reached out to the remaining people, and hopefully some are interested in our housing, but if they're not, we will know. And then we'll have our new plan and hopefully approved by the board and HUD to say, now we can open what we've talked about now is that site-based waiting list. So,
okay, I'm clearer now, still need a little bit more clarification. So in FY22 and FY23 to date, 12,792 people were invited off the list to apply. In that time frame, there were 125 offers of public housing, 83 new admissions leased. Meanwhile, 1,518 were withdrawn from the list for being unresponsive. What's the difference between the folks who are being withdrawn from the list for being unresponsive and people who are put on inactive status?
That's actually the same because we have not removed anybody based on the current policy. We're unable to remove anybody from the list. What will happen is that they just go to that inactive status until the new policy is actually adopted.
Okay. And when so, all right, so no one has been removed from the list.
As of this time, no. No, as of this time, we haven't had anybody technically removed from the wait list. We have identified families that need to be removed based on criminal background screenings, because we can still remove families with criminal background screenings. But for those that are not responsive, those still remain and they will be going into an inactive status.
And what methods do you use to contact people, and how many times do you try to contact them before they are put in inactive status?
So we actually send out notification in the mail. We actually do a robo text to them and we'll actually email them.
Okay. So there are about 11,000 people who are inactive at this point.
Roughly.
Okay.
I have a rough estimate. Yes, sir.
Okay. I thought there were a lot of pre-hearing documents, as you all know, because you compiled them. I thought there was a number of people that were withdrawn from the list. I don't even know.
15, 18.
We don't have any withdrawn, no.
We did say that, so we just need to clarify. In question 47C, number of families removed from public housing waiting list for failure to respond, and we said 1,518 applicants were withdrawn from the wait list. That's what I think the chair is talking about. So can you clarify?
I'll restate that. I'll go back through and review those numbers because at this time we have not withdrawn anybody from the wait list except for we haven't withdrawn anybody from the wait list. The only ones that would be are those that failed their criminal background screens or have been determined over income.
Okay, and for criminal backgrounds, is someone with a criminal background prevented by federal or local law from occupying public housing, or are you using agency discretion?
So HUD actually has two distinct requirements that prohibits people from participating. One of those is sex offender, lifetime registered sex offenders. The other one is methamphetamines, those that have actually manufactured or distribute those. So those are actually HUD defined. There's no way around those. The housing authority then makes other determinations in reference to it, and they go back a certain time frame for those criminal backgrounds.
Okay. Do you have any restrictions beyond the sex offender and methamphetamine restrictions?
It would be anything that would be associated with violent criminal activity, associated with stalking of some kind. So it'll be, or something that may be drug related, but it only goes back to a certain period of time. And if I'm not mistaken, it's 3 years that we'll actually do a look back period.
Okay. Looking at the public housing work order data you provided, which was dated February 8th, this would have been attachment 39N. I'm concerned about the validity of this data set. So earlier this week, you copied me on a letter to ANC 6D, and it suggests that there are far more work orders than you included in this spreadsheet for the committee. For example, you wrote this week that there were, was it last week, that there are 1,147 open work orders at Greenleaf Gardens alone. The spreadsheet shows 262 work orders there, which is a significant difference. How should we reconcile these?
Yes, sir. What happened is that I'll send a correction to that report. Saying that when we pulled that report, we actually had a filter on there. So last night I actually removed the filter, and the number is actually 11,239 work orders are actually still open across the portfolio. The number that was provided for Greenleaf was actually the correct number associated with that property.
It was the what number?
The number that was provided for Greenleaf Gardens, that number was correct based on the date that was pulled on the 21st. This last night I actually pulled another report for the open work orders, and it's actually 11,239 work orders.
Okay, across public housing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you'll send us the updated?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. So working from the spreadsheet that we had, as of February 8th, there were over 2,600 open work orders that had been in the system for 180 days or more, which includes 43 items that DCHA marked emergency and 43 that were marked urgent. Who is ultimately responsible for tracking aging work orders?
Currently, what happens is that starts at the property level for the manager and the foreman to actually review that information. And then what happens is that then we should actually have a QC process that we've actually implemented for us to actually go back and look at work orders. We've actually implemented QCs across the board for us to actually review this information. And then we have a manager of facility maintenance that actually looks at those work orders.
So what's happening there that these work orders are lingering so long, even ones marked emergency and urgent? Is this a staffing issue, a funding issue, a systems problem? What's happening that work orders are lingering so long?
The reason that they linger so long is staff follow-up. So they will actually go in and actually address a work order, but then they don't follow up with the closure of that work order. And so it's actually a systems thing for us actually to put in place in reference to protocols to say that the work order, I mean, we know what the time frame is to address it in reference to the 24 hours, 72, and however many days in reference to routine. But the issue is that then what is the protocol after the fact? So you've actually addressed it in the system, but when do you actually close it? So I've gone in and fixed the toilet, but then what is the time frame to close it after the fact? So that's the parameter to actually put in place.
So today, if a work order is marked emergency or urgent, what happens after 14 days, 30 days, 60 days? What happens to alert somebody that something that is urgent or an emergency is still lingering?
Technically in the system, it does not actually alert you. What has to happen is that they have to pull the work order. We actually will go out to address, and sometimes the part is not available. Sometimes we have to order supplies to actually be able to complete that order. So then we have to turn around and then wait for that reply. But we've actually looked at it within the appropriate period of time. And then we may be waiting on supplies for that. So we do have to tighten up our procedures in reference to follow-up on those work orders.
Is there anything you see that can be done to trigger an alert so that work orders don't linger and it's not on anybody's radar?
Yes, we can probably look at our system that we use, our housing software, to see about triggers that can actually be put in place.
Okay.
And we're actually working with the vendor on some other updates, so we can specifically look at that.
Okay. Having worked with DGS for 4 years, I can tell you that's just going to continue to be a problem if there's not some alert that pops up to remind folks, because the work order is going to keep coming in. Mm-hmm. And if there's nothing reminding you about things that are urgent or emergencies, they're going to linger. One of the largest categories of issues in the spreadsheet is simply called maintenance, and that category included over 600 open work orders, the majority of which are over 180 days old. Why are there so many work orders staying open this long?
And that's where we actually have to go through and look at it, because again, many of these may have been addressed and they just haven't been closed by the staff. Right. And so a lot of these, if you look at the time frame, some of them go back some time frame, and they weren't recent. Some of these are much older work orders that may go back to 2019 when we originally transitioned to the system. And so going back through just to close those.
So you and I visited Greenleaf Mid-Rise together last month and visited a dimly lit unit on the first floor where the residents' kitchen light had been burned out for years. I think it was 6 or 7 years. I also attended a Potomac Gardens resident council meeting and heard from a resident who said a light bulb in the stairway outside her unit had been burned out for several years. I think it was 3 years, making her feel unsafe. This gives me concern about whether work orders are being addressed in a timely manner, not just there being possibly an issue with something being fixed and then not changed in the system.
Yes, sir. I agree that department as well. One of the things that we're working on in reference to the team is actually changing how we actually do business. Instead of waiting for a work order to happen, we actually need to, as we're walking our properties, to address the issue at that time. And so what happens is that we automatically, my team actually looks to see, okay, did you call in a work order? But you were just at that location. We should have just changed the light to be proactive and not reactive. So it's changing the mindset in reference to being proactive.
How confident are you that the current comprehensive inspection effort that's been mentioned a couple times today is going to catch long-standing issues like the ones we saw at Greenleaf?
I am very confident that it will actually address those. The staff that is actually out there doing the inspections, they actually went through a couple of day training with a certified inspector to be able to identify the things that are trigger points. And then we're following up with a contractor to actually address those issues that have been identified. The contractor will actually address other issues if they don't see them. So they're actually, I'm very confident that we'll actually catch those in reference to those repairs.
So are the same facilities personnel who have been either not, marking in the system that these issues have been fixed, or who have been in these units all this time with the work orders outstanding, are these the same folks who are performing the inspections?
No, sir. It's actually a couple of different persons that are actually doing it. So we actually have our foreman level. We have some foremen. We had some leadership. We've had some construction persons doing inspections, and then we actually have a couple of ACVP inspectors that will lend a couple of hours to actually assist with those. So it's actually inspectors across the board that are actually assisting with that.
And we're bringing on some teams through the contracts that our board approved in January, the piggyback, or the ones that we got from DGS. And so to step up the pace and the level of expertise.
Okay. So what's going to be different after the 16-week inspection blitz to make sure residents see and believe that their work order requests, will be addressed expeditiously?
So we have three things going on at the same time, right? We have our regular work order system that is the emergencies and urgent, and I as a tenant, see that this needs to get fixed, and I put that in. That still will happen. The second thing is our preventive maintenance program that we're just putting in effect. And so that where we have certain things that will be either inspected or replaced on a regular basis. So air filters, light bulbs, inspecting smoke detectors. So there's certain routine things that now have been put into rotation for each of the properties, and they have to report on them. And then the third, the big one that I'm calling the maintenance surge, is with the inspectors and quickly followed by teams of contractors. We don't know what we're going to find. I mean, we know from the first, we've done 600 inspections since the end of January. And then the teams are putting together the construction, the plans on what has to happen. For some of those, we know that some people may have to temporarily be moved out because the conditions, as you saw in a couple of those units over at Greenleaf, that we had to move someone, preferably on site. But others, the repairs can be made while the people are still in the unit, or there may be a short time where we would need to move them out to a motel for a week or two. So the inspectors are gathering all that information, they're putting it in the system, and from that, they're generating the work orders that need to be done as a result of the inspections. And so that's what's different. It's very, very different. The preventive maintenance plan is very different. The accountability for managing routine and emergency work orders is different. And then this surge is really different. And so from that, by the summer, people will see, substantial improvements to the extent that they can be made in the units that have been inspected, or the opportunity for people to move to some of the renovated units while we're still sourcing from the wait list to move new people in.
If I recall correctly, the blitz inspections are not going to assess lead issues. Is that right?
Correct. That is correct. They will not assess any lead issues.
There's going to be, I think, lead hazard testing later from a separate vendor. Why do these separately?
So we're going in to do the inspection first, and then as we go in to actually make the repairs, then that's when the assessment will be done. So it'll be, the assessment will be completed after the repairs are completed to make sure that there's no trigger that's happened in reference to the lead, and there's no abatement that's required.
So if I have a lead issue, known or unknown, in my unit, but there's nothing discovered in the inspection blitz, then how is the lead going to be abated?
We actually have information in reference to units that have been tested for lead and properties across the portfolio. So some of our, quite a bit of our portfolio has already been tested for lead.
So, but between what's already been tested and what this vendor is going to look at, all units will have been tested for lead?
There will be tested.
I'm going to let Mr. Stringfield, because he was kind of managed our lead abatement plan for HUD.
So Chairman White, we have what's called our lead action plan, and it's an agreement with HUD that we will have eradicated either through an interim control or abatement the entire portfolio by 2024. And so currently we have about 1,600 total units that still have some form of lead throughout the portfolio, and we have a plan in place that, and when I say 1,600 units, that's not the total unit. That could be a window trim, that could be a door jamb. So some component or piece of a unit has been identified that has a lead hazard that we will treat with either an interim control, which is an encapsulation or a painting, or a full abatement.
Okay. I appreciate that that information. What's the timeline by which all 1,600 units will have been abated for lead?
So again, we have, it looks like the third quarter of 2024, where all of our lead items in the lead action plan will be closed out.
Okay. Thank you. HUD observed that the public housing program is struggling financially, and one of their proposed improvements was for the agency to provide much more detailed financial reporting to the board rather than just consolidated financials. With experts like Chairperson Skinner and the mayor's budget director, Jenny Reed, on the board, it seems important that you share more information and tap into their skills. Do you plan to change the type of financial information that you send to the board?
We do. I don't know if the chair wants to jump in, but I'll do it while he's deciding. Absolutely. The chair has designated a monthly finance, budget, and audit committee. And we are putting together dashboards for that committee. And of course, we all have gotten the HUD leading the way training that really lays out the level of financial reporting that the board should receive. And so they will guide us, and we'll make sure that we provide those reports. But I do want to say on the record, the HUD's observation was the previous admin that went back to 2020. We are in a strong financial position. We are The previous administration was operating with deficits. We have no deficit. We actually have an operating surplus, and we have adequate reserves to meet HUD requirements as well as our own. So that was the past. There's no financial deficit. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to say anything more about the financial reporting.
Yes, Chairman White, I think we do have now a budget audit and finance committee, which is chaired by Jenny Reed. And so they're going to be meeting monthly now, as the director just mentioned, and we'll be expecting to get those financial reports in detail. And one of the things that we learned in the HUD training that we went through is there are certain metrics and format that HUD recommends that we use in getting the financing reports. And that's done on a project by project basis, not just an overall agency-wide breakdown number, but a breakdown by each development.
Okay. So you feel comfortable at this point about the financial information that the board is getting, that it's detailed enough?
I'm comfortable that it will be once, there are some issues with the financing reporting at this point in terms of transitioning from one system to another system. So once that's completed, we'll identify the specific metrics that we want to see, and that we'll make sure that we get those on a monthly basis.
And Director Donald, is this just a process at this point, or are there still issues you need to work out with the board? Are there places where you disagree on the information the chair and the board want to receive?
I don't think so. I mean, we're still refining that. We have to present to the board our recommended dashboards, and we actually have some that are mocked up. The level of financial reporting, as the chair just stated, really will be allowed when we do the final update to our financial or our information system, which is called Yardi, and that's the #1 priority that we are implementing shortly. So we will be there, and absolutely will make sure that the board, in its role as having fiscal responsibility and will have all of the information they need.
Okay, I appreciate that. Vacant units are a well-documented problem. You've identified that there are 406 units with rehab construction projects ongoing and another 272 in the planning stages. When will these units, when do you expect these units to be back online?
We expect all of these units to be back online by the end of this year, by the end of the calendar year.
Okay. And for the Ward 2, I see the place, I can't remember, a witness testified, she's living there. She said maybe 40% of the units are vacant. Do you recall where she was?
Claridge Towers.
That's it. Why are so many vacant units there?
So it's a mixture of two things. One of those is that was one of our properties that had elderly disabled families in there. And so we had quite a few deceased tenants there. And then we also have some units that are actually being currently turned for modernization. So that we're actually making ready for lease up.
When do you expect to start leasing up those units?
As soon as we have some that are ready. So we're actually offering families those units now.
Okay. Do you expect the building to be fully occupied again?
That's the expectation.
Okay. And one additional question on something we touched on earlier, Director, the site-based lottery system that you announced. How would the lottery system work?
Okay, let's see.
So what would happen is that we have the wait list open for a designated period of time. It doesn't matter whether or not the applicant is first or last, they'll end up on the wait list. And then what will happen is that our software system, Yardi, would actually randomly select families in a certain order. And based on the announcement that we have on how many we will actually put on the wait list, it'll give us that number. So if we say, if we make a determination that 500 people, and again, I'm just throwing numbers out. If we say 500 people will be placed on a wait list, then we will go into the system, randomly tell Yardi to do a lottery, and then it will come back with the applicants that are 1 through 500 will actually be placed on a wait list. The remaining applicants would actually not be placed there. They would be have the ability to reapply when the wait list reopens.
Okay. I worry. I worry about this, based on issue we discussed earlier with the rise. If that's the direction the agency moves, then certainly you will have to have some backstops to make sure the lottery is done fairly, because it's going to concern a lot of people who are going to feel like they keep losing out. I'm sure you realize that. So
Mr. Chairman, I implore you not to ascribe the problems of one individual employee to system-wide failures. I said there were some systemic failures, but certainly everything that we are building with safeguards, we're building with transparency and with our with accountabilities. That's why we've taken some time before we make significant changes to the way that we operate. So this has been done, this model has been done in other public housing across the country. It'll be approved by HUD, and we will have the kind of reporting that I think should make everybody confident. And I, invite you to compare the stale waiting list that has been closed for 10 years with tens of thousands of people who may or may not want public housing, may or may not be eligible for it any longer, to a more targeted, short-term wait list that is designed to match up people in real time with public housing. I mean, this is the way we have to go. We've got a gap out there, we've got need, and we've got availability, and this is a way to bridge that gap.
Okay. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I have not looked into this model enough to have a real opinion of it. I think it is fair to say what we've been doing isn't working. So I'm, not quick to criticize new ideas. One somewhat random question that was triggered by an earlier testimony. When did the voucher wait list close?
2013.
Okay, so we've not added anyone new since 2013.
No.
Rent collection, another difficult issue raised in the HUD report. No easy answers there. What are your plans to improve rent collection?
So let's just move forward. Say that.
Yes.
Okay. Rent collection. So it's we have families that have been participating in program for an extended period of time that haven't paid rent. So that it's a couple of things that we're putting in place. One of those is actually reviewing the ledgers to make sure that they're accurate, number one. Number two is to actually work with the families to encourage them to apply for ERAP and other monies that are available for rent. And the third one and last one is lease enforcement. So for us to actually follow up with late notices to the families and actually enforce those late notices. So it's a plan that's across the board, but the first thing is to go back through and analyze the data associated with rent collection, because many families have actually been applying for the services to actually clear their the amount of rent that they actually owe.
Who's in charge? Like, what department is in charge of rent collection?
That's actually a public housing program. Each site is responsible for reviewing their ledgers for their families on site, send out notification to them, work with the family, and then if the family fails to make the appropriate arrangements or make their payment, then we actually move it to, since COVID didn't allow us to actually evict families for rent. So now it's actually getting people back in the habit of paying rent.
Mm-hmm.
And so then they would actually move to the court system is the final step.
Okay. So rent collection is not handled in a more centralized part of the agency?
Other than finance is actually, they post to the account, but in reference to collection and the rest of that, that's actually a responsibility of the property management team, because they're responsible for knowing who's on their property, number one, because somebody could have actually vacated and you still charging them rent. Number two is to then turn around and look at, review that on a regular basis, see who's late, send out the appropriate notices, schedule meetings, and then you move to other areas. We're implementing the dashboard to review what our rent collection looks like across the board, to do a comparison and everything, but the actual collection works with the actual property itself.
Okay. So how does the agency, or where in the agency is the centralized understanding of what rent is being collected and what's not, or whether certain properties or property managers are more successful than others?
Great question.
Right, and that's, again, that'll be part of, that's finance that actually keeps that, but again, a report generation out of Yardi, and then our dashboard will assist us with that as well, the creation of the dashboard for us to actually look at that across the board. And a normal practice for agencies is that you actually look at what's collected, what's the total bill, what is total collected, what is actually rent billed, and then rent collected. And then you look at that across the board, and then you track it at the 30 days or 30 days or less delinquent, 60 to 90, and then 90 and over. So those are the best practices in reference to doing that collection. So we're actually moving to that because we haven't actually been tracking it at that capacity.
So the accountability for that is with Ms. Eath and her team. So the Office of Property Management at the management level is responsible for that. That's one of her performance metrics.
Okay. And thank you for that. Well, Ms. Eath, you mentioned there's a finance entity within the agency. And so this question wouldn't be for you. I think it would be more appropriate for Director Donald, because I don't want to put you on the spot. Why Ms. Eaton as opposed to the finance department?
The finance department is responsible for collecting and paying rents, but the management is the responsibility of the Office of Property Management. She is responsible for overseeing each of the properties, each of which has a housing manager, a property manager, who is responsible for everything on that property in terms of maintenance, in terms of rent collection, occupancy. So that drills down to each of the properties, and then that rolls up to her department. So that's a management responsibility for the Office of Property Management.
Okay.
Finance is just the check collection and check writing entity. I mean, they're more than that, but for these purposes.
Okay, I appreciate that, and thank you for the explanation, Ms. Eath. As a heads up, I only have a couple more questions. You recently published a draft of some updates to your annual moving to work plan for fiscal year 23. It says that you plan to remove 3,561 units of public housing during the current plan year, mostly for federally supported redevelopment under the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program. Considering that there are only about 4,000 occupied units, this strikes me as a massive shift. To what extent is the district required to participate in HUD's preferred shift into the RAD framework?
Well, there's no requirement from the district, but as we mentioned earlier, we're taking a look at the entire portfolio to determine with the new STAR board what the agency's direction and from a policy standpoint will be. RAD is a recommended tool. Actually, it is the tool that HUD has in place to support agencies as we move forward. And again, we're going to work with Commissioner Skinner and the rest of the board to determine which path that the agency will move forward in regards to RAD.
Okay. So would you say that decisions with regard to RAD have or have not been made at this point?
Decisions have been made on a select group of properties. For example, our Melville, our Montana, Elvins Road, Lincoln, Villager, and Ontario property. That is a property that we've received approval from our previous board to move forward with the RAD repositioning on that property. But in regard on those properties, on that project of 5 bundle properties. But in regards to the entire portfolio, Judiciary and Potomac. And in regards to, and previously we've ratted 2 properties, Colorado and Columbia, which were ratted in, I believe, 2018. But going forward, again, we're just going to take a look at what's best for the specific properties from a financing standpoint and what makes sense in regards to what's most impactful for that particular property.
And what are
Mr. Chairman, to put this in a broader perspective nationally, I think HUD is encouraging public housing agencies to go this route primarily because of budget considerations at the national level. Historically, the way public housing has been managed is that HUD paid for everything. HUD paid for the operations through this, what's called the ACC, the annual contributions contract, and then also paid a capital grant, which was supposed to go for the maintenance of public housing. That on the capital side, that was never enough to keep up with the maintenance of public housing. And our stock, as you've heard earlier, is very old. Most of the buildings were built in the 40s and 50s. So they need a lot of work. And HUD has basically said that going forward, you're not going to be able to depend on the Congress to appropriate enough money to continue this model. So we need a different model. And what they've come up with is this thing called RAD, which allows you to get large amounts of capital to be able to totally reposition or redevelop a property. But it changes it from the traditional public housing model to a project-based voucher model.
Okay. What are the detriments to the RAD model?
I think there are some myths and there are some perceptions that if you use the RAD model, that people who live in public housing will lose their public housing. They won't. So HUD has built in guaranteed rights for people who are in public housing, that they will still be entitled to their public housing. Even some of the properties that we're looking at in this next year, which are some of our senior properties, it would still be 100% for public housing. It's just the financing structure and the ownership model is different. I mean, it's more than that, obviously, but I think part of what we have to do is really some education. And we started that last year. We did a RAD symposium with our board. We're also working with WIN, who has invested a lot of education in creating kind of a set of principles called RAD Done Right, which we pretty much fundamentally agree with most of them. And so they're working with our residents at Potomac Gardens and Judiciary to make sure that the RAD process works for them and protects their rights. And so I think that is a really important way to do it, where you have resident engagement and education so that everyone understands what their rights are and they hold us accountable, and that we build in those safeguards.
So I think going forward, we really have to focus on that and make sure that we educate our residents as to what's going to happen. And I think that that model that Wynn is using is a really good opportunity to do that. And we need to probably need to start earlier when we're first thinking about using RAD for a particular development. We need to start talking to the residents then, and just it's a continuous process. And what happens sometimes, we'll have a meeting, only certain people show up, and then other people say they didn't know what was going on, they didn't hear about it. So we have to just constantly reiterate the information and keep going out and meeting and meeting to let them know what's going on.
Okay. What I recognize, and I think you recognize as well, and you said some of this. I think we cannot count on Congress to increase funding. It is very likely that federal funding will continue to decrease over time, and we have to ask ourselves what we're doing, what is going to be the state of public housing, and how do we support people with the need for public housing 5 years, 10 years from now. And we have to start to develop a vision and a plan around that vision. And there's no perfect answer there. So we have to, I think, look squarely at this issue and figure out what is in the best interest of our residents and the people that we're here to help. And I do recognize that there's no easy answer there. The other thing I recognize that's really important for others to recognize, what's happening now in the agency, what happens over the next several months really sets the stage for the crop of people who will apply to be the next director of the agency. And it is incredibly important that the agency has a strong director following Director Donald. And I want to make sure we are focused on collectively, and I think everyone is, charting that course, making it clear that this is an agency that has dedicated attention and resources from across government, and that is really continuing to climb and excel, because we have to make sure that we are attracting the strongest talent into the agency. So we will keep pushing and supporting from the committee. I appreciate the work that you and your team are doing, Director Donald, Chairman Skinner. I appreciate you and the other board members who have stepped up to this challenge at this time. And I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you all on what is really one of the more important issues in our city.
Likewise, this is tremendously important work, and I appreciate being given the opportunity to help and put sort of right the ship, so to speak, in terms of the agency. And on that note about bringing in a strong director to follow up Director Donald. So we're starting to work on that. We're going to be engaging a search firm to do a national search for a director, and we'll be doing an RFP, which we hope to get out within the next couple of weeks, and engage a firm and start that process now, because it will take probably at least 3 or 4 months to be able to go through the process, identify people, go through interviews. And we're also mindful of the requirements in the legislation for engaging with the community, and particularly the Resident Advisory Council.
I appreciate it. And Director Donald, thank you and your team as well. I appreciate you all being with us and all the materials that you have compiled and sent in preparation for this hearing. The work is important, and we appreciate your partnership in it.
Yeah.
With that, thank you both. I also want to thank everybody who joined as public witnesses, people who were watching. I appreciate the participation. I want to note that for anybody who wants to submit testimony for the record related to DCHA, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. So anyone who's interested can submit testimony by email to the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Thursday, March 9th, 2023. If you are interested in learning more about the work of this committee, please sign up at robertwhiteatlarge.com so that we can be in touch with updates. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is 7:49 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned. Have a good evening, everybody. Thank you again.
Thank you.